Nice photo. Who's that?
I don't know, some guy.
One of your admirers.
Ms. Hurst, I did get the message that we're streaming.
I'm going to go ahead and say something to make sure that my witnesses can hear me. I got a text that one of them couldn't hear anything through the YouTube, so I'm just doing a testing.
I hear you, Kevin. Thanks for that, because I was wondering if my audio was working.
Okay, good morning. We should be live streaming. I just was talking with Miguel and Mr. Harris, I saw you were calling me.
Yes, I thought we were starting at 10 to 9, and I wasn't getting onto the Zoom meeting. I didn't want to repeat of yesterday.
No, I was just, the YouTube was being a little picky this morning and I had to try 4 times, but I got it.
It's always one thing or the other.
Well, you know, it just shows you when you rely on someone or the kindness of strangers or something to, and you're not used to doing it, even if you practice it, the best laid plans. I mean, believe it or not, I mean, I was practicing that, setting up the YouTube and making sure I had the correct authorizations last Thursday. So it doesn't take the human / technology out of it. Okay.
Before we go on, may I ask our witness to say a few words so that I can make sure that his audio is clear?
You want me to mumble or just talk clearly?
Talk clearly would be, something new. That'd be great.
The brown cow jumped over the fence.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome.
Are we gonna have anything procedural that we need to deal with? I believe we have everyone. And I think it's actually 9. Allison, you're ready to go. Okay, just to remind everybody, not only are you Zooming, but you're YouTubing also. So please remember that during not only the hearing, but any breaks. Or hang on just 1 second. Let's see what. Okay. Sorry, that was Phil coming to check on me to make sure that I had YouTube. Okay, very well. Let's go ahead, and we are returning from our evening recess. We are continuing with our case number 21-00269. This is in the matter of El Paso Electric's application for grid modernization. And just so our record is complete, I have excused counsel for CCAE, Ms. Lynch, upon her request this morning, and pro se intervener Philip Simpson is also excused from today's proceeding. Therefore, with that, we can go ahead and continue. Ms. Olson, I believe that you have another witness.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. We do. Happy to say it's our last witness. El Paso Electric Company would like to call Mr. Bryn Davis.
Mr. Davis, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to pin Mr. Davis so I can pretend like I'm doing this in person. Good morning, Mr. Davis. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Bryn Davis. That is BRYNDAVIS.
And what is your current profession?
I am the senior director of the asset management services team at El Paso Electric. That is the budget and bulk system planning, as well as some of the land activities.
And do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 14?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony filed in this case?
Yes, it is.
And was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 14.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE exhibit 14? The direct testimony of Mr. Davis filed in support of the application in this case. Hearing no objection, exhibit 14 from El Paso Electric is admitted. Ms. Olson?
And Mr. Davis, do you also have before you what's previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 15?
I have it.
And do you recognize that as your supplemental testimony submitted responding to bench request questions from the hearing examiner?
Yes, I do.
And was this supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to your supplemental testimony?
I do not.
Is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the same questions in your supplemental testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 15.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric's Exhibit 15, Mr. Davis's supplemental testimony filed in this case? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 15 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. At this time, we would offer Mr. Davis for questioning and cross-examination.
Very well. Mr. Getko, any questions from the Attorney General?
No, the Attorney General does not have questions for Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, any questions from the City of Las Cruces?
No, the City of Las Cruces has no questions for Mr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Souls, any questions from you?
No questions.
Okay. And Ms. Lynch, as I previously mentioned, is absent this morning. Mr. Black, any questions from staff for Mr. Davis?
Good morning. No questions.
Very well. Mr. Harris, you have questions for Mr. Davis.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do.
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning.
It's always difficult because could you say a little bit more so I can see your face? I'm looking at the hearing examiner right
Sure.
now. Okay, there you go.
I can tell you more about that brown cow.
And the lazy fox? Or is it the lazy dog? Okay, enough. Sir, could you turn to page 10 of your exhibit 14, please?
I'm headed there.
Yeah, no hurries.
I am on page 10.
And right at the top of the page there, lines 2 to 6, you describe what is called in the industry the service, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the copper wire that connects the pole to the meter.
That is the wire that connects the pole to the meter. Yes.
So where exactly does the service end? Does it end at the meter, inside the meter, on the other side, on the customer side of the premise? Do you understand the question?
I do understand the question. From my perspective, and the service is complete at the once the energy exits the meter can.
So that would place the meter as part of the service.
Correct.
Great. Now at page 11, you discuss one of the things that might trigger that might be noticed by the MDMS system or the head end system, and that's flickering lights. Do you remember that? I'm looking for the line right now.
I do remember that.
So yeah, you were talking about energy diversion, and I don't want to talk about theft. I think it's pretty strong agreement there. But one thing you talk about is flickering lights as a reason why somebody might be dispatched to this meter. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you also mentioned low voltage. Is low voltage one of the things noticed, or is that a cause of the flickering lights?
Well, flickering lights can be caused by a multitude of things. Low voltage in itself does not cause light flicker. Light flicker is caused by the absence of power and then the return of power.
So in these systems that you're seeking approval to install, is there any software that informs you with more detail what might be causing the fluctuations or the loss of power?
The meter can report the voltage. The meter itself will not diagnose the line.
So the diagnosis happens at some software level?
It is
First-
either by software or ultimately, if it's a problem that we can't rectify or understand by the software, then we'll deploy a resource to check it out. The meter will report the condition.
Do you have some sort of process for deciding between the initial report of something happening at the meter to a decision to dispatch a truck? Is there a flow chart or a list of things that you go through to see if you actually need to do a dispatch?
Not that I'm personally aware of. I would surmise that our distribution service folks look at the data and make a determination based on their experience as to what the appropriate course of action would be.
Would one of those things might be calling the customer and asking them if there's a problem?
I presume that's a possibility.
Okay, let's go to page 14, please. And at line 17, you use the word foundational to characterize AMS. And just as a general question, when you use AMS here, can I take that to mean you're referring to the Itron meters and the associated components that must be combined with them?
Yeah, when I'm referring to AMS, yes, I'm referring to advanced metering system. So the collection.
Well, AMS is a pretty broad umbrella, and Itron is one thing underneath that. So just for precision, are you referring to AMS in general or to the Itron meters that are the subject of EPE'S petition?
I'm referring to the collection, not the sole meter itself.
Okay. And when you describe AMS itself as foundational, does that mean that we couldn't get to renewable energy without AMS?
Objection. I think this is mischaracterizing Mr. Davis's testimony.
I think it's a question. I don't necessarily think that it's characterizing his testimony at all, so I'm gonna overrule that. Go ahead and answer if you know, sir.
Can you repeat the question, just to be clear?
Yes, when you use the word foundational to characterize AMS, what exactly does that mean?
The reason we use the term foundational, or what we're saying, is that the complete system provides us both the data and the infrastructure in order to receive that data, which allows us a broader picture to evaluate the conditions of the system in a location or collectively.
And do you agree that a major part of the reason utilities nationwide are utilizing AMS is to help achieve a goal of renewable energy?
I would agree that that supports renewable energy. Our goal is reliable service and the ability to be delivering and knowing what's going on with the system, regardless of whether it's renewable energy, EVs, or other infrastructure.
But the next phrase in the same sentence is grid modernization. So we're talking about AMS in the context of grid modernization, correct?
That's correct.
And AMS, you contend, is foundational to that.
Yes.
But my question is, grid modernization is at least partially, I would say almost entirely designed to move us to renewable energy. Do you agree with that?
I would agree that it supports renewable energy, but it supports EVs, demand side management, and other things that I've referred to it. But yes, it is supporting renewable energy.
Okay. And then further on in that paragraph, you, at line 20, you say that, well, are you saying that EPE's Itron meters here under consideration will be capable of integration with all future technology?
I would refer you back first a little bit to Mr. Van Slyke's testimony. The meter itself was not in it. The communication backbone and the ability to acquire and move data through our system that is necessary to support the metering that the Itron meters is all part of allowing additional activities to happen.
Including integration with all future technologies?
Including integration with future technologies. I'm reticent to use the word all, as I don't know what all includes.
Well, you did use the word all in your written testimony, but I want to move on to page 15.
Okay.
And now, this is the first time I've heard a utility employee talk about the distribution grid becoming bidirectional rather than unidirectional. And I think that, do you agree that's a significant challenge for utilities going forward?
Absolutely.
Would you agree the grid was designed as a top-down thing to push energy in one direction?
It was technically designed as a one-way system.
And so now we're moving into a multi-point to multi-point network. Do you agree?
Yes.
As we get more and more distributed generation. And to make the multi-point network or the bidirectional network safe, resilient, and functional, would you agree that we need some sort of software intelligence spread throughout the network?
We certainly need software at various points in the system. Yes, I would agree.
And would you agree that reasonable minds could differ as to where the optimal location of that software is?
I would agree that there are varying opinions, yes.
For example, in this case, with the Itron meters, EPE has chosen to place some intelligence in their meter at the edge of their network, at the end user. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. Now, one of the benefits that EPE claims and that you claim is enormous cost savings. And at page 20, again on exhibit 14, you talk about the meter reading process. And at page, I'm sorry, at line 1 through 6, you give an overview. And when you say a small number of cellular and visually read meters, can you quantify that a little bit more? I'm at lines 3 through 4.
If you're asking for an exact count, I don't know, but it's in the hundreds.
Out of a workforce of how many?
You asked about the count of meters. So
what I'm trying to get is how many employees do you need to read those meters?
I could probably get that for you. I don't know that I can answer that off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Well, but reading this overview, there's already some remote collection of data, isn't there?
Yes, sir. Remote being not touching the meter, not especially remote, like doing it from where I'm sitting to, say, your house. remote reading of the meter can be done by drive-by. The meters can broadcast information a limited distance.
And in the process of the trucks driving by, do you, well, what is some of the data that you collect?
In the current meters, it is, as Mr. Van Slyke in prior testimony provided to you, essentially we are getting usage kilowatt hours out of the meter. We're getting a limited amount of consumption data, which we then aggregate against the prior read that we have done before.
And so that's what we might term a gross or a large type of data set. It doesn't go into detail.
Yeah, I believe the term that's been brought up before is it's not granular.
And the new meters, the Itron, of course, are much more granular.
Yes, sir.
Is, as a general proposition, when it comes to collecting data, is more granularity generally considered better in terms of operations or cost savings?
Yes, it is.
Have you read the testimony of other witnesses in this proceeding outside of EPE?
Outside of EPE, I do not understand what you mean by that.
Did you, the Attorney General has presented witnesses, the City of Las Cruces, my client presented testimony. Have you read any of that testimony?
I have read some, not all.
Did you read Mr. Bacchus's testimony?
I've seen some portions of it. I cannot say that I've read the whole thing.
Okay. Can you tell me now what percentage of meter readers that you have are full-time EPE employees versus how many are on a contract?
I cannot.
Okay, moving on to page 21. At line 21. Oops,
Page 21 ends at line 20.
I know, I just realized that. My notes are, you discuss what's been happening to EPE employment over the past decade, and you use the phrase natural attrition process. That's where I'm trying to go. Do you remember where you used that phrase?
I can go look for it if you'd like, but I understand what natural attrition is.
And you
Page
agree that
20.
you used it?
Page
I'm
20,
sorry.
it's page 20, lines 19 through 21.
There we go. I'm sorry.
I'm there.
So for at least a decade now, since EPE decided to let natural attrition take its course, EPE has been saving employment costs.
Less people is less employment cost.
And again, this process started about a decade ago.
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
And going forward, EPE will continue to capture these savings as even more meter readers are eliminated.
We will have less people upon successful implementation and approval and implementation of this program. We will have less people needed to read meters.
Well, going to page 24, we see your table 1, and you provide two different values, one under a nominal analysis and one under a present value analysis. And respectively, you show 12.75 million or 8.20 million in savings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe you testified that 97% of these savings, those values there come from this laying off of meter readers?
I can take your word for that. I don't know if I specifically cited 90%. I believe it was a greater number than that. I think it was higher, but certainly 90%.
Well, it was 97%.
Okay. That I can agree with.
And where's that site, Mr. Harris?
Madam Examiner, is page 27, line 4.
Thank you.
So you further characterize these savings as avoided costs. Do you remember that? This is
Yes.
at page 12 on 24. Well, numerous times through your testimony, you characterize it as avoided costs.
Yes.
Can you share with us, or can you tell us how avoided costs benefit ratepayers?
Well, in the current process, as described in my testimony, in order for us to read a meter, fundamentally, it takes a person who's getting paid, who's driving a vehicle that incurs costs and maintenance to go out and acquire that information from the meter via handheld device, via drive-by, whatever capability allows us to get to the proximity we need in order to obtain meter readings. Those costs result in our operational costs that is passed on to our customers. With an advanced meter that has the ability for us to read it through the mesh network, through the nodes, as has been described in prior testimony, we no longer need to send that person out to the meter if it is an advanced meter. And those costs are obviously then not incurred.
Could we turn to the exhibit at the end of your testimony, BTD1?
I'm looking for it right now. All right, I am there.
So is this a table that you created personally?
This was created under my supervision. I did not create the table.
Do you have any sources for the data that, or the raw data inputs that went into the creation of this table?
This information, as I understand, we've provided some of that information. People like Mr. Hernandez would have provided the data for us to do that, and some of this analysis was done through our consultant Black and Beach.
But you're sponsoring this table right now under oath, correct?
That is correct.
So, for example, I'm looking at, well, you mixed Texas and New Mexico in there under the benefit category of meter reading. What does benefit category mean?
Repeat the category.
Benefit, it's on the far left.
All right, I'm gonna have to go to the paper. It won't rotate for me on the computer.
I had the same problem yesterday.
And the question you had was what, sir?
Benefit category, what does that mean?
The benefit means is the description is the classification of the cost that would be saved. The saving being the benefit.
Are there no other categories other than meter reading?
So this is a roll up of the costs associated with meter reading. There's meter reading expenses, there are personnel support expenses, there are communication charges, and there are fleet. There certainly is the potential for a cost somewhere that we may have missed, but I would assume that we have pretty well accounted for all the costs the way they are in our system.
Yes, but when I see benefit category, I see one category, but if a category exists, I wonder if other categories exist. And I'm trying to understand the other benefits that have been quantified. Here, meter reading is very well quantified. EPE has generated numbers and put them on this table. But are there any other benefits that EPE is claiming for these Itron meters?
Not in my testimony.
Okay. So now, well, can I ask why you included Texas in this table?
This table is a roll up of our costs in both locations. We are proposing a metering program in our service territory.
Okay, but the Public Regulation Commission is only concerned with New Mexico. So I just, why Texas was included? I'm familiar EPs in 2 jurisdictions, but does EPE claim, or do you claim that the Texas savings you claim here will somehow be a benefit in New Mexico?
No, sir, I am just identifying the savings and the source of how we've charged them.
Okay. And so when I look at New Mexico on-cycle reads, that's the second line in this table. I see a value that's roughly $3.9 million.
I see the same thing.
And then dropping down 2 lines to New Mexico for off-cycle reads, it's 1.5, et cetera, $million. Do you see that?
I do.
So but the total it involves both your jurisdictions. Okay. So looking at the years 2023 through 31, we see cost savings ramping up and then sort of leveling off at starting in 28. I'm just trying to figure out, for accounting purposes, how long can EPE count layoffs or natural attrition as a cost savings? When you lay somebody off, it's a one-time event, or when somebody retires, it's a one-time event. But it seems like these.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Harris is giving a lot of testimony and assumptions in these questions. I would ask that he try to ask the questions and limit the assumptions that he's not offering my client the opportunity to respond to.
You know, El Paso Electric has the burden in this case. And almost every single witness I've been objected to, sometimes numerous times, but all I'm trying to do is help El Paso Electric explain their testimony.
Your questions are pretty compound, Mr. Harris. So to the extent that you can make them more succinct, I'd appreciate it.
Very good. I'm just wondering, Mr. Davis, how long EPE can book these one-time events that have been going on for a decade now as cost savings?
Well, sir, I am not the financial accountant. I am the operational side. I identify the costs and the savings of our activities. I'm not the one to be able to answer the question that you postulated.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Davis. And somebody's got a really nice bird that's chirping away. So I don't know, you might want to mute yourself.
Ma'am, I think it's actually on the windowsill in the conference room I'm in.
What kind of bird is it, Mr. Davis?
Can't see it, but I can hear it. It's a live bird.
That's the kind we like. One of the questions I had is hoping that you can just clarify the record for me. On page 14 of your testimony, you're answering the question posed at line 17 and 18 on page 13. Is the AMS project expected to improve EPA's operations and grid resiliency? What will you define for the record what grid resiliency is?
Grid resiliency is our ability to deal with issues or abnormal situations in the operation. In other words, when we're running and we see a disruption or a disturbance in the grid, how the ability of our operations and our grid can respond to that situation, as opposed to recovery when it would be out and we would have to then bring power back on. This is our ability to sustain and maintain the flow of energy.
And how do you define grid? When you say our grid, do you see the grid as components of El Paso Electric or bigger?
In the context of this question, the grid we're talking about is really the distribution grid from the substation out to the consumers. Our overall grid would include our transmission system in our operation across our entire service territory.
But can the grid also include things external to your system? For example, if you're getting transmission of energy from outside of your own generation sources?
So the larger grid, yes, we are connected to that, and we're tied, and we both receive and deliver power beyond our personal or our system grid for us. So yes.
So there can be multiple grids, correct? Then
Yes.
and you even talk about lines 1 and 2 on page 15. You talk about a future grid or a microgrid. So
Yes.
those are even more different grids.
Well, a microgrid is different. If you look in the context of a microgrid, that would be I'll call it a community or an area that is self-sustaining, that we are serving power into, or they may be self-contained in the process. The future grid for us is really the current overall operating grid that we have, with the addition of a substantial amount of technology and potentially different generation resources we're already seeing, renewable resources, potentially battery storage, other things that will make our ability to operate, I will say, more complex, but certainly different from the traditional way our grid currently operates.
And going back to resiliency, is there a difference between resiliency and reliability?
Yes, they are tied together. For us, resiliency, the ability to operate and operate properly in abnormal conditions as a customer would appear to be improved reliability, as opposed to having to shut off or terminate service or take an action like that. We would be able to operate, and that would give us improved reliability as that being defined, delivering energy to our customers.
And are reliability and resiliency and how you view them contained only within your system operation grid, or do they extend further?
I'm waiting. Are you? I can
Well,
answer.
yeah, go ahead. I was waiting to see if the answer is yes or.
So the answer is yes. When we look at resiliency at our bulk electric system transmission level, but we look at resiliency at the distribution level as defined in my testimony. We're looking at those feeders and how to operate them and keep them functioning well. So resiliency and those things span from the meter to where we may receive or transmit power to other utilities.
And I was kind of thinking about this yesterday, when it might have been Mr. Van Slyke was testifying about meters on how they operated. I notice on page 11 of your direct testimony, you address the issue of energy diversion. And you say at line 7 and 8, energy diversion is energy theft, which is most commonly consists of unauthorized reconnects and meter bypass wiring. And I heard testimony yesterday that basically one of the attributes of the meter and the communication system is that you won't actually physically have to go out and turn the meter on and off.
That's correct.
That's correct. But it seems like, and I was trying to find out previously, in order to do those things, you had to send somebody out, correct?
That is correct.
And once that was done, it was possible, wasn't it, Mr. Davis, for somebody to engage in this energy theft that you're talking about, and someone who had either really good luck or the know-how could turn the meter back on without and get energy without El Paso Electric knowing, correct?
In the current meter, let me try and explain an example that may help you. Is in the current meter, which we only receive totals, if someone was foolish enough, and I say that because an intelligent person wouldn't be playing in these power areas to do that, but they could remove the meter. They could place some wires across the terminals behind the meter where we wouldn't see them, and then put the meter back in. If the meter was off, the power would flow essentially around the meter. If the power was on, power would flow both, and the meter would be providing a reduced reading of what is actually being delivered to the customer. With an advanced meter, one of the key features associated with that is we see last gasp and we see return the power notifications. The meter does that. So if the meter was disconnected or plugged back in, we would get a notification of that event, which means we would know that someone has tampered with the meter in order to make that happen. And we would be aware and be able to go check that out. If we were at someone's house and we saw that meter go out of service and back in or be disconnected for 5 minutes or some period of time, we would certainly be suspicious and then go investigate the situation. In the current meter, we have essentially no awareness other than the skill and the knowledge of the meter reader who would be able to possibly note some evidence of tampering. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I guess I have two questions with regard to that. So there's no way to tamper with these new AMS meters?
In the best sense, and Mr. Van Slyke talks about our cybersecurity, anything can be tampered with. The meter theft is usually in our scenarios is normally someone circumventing the meter with a piece of wire going around it. In the modern meter, which is fairly digital, it's difficult to tamper with. In the old meter that you remember that had the wheel spinning around, there's people that have drilled holes in them and put a screw in so the wheel wouldn't spin. There's a lot of ways to tamper more with a mechanical device, but generally the diversion is circumventing the meter.
Okay, and I wasn't referring to any theft of information. Again, I'm trying to understand it in terms of this energy theft that you testified to. So thank you for that. And my other question, based on your testimony, is El Paso Electric would get this notice that whenever the meter gets re-energized, according to line 12 on page 11 of your testimony. And I guess my question is then, how at that point is it dealt with by EPE? I mean, is there then some type of, software or accumulation of extraordinary events or little red flags, or how would it actually, that notification, how would that come to the attention of a person who then could do something about it?
So I'm surmising a little bit in this, but as we develop the software, we can read the meter, we can get these pieces of information. Something like this would be classified as an abnormal occurrence. And the bottom line in that is when we would see that information as an abnormal, and I will just pick someone's meter and it turned on, the very first question would be, well, why did it turn off? And that would trigger us as an abnormal event. We have folks that look at those things and they would determine if it was a situation that warranted investigation in the process. We could see potentially, for example, in a storm where maybe a branch strikes a wire and it trips and goes back on and off. That would be a different event versus in good normal conditions, and a meter would go off and on would attract our interest.
Mr. Davis, is a mesh network the same thing as a microgrid?
A microgrid refers to the self-contained area distribution of power. The mesh network is about communications. So they are different. The mesh network would be meter talking to a node to bring information back to us, as Mr. Van Slyke described. The microgrid is a group of homes or entities that would be running on their own power, self-contained with typically, I would assume, a single connection to us serving power. So they are different.
I guess I was trying to visualize some testimony yesterday where we were talking about geographical areas, and that in order for some of the meters to be able to work, especially in more rural areas, that there had to sort of be like clusters of these meters that talk together. And I was wondering whether or not that was a mesh network.
So any collection of meters talking to each other essentially is a mesh. Think of it like each meter being tied to a bunch of other meters in communication. At some point, that information needs to come back to us. In a remote area, Mr. Van Slyke described, we might use a cellular node to pick that information up to go back. In other locations, we have a communication backbone where we would be able to pick that information up in our system and bring it back. So the mesh is the ability of the meters to pass information from one to the other with the intent of getting it back to our system. The node would be the mechanism come back, whether that was cellular, radio, or other device to bring the information back into our system.
So what are your specific responsibilities for this particular project?
So I'm the Director of Asset Management Services. That means I'm responsible for transmission distribution projects and budgets and activities. In the case of this, I am peripherally engaged with a lot of the pieces and benefits of the process. The meter reading department that will install the meters or calibrate and test these meters is I use again the word peripheral. They are not a direct reporting chain to me, but they deal with me. My operational obligations are about the investments in our system to either keep it functioning or improve it.
So then you're part of the collaboration with Ms. Ramirez,
Yes,
bringing in certain knowledge, specific knowledge from one of the parts of EPE
yes.
and its operations.
Yeah, it's the technical and operation side of transmission and distribution. I am one of the many cats she tries to herd.
Okay. On page 7 of your testimony, at line 7 and 8, you're posing the question, how is an electric utility typically informed of an outage event? And am I to assume that these meters are also report that kind of information?
The AMS meters would do the reporting in the absence of anyone needing to call us or provide any other information.
Okay, so if I had a advanced meter at my house and my electricity went off for any reason, it's going to report to EPE that my electricity is out.
That's correct. That's what we refer to as the last gas notification.
I'll have to think about that. I wanted to ask you about line 17 and 18 on page 7. You say the number of substation circuit breaker involved outage events is typically less than 3% of the total of all outage events. Would the meters report a substation circuit breaker event?
The meters would not report the substation circuit breaker event, but a substation circuit breaker would be essentially a protective device that would affect the entire feeder that could serve several thousand customers. If several thousand meters all of a sudden all gave us a last gasp message that they were out, we would immediately be going to the substation to look for a larger problem, as opposed to if a meter or two in one location gave us a message, we would know that it was further out than the substation.
Okay, I'm just wondering why you included that in
So
there. But my question to you is, if that's only 3%, what are the other 97% comprised of?
down poles, people running in, auto accidents to take a pole, trees falling on the line, kites, mylar balloons. Those events are more specific that impact our scoring and our accounting for outage. When the event happens at substation, that's generally pretty rare. Then that's the point of the testimony.
Okay. So you would consider the outage at the substation to be more significant than a mylar balloon?
Absolutely. It would also warrant a different response.
On page 9 of your testimony, the question posed is describe how the AMS project is expected to assist EPE in outage prevention. And you begin on lines 5 talking about the time interval meter data. Makes it much easier to determine coincident loading on equipment and replace that equipment or reallocate the customer load to prevent equipment failure. What is coincident loading?
That would be loading occurring at the same time. A simple example would be if you lived in a neighborhood where you and your neighbors all bought EVs, and we've been looking at loading on our feeder, and all of a sudden you all decide to come home from work, plug in your EV and charge. All of a sudden we would see coincident, same load happening in multiple places that may be beyond what our original design or estimation of load would be. We'd have to serve in the feeder, and we would then be able to recognize that we would have to address potential issues such as under voltage.
Did El Paso Electric, if you know, offer an incentive tariff to plug in all those EVs on off-peak hours in its transportation electrification plan?
Ma'am, I'm unable to answer that. I honestly don't know, but I hope so.
Okay, I did P&Ms and I know that they did as a way to try to get people to, not only use those, but allegedly to have people shift other activities. And I asked you, and you answered in the supplemental about whether or not there were any potential impediments to providing the new meters.
Yes, you did, ma'am.
Installing it, and you said no, that there weren't, because all the meters are going into a meter socket. And at least at residential and commercial locations, that should help the swap out. And I guess what I was wondering is whether or not this meter, for example, with its basically being part computer, you know, if it had different technical requirements, or I don't know, I can't think of anything other than calling it then a technical requirement that, for example, in older homes or you know, who basically hadn't had wire upgrades in 30 or 40 years, if that was going to make a difference. And your answer is no.
That is correct. The meter at your home or anybody's home where you see that round meter in that can where it's plugged into, when we replace with an AMS meter, we would actually just unplug the existing meter and plug the new one in. The meter itself does not change the circuit or any ability. If you had wiring issues in your home, for as you posed, the meter would not improve or deteriorate that condition. It is just a plug-in device in the line to measure the power flowing.
Are the dimensions of this meter any different than the current one?
In an engineering parlance, form, fit, and function, it is the same fit as the existing meter. It in the hole that it plugs into, it's the same dimension and plugs in there. It might be a little taller, or you know, the actual clear front that you see may be a little different, but from the part where it meets the meter can and plugs in, it is the same and designed to fit into the same receiver, the can.
Okay. And I just wanted you to define nominal for me as you use it in your testimony on 24 and in your table 1, your nominal savings.
We're back to BTD 01 or whatever.
Table 1 on page 24 of your direct testimony. Just for the record, define nominal for me.
The nominal is the tallied up savings and costs. The net present value is converted into money of today. This is just after the table where we talk about how we get the present value by doing a capital weight cost.
And I think I had somebody else answer this, but in the supplemental, but I just want to make sure I've got the answer. And when you were including all these costs, so for example, you're listing on page 30, where just the question posted, page 29, please describe the cost included in the calculation of the upfront one-time fee for opting out of the advanced metering service. Did that include any credit for like salvage or any I don't know, metal or component that might be able to be recycled or sold?
I'm unable to answer that. I know that when we propose the meter program, we kind of look at all those pieces, including disposal of the existing hardware.
Okay. I believe that's all I have, sir, except to make a comment with regard to the last line on page 18, lines 20 through 21, where your testimony is that this is an exciting time to be an electric power engineer. I was pleased to see that. I find and have found many topics over the past few decades to be exciting, and glad someone else thinks it's exciting. So that's all the questions I have for you, sir. We'll go back around. Ms. Olson, can you redirect for Mr. Davis? Can't hear you.
Sorry. I do have brief redirect.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Davis, I think that the hearing examiner might have asked you some questions on this, but I want to go back to the conversation that you had with Mr. Harris, and specifically the benefit categories. I think Mr. Harris was focused specifically on meter reading, but your testimony describes other benefits. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you talk about operational cost savings. Is that correct?
I do.
And within that category, you describe other operational savings than eliminating people having to go out and remotely read meters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And turning to your table BTD1, I'm sure this is one of those tables that may be frustrating with the hearing examiner because the font is fairly tiny, so I apologize for that. Mr. Harris made several statements, but I'm not sure he gave you the opportunity to respond about employee layoffs as a result of the new advanced metering systems. Is that an accurate characterization of where these meter reading savings are coming from?
You lost me there. Can you say that again?
Mr. Harris referred several times in his questioning about layoffs and indicated that was the primary savings for meter reading. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he used the word attrition and termination, but yes, it is accurate. Those folks who will be reading meters, not all of them, because we still have opt-out, will either retire, we'll lose them through natural processes, or they will be engaged in other activities in the company.
Okay, so it's not necessarily all layoffs. So it's not appropriate to conflate layoff and attrition.
Correct.
And looking at BTD1, you have several categories listed there in the customer service savings benefit category meter reading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of those categories is reduction of personnel support expenses. I also see on there avoided fleet vehicle repair costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm assuming that has nothing to do with employee or contractor expenses. That's a separate cost. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's the cost of the vehicle to be able to go read the meter.
Okay, so in addition to the company paying people to go out to read the meter, there's other savings by not having to send people to read the meter every time. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
And then I believe Mr. Harris indicated that benefit category meter reading was the only thing on this chart, but it looks to me like there's another benefit category. Is that correct?
Meter reading and meter operations.
And is that a separate category of quantified savings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you aware of other witnesses in this case discussing benefits to customers as a result of advanced metering?
Objection, I didn't Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I withdraw.
I'll repeat. I'm not sure if you heard me. Are you aware of other EPE witnesses having described customer benefits of advanced metering?
Yes, I am.
And to the extent you talk about benefits to the grid, and I may not be using these terms technically, and benefits to grid modernization, would you consider those beneficial to customers?
Absolutely. The table is quantified of money, but there are many additional benefits of the system that go beyond what is posted in the table.
And I believe you also were asked by Mr. Harris that having advanced meters that can provide more granular data is better for operation. I think your answer to that was a simple yes. Can you explain that a little bit?
Okay, I'd go with a simple absolutely as well. But having more granular data, knowing what's happening at 4 in the afternoon versus 7 in the morning, the ability to see how our system is being loaded or taxed with load and how we're responding will both allow us to know where we have potential issues that we have to deal with, reconfigurations of the feeder to better distribute power, or even know where we need to apply resources to upgrade and improve the system. It is, it's a funny term, but I'm going to say knowledge is power in this situation. If we know what's going on, we are much better prepared either to proactively, preventively deal with the activities or be aware and looking out for a potential issue.
And does that also benefit EPE's customers?
Absolutely. Being able to take care of problems or eliminate problems before they happen is a huge benefit to a customer.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. That's all the questions I have. Although I would reserve the opportunity for redirect if additional cross-examination is made.
Looking at your exhibit, which actually, Ms. Olson, with the readers on here, I can see the little print.
Oh, good.
What is the MV-90 system?
The MV-90 system is a specific different class of meter that we have that requires us to go out and deal with in the process. So that's a specific classification of meter.
What's it used for?
It has some additional reading capability. I would have to defer to Mr. Van Slyke to get into the details of those meters. I'm not well informed on that.
Is it used for residential customers?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not it's that production meter that he testified about yesterday?
I do not know, ma'am.
Okay. But you have it in a separate category than you do the other meter reader expenses, correct?
It is classified differently in our accounting process.
Do you know whether or not it requires some personnel service that's different than the other personnel services?
I believe it's simply an accounting process where we're accounting for them differently in our activity.
And does do the other categories that aren't in the 90 system listed, do those include the regular meters with the wheels and these remote meters?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Didn't you testify that there's something called an AMR that that you can do a drive-by on?
That's correct.
Okay, and you propose to replace those meters too, right?
Yes.
Okay, but does everybody have a drive-by meter?
So we have meters that we can read drive by. We have some meters that require us to get, I'll say, closer proximity with a handheld. And we have some meters, particularly in additional information, that we actually have to physically get up to the meter. It uses a contact on the meter, a connection, not a plug-in, but we have to get right proximate to the meter in order to obtain data.
Okay, so you have more than one type of meter that these expenses include,
That is correct.
but the operative part of this is that you want to replace them all with the Itron meter, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then down in still looking at that, at your BTD-1, you have the third line down, you have reduced physical disconnect field trips. And then in parentheses, you say for DNP. What does that mean?
Ma'am, I don't know. I can't tell you. I can get it for you, but I do not recognize the acronym off the top of my head.
Ms. Olson? Consider that request 4. I want to know what DNP means in this chart.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Okay. Last time for recross.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have some additional questions for Mr. Davis, please.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have one question for Mr. Davis based on your questioning right this moment ago.
Okay, well, I'll go back in order then. Mr. Getko?
I do not have questions at this
Okay.
time.
Ms. Stevens?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. Nice to meet you. I'm Anastasia Stevens. I represent the city of Las Cruces. And my question to you is in regard to the hearing examiner's questioning about the MV90 system savings reflected on your exhibit BTD1. Are you on that exhibit, please?
I am.
The various, it looks like, in that small type, 1, 2, 3, about six line items say, 4 line items say reduction, 2 for Texas, 2 for New Mexico, say reduction of personnel support expenses for MV90 system and reduction of communication charges for MV90 system. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on above that, when we're talking about meter reading expenses, it says elimination of meter reading expenses. Is that right?
Yes.
Are there going to be some MV90 meters left in the system after the AMS program is fully implemented?
Is your question residential meters?
Of any type?
There are additional meters beyond the smart meters in our system. We have large commercial meters. We have meters that will not be replaced at this point in time for the deployment of the AMR, AMS activities.
And
They didn't answer the question though, sir. What types of meters are composed in this MV90 system?
The MV90 is a type of meter different than our AMR that is deployed in various locations. I'm honestly not familiar enough with the detail to answer, but it is slated to be replaced with the advanced metering. But there are, in her question, the question was, are there other meters? We have large 3-phase commercial meters and other meters that will not be replaced at this time.
Ms. Olson, consider a bench request. I want some specifics with regard to this MV90 system and the what types of there needs to be an explanation of the differences between the regular meter reading expenses and what types of meters are included in that, and then also for that MV90 system.
I apologize, hearing examiner. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding your bench request. So you want to know if I'm going to say back to you what I think you're looking for, and then if you could just clarify, that would be really helpful. So you want to know what the MV90 meters are currently being used for?
Yeah, what that refers to, what the MV90 system actually is, what meters are included in there, and what meters will be replaced. And consequently, what meters would be left in that system.
Okay, and then was there another part to the bench request?
Right, and so then, since that seems to be a particular, I don't know what that is. That's a particular type of meter, if it's just an accounting item, or how those line items compare with the first ones that say elimination of meter reading service, and what meters would be included in there, eliminated in there, and any remaining in there. Okay.
Yeah, if you could just give me 20 seconds to finish writing this down. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Anything further, Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, I
Or
think
is that it?
might lead to further clarifications of your bench request. But Mr. Davis, so you're making a distinction between residential and non-residential meters. Is it the company's position that all residential meters that currently are MV meters will be replaced with AMS meters?
My understanding is that is our intention. Yes, ma'am.
And is it the company's intention that some or all, this is an and/or question, some or all of the commercial MV90 meters will be replaced with AMS meters?
I'm trying to parse my words. I believe the distinction really becomes where we, in the prior testimony, where we talk about higher voltage multi-phase meters are not currently, if I understand correctly, on our list. We are really talking about these single phase meters in the activity, and there are single phase commercial customers.
So the answer is that some of the people who currently have MV90 meters will get AMS and some will not?
Yes.
Now, are there customers who have multi-phase or whatever type of unusual meters that are not on the MV90 system presently? Are there customers who fit that kind of description?
Yes, there are commercial meters that are not that class.
Okay. Will each of those customers receive a AMS meter?
My understanding is not at this time.
Will any of those customers receive an AMS meter?
My understanding is not at this time.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Souls,
No questions.
Mr. Black?
No questions.
Very well. Mr. Harris, you indicated you have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Davis, first of all, Ms. Stevens just made me realize that I had been rude. My name is Brian Harris. I represent Rocky Bacchus and Yellowbird Solutions in this matter. Yellowbird Services is the only party opposing the stipulation. Okay, remember when the hearing examiner asked you about coincident load?
Yes, sir.
And then going back a little further, we talked about how the grid is evolving from a unidirectional to a bidirectional grid. Do you remember that?
I do.
And we discussed how software intelligence placed throughout the grid is going to be part of the effort for grid modernization. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then when you answered the hearing examiner's question on coincident load, you used an example of an entire neighborhood of electric vehicles plugging in within a few minutes or half an hour of each other. And that would be an incident of coincident load.
That's an example, sir.
And then you discussed substations, and if a substation fails. Are you aware, and so this leads me to the question, are you aware of any discussions in EPE to look more comprehensively about how software is going to help modernize their grid?
I certainly have some level of awareness of those conversations. I'm generally not participatory in them.
I guess, can you point me to anywhere in your testimony or any testimony from EPE for that matter, because there's been a lot of referral, explaining why EPE's decision of this particular Itron machine intelligence in the meters is the best choice for the public interest?
That's not in my testimony, sir. I'm not sure I can point you to a specific location in the other testimony.
Okay. Now, remember when Ms. Olson talked to you about granularity of data?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, did you listen to any of the cross-examination yesterday?
I listened to a notable amount, but not all.
Do you remember a discussion between myself and Mr. Schiestel about various devices that can be used to sense, record, and report electricity usage?
I believe I do.
So, for example, the Nest device or a thermostat that can collect data. Do you agree these devices exist?
Yes.
And do you agree that they can, to some degree, to some degree, replicate the functions of the Itron meter?
I don't think I would agree with that. I'm not sure I would be qualified to what the thermostat. The Itron meter reads power. It reads granular data, and that's its function for us. And it has the ability for us to remote disconnect, as we've talked about. A thermostat has a different functionality in my mind.
Well, it used to be a phone was great for point-to-point conversations, but now a phone can help us navigate unfamiliar terrain. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
So would you agree that software intelligence in a machine can change that machine's functionality?
I would.
And the degree of granularity in the itron meters is 15-minute intervals of data collection. Is that correct?
That is the degree of granularity that we have chosen to acquire from the meter. I believe the meter can have a greater granularity than that, but that is the frequency of data points that we are getting.
Now, yesterday, when you heard Mr. Van Slyke testify about the 802 megahertz telecommunications band that they're using for their mesh network, did you listen to that conversation?
I listened to some of that.
And Mr. Van Slyke testified that the throughput for that is measured in kilobits.
Yes.
Is that throughput one of the constraints on the, or one of the factors, I'm sorry, is that throughput one of the factors that leads EPE to conclude they need 15-minute intervals?
I'm unable to answer. You'd have to ask Mr. Van Slyke. I believe that our interval was simply selected on the quantity of data that we expect to deal with at this point. If you recall in the discussion where we get 1 or 2, 3 pieces of information a month, now if we get several sets of information every 15 minutes, it becomes a large set of data. And I assume that they've made some choices based on that activity.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis. You are excused. Ms. Olson, anything further from El Paso Electric?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I just wanted to, before we actually excuse Mr. Davis, I just wanted to check with you whether you wanted to ask him about the meter testing, if he has that information, or if you'd prefer we just provide it to you in writing.
Sure, we can go ahead and ask him. Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Mr. Davis, I believe the hearing examiner had asked several of our witnesses if they had information about the meter testing. And I apologize, I'm not well versed in the terminology on this, but maybe the failures, is that right? And was wondering if you were the appropriate witness to answer that.
I certainly can. The question was how we test meters and what was the rate for them to be out of calibration or out of proper reading range. And the question was originally for last year, and then in the request, the additional 2 prior to that. Last year in New Mexico, we tested 4282 meters, 4,282 meters. The testing program that we do, requirements for calibration set by standards, calls for meters that are either below 98% accuracy or above 102% is the band that we test for. Of those 4282 meters, we had 1 meter that was below 98%, 2 meters that were above 102%. That is a 0.02% rate on the low side and a 0.05% on the high side. We are, and I'm rounding those numbers to get there. In the previous years, we tested less, some of that due to COVID and resources in the field. In 2020, we had no meters low and no meters high. The test sample was 536 meters. In 2019, we had 1 meter low and no meters high out of 421 meters tested. And that's a 0.25%. Again, the low count was related to COVID and personnel reductions in the activity. We're now testing back at I'll call it full strength with the sample program. I did not look in Texas in the prior years, but in 2021, the statistical percentages and all we test also obviously in Texas. That was about 20,000 meters tested, and the numbers tracked essentially the same in both locations, and they're the same spread of meters.
And did I hear you correctly that last year you tested 4,282?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's about, I believe it's about 2.5% of our deployed meters go into the program, get selected through a sampling process.
Okay. So out of all that testing, then the percentage is really low of ones that were actually outside of the range that you tested for, correct?
That's correct. They are quite low.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I just ask, is that a sufficient answer, or is there still information you'd like on the meter testing data?
No, but I found my note and I was just interested. There was testimony about a failure rate. So, or that's what my bench request was. And I believe the witness has sufficiently answered that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. You are excused, Mr. Davis. Ms.
Thank you, ma'am.
Olson.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Davis was our last witness, and so I believe that's our presentation, subject to supplement by those bench requests that you issued during the course of the proceeding.
Okay, very well. I think at this point, it might be appropriate for us to take a brief recess. I think we should probably come back in about 10 minutes. So looks like, according to the phone, it's 10:40. So let's come back at 10:50. And I believe with our order of presentation, Mr. Getko, you will be presenting a witness.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And you'll be presenting Ms. Crane or Ms. Lane?
Miss Crane will go first, and then Miss Lane.
Okay. Thank you. We're recessed for 10 minutes. Okay, I think we're back from our recess. Hello there, Miss Gray.
Hello, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, I think.
It's been a
Sounds like you're-
while.
It's been a little while, and I get to see you in a few weeks again.
I guess we're both keeping busy.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I do it to try to stay out of trouble. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, I think I'm seeing everybody. All right, Mr. Getko. Yeah, have some witnesses.
Yes, the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General would like to call Andrea Crane as
Ms.
a
Crane,
witness.
Ms. Crane, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi,
Go
Andrea.
ahead, sir.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Andrea, middle initial C, last name Crane, C-R-A-N-E.
And who do you work for, or what position do you have, and what are your duties?
I'm president of the Columbia Group, and in that capacity, I prepare testimony and do other research for public interest clients in the area of utility regulation.
Okay. Do you have OAG Exhibit 1 in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your testimony in support of unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
Yes, it is.
Did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
Yes, I prepared it.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No, there are not.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that Exhibit 1 and OAG Exhibit 1 be admitted into the record.
Ms. Crane, will you look at page 23 of your OAG 1?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, and look at the question posed on lines 5 and 6.
Okay.
Okay, look at your answer on line 7.
Oh, yes. I believe I have a correction, Mr. Getko. On page 23 at line 7, the word ratepayers should be shareholders. Thank you.
And with that correction, any objection to what's been identified as the Attorney General's Exhibit 1, Ms. Crane's testimony in support of the stipulation as corrected by her here today? Hearing no objection, OAG 1 will be admitted.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I apologize. Could you tell me the page and line of that correction again?
I can. It's page 23. It's line 7. And Ms. Crane has substituted the word ratepayer or has substituted the word shareholder, plural, shareholders, plural, for the words ratepayers.
Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Thank you. And thank you. The New Mexico Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Crane for cross-examination.
Very well. Ms. Olson, any questions for Ms. Crane?
I have no questions. Thank you. Nice to see you, Ms. Crane.
Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, any questions for Ms. Crane?
No questions for Ms. Crane, but it's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Ms. Stevens.
Ms. Souls, any questions for Ms. Crane?
No questions.
Very well. I do not see that Ms. Lynch she hasn't returned. Mr. Black, any questions from staff for Ms. Crane?
No, Your Honor, no questions for Ms. Crane. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Well, Mr. Harris, any questions for Ms. Crane?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Crane. My name is Brian Harris. I have been retained by Yellowbird Services to represent him in this proceeding. And I just wanted to say I did work for the Attorney General under both Patricia Madrid and Gary King, and your name was commonly mentioned in the office. And I find it a little surreal to be here cross-examining you now. But
I
you
think
were
our
welcome.
paths did. I think our paths did cross briefly several years ago, but it has been quite a few years.
So I just have a few questions, and they're more around your process for developing this testimony rather than anything that you said. Do you mind if I ask you about that?
I'm sure. I'm happy to try and respond.
Now, you know that the Attorney General has a statutory mandate to represent the consumer interest in proceedings before the PRCs. Is that correct?
I do.
And reading the table of contents of your testimony, you summarize the original application, and then you analyze it. Can you tell me what factors in your analysis went into your ultimate conclusion that the stipulation is in the consumer interest?
Sure. And as you may be aware, I filed testimony in support of a lot of stipulations, and a lot of the times we don't get into specific issues, especially if we have not previously filed testimony, which is the case here. I think the commission has recently kind of expressed some concerns about what would be typically called total black box settlements. And so I thought it was important to, especially in this case, to try and lay out some of those concerns in my testimony in support of the stipulation. Now, in terms of how I actually went about reviewing the application itself, I had recently been involved in the SPS case. I was also involved in the much earlier PNM case, which I believe was the topic of some testimony yesterday or some questions yesterday. And I've been involved in some AMS or AMI type cases in other jurisdictions as well. So I should say I'm a financial person. So my interest is in the financial aspects as opposed to some of the technical aspects about what the meters are or not capable of, those sorts of issues. I was also aware from the SPS case of the recently passed grid mod statute. And so I think I would say that the grid mod statute maybe formed the foundation of my review in this case, because given that statute, I believe it kind of indicated a willingness by the legislature and perhaps by the commission to take a more proactive approach, perhaps, in having the utilities initiate some of these grid mod programs. So I took that kind of as a basic underlying assumption. I look at a couple of things. I look at the overall cost to ratepayers of the program. I look at how the company is proposing to recover the costs of its, what I term legacy meters, which are the meters that are being removed from service. I've looked at whether or not, for example, the company is proposing to recover a return on and of those meters, which is always an issue anytime there's a replacement such as this. I also look at things like how these costs are proposed to be recovered between base rate cases. In this case, As well as in the SPS case, the initial proposals were for riders that would continue. And we felt strongly that since meters are really a very basic and fundamental part of providing utility service, that ultimately these costs should be recovered through base rates, and really as soon as possible through base rates. Although I believe, given the grid statute, we were willing to consider the use of riders between base rate cases, but we definitely did not want a rider that would last forever. I look at things like cost savings and now when I talk cost, let me change that to expense, because when I talk costs, lots of times we're talking about the capital cost of the program, but there are also annual operating savings associated with these programs. So I look at the level of savings that are being projected, as well as how the company proposes to flow those through to ratepayers. And then it's both a cost and a savings on the O&M side. So in this case, the company was proposing to flow through both O&M costs and O&M savings on an annual basis to ratepayers. There are also issues like, when should the costs of the new meters be reflected in rates? And one of the things that I think is good about this stipulation is that ratepayers are not going to start to pay for these costs until the year following their in-service date. There is contemporaneous recovery of O&M expenses and O&M savings, but the capital costs basically will not be recovered until the year following their placement into service, which is certainly a benefit. So that, in a nutshell, I guess, is kind of the issues that I generally consider, with a little bit of an explanation as to what our thought process was specifically for this case.
Would you say those are issues or more established facts?
I would say that I would call them issues, because I think that not everyone would necessarily agree with some of the positions, for example, that the Attorney General would take.
So the Attorney General issued a fair bit of discovery in this case. Would you agree with that?
We did.
And you choose not, you didn't offer any of those facts into evidence?
If you really want to know, the schedule in this case was so tight compared with a lot of other things that were going on in New Mexico at the time. I was literally juggling about 3 different testimonies, and in fact ended up filing 2 testimonies on the very same day, on May 11th. So I will tell you that while I would have liked to have been able to put a lot more information and a lot more of my research and thought processes into my testimony in support of the stipulation, I had limited resources. I will tell you that we would have loved to even have been able to do more discovery than the discovery that we did, but we tried to address what we felt were the most critical points. And I did spend a fair amount of time reviewing that discovery in order to reach the conclusions that I came to, gave those recommendations to the AG, and then I was a full participant in the settlement, in the financial aspects of the settlement negotiations.
I may have missed it, but after looking at the discovery and knowing, with your in-depth knowledge of the issues, could you just concisely summarize how the AG conceived of the consumer interest in these ITRON meter proposals?
Sure. And again, my part of the engagement was financial, so I'll address the financial aspects. The AG has another witness that I think perhaps will be able to address more of the technical aspects. But from a financial perspective, we were very pleased with the agreement, for example, that the meters, we would not be charged for the meters until they were actually in service and serving customers. And then they would appear in the rider charge, not until that time. That
Can I-
isn't.
I'm sorry, was that in the stipulation or in the proposal?
When you say in the proposal, are you talking about in the company's proposal?
Yes, I am. I
Yes,
should have said
yes.
petition. The formal word for it is petition. So yeah.
Yeah. In the company's petition, they included that. Well, they included that in the text of their application. Actually, in I believe it was Mr. Hernandez's schedule, his revenue requirement schedule. Actually, he did not show that would be the rate making treatment. His initial schedule actually showed that the revenue requirement would be based on the meters that went into service during that year. And although that was not what the word said in the application. So one of the things that, and I think it was AG2, was our AG 2-12 was a data request. AG.
Are you offering that into evidence?
No, I'm just explaining to you. AG 2-12, it was set to number 12. We asked the company to clarify because we weren't sure whether or not that was the company's intent to delay for a year or whether they were requesting contemporaneous recovery because the schedule did not match the text. And the company clarified that yes, it was their intention all the time to delay recovery of those costs until the following year. That just hadn't been presented on the revenue requirement schedule. And they actually filed a revised schedule in response to our discovery request 2-12. However, the company also in its application assumed that an allowance for funds used during construction, which is typically stated as AFUDC, that the AFUDC would continue to accrue on those meters through to the end of the year, so that when they did begin recovering them, they would recover the capital cost of the meter as well as any AFUDC through December 31st, in spite of the fact that meter may have gone in January or may have gone in December. That was something that we opposed because AFUDC should cease when your plant is completed and goes into service. So they were, so I'm sorry now because I know you interrupted me and your last question was, is that from the application or is that from the review? And now I'm forgetting what the initial question was. So shall I tell you some more about our thought process or is there a specific question?
I guess if this is an unfair characterization, I'd like to ask you to correct me. But would it be fair to say that the bulk of your testimony was a comparison between the original petition and the stipulation that was arrived at?
I think it is fair, and that's because in this particular case, we were able to arrive at a stipulation prior to the filing of pre-file testimony. But I don't want you to think at all that we skipped that important step of doing a detailed review, as detailed as time would allow, of the application. As you indicated, we did do extensive discovery. We drew up a list of recommendations, that I shared with my client. We entered into some pretty stiff settlement negotiations. And so quite a bit of work was done prior to entering into settlement negotiations. So I had my recommendations more or less fully formed and ready to go in case we did have to file testimony in this case. I'm happy we didn't, but we were prepared to do so if necessary.
So again, correct me if I'm wrong, is it fair to say that the public interest as identified by the AG was that the stipulation might cost less for the ratepayer than the originally filed petition?
Well, it definitely costs less than the originally filed petition. The question is it in the public interest? I mean, ultimately, that's the question that the hearing examiner is going to have to decide, and then
Can I
ultimately
just
the
interrupt you, though?
commission.
You're absolutely right, but the AG's task, and I believe your task, is to identify the consumer interest.
Got a
Well-
question there, Mr. Harris?
Well, I'm asking about how she formed conclusions on whether this stipulation is in the public interest. I mean, in the consumer interest.
Can I ask for a
Sure.
restatement of the question? We've been asked now about how we define the public interest, and also it was mixed with the question as to whether we compared the original petition with the stipulation. And I think right now it's a little bit muddy. And so a restatement of the question would be appreciated, as well as an opportunity for Ms. Crane to finish her answer.
Mr. Harris?
Okay, so you've identified a number of issues. Is that correct, Ms. Green?
Yes.
I'm referring to your first answer where you mentioned, okay. And what I'm asking here is, from a financial perspective, is the stipulation in the consumer interest because it costs less than the original petition?
No, that's not why we came to the conclusion that it's in the public interest. The
consumer
first,
interest.
or the consumer, the consumer interest in my, and I'm not an attorney. Let me say right now, I'm not an attorney, so there might be some legal definition that I'm stepping on here, but when I view all my assignments as really determining whether or not it's the public interest that's being met. And I believe that in the case of New Mexico, my client has actually a narrower interest in that. I believe by statute their focus is on residential and small commercial customers, unlike some of my clients. But in this case, that's the public interest that I'm concerned about when I do a review. I was certainly aware of the grid mod statute. I don't think that any of us can ignore the grid mod statute. That indicates that there's a policy apparently in the state of New Mexico to promote programs that will modernize the grid, will result in increased reliability and present the possibility of new programs for consumers. So I had to keep that in mind. At the end of the day, customers are going to start with about residential customers are going to start with about a 21 cent a month charge. That's going to increase over the course of the implementation period to a high of roughly $2.65 a month under current projections. So, and under the original application, it was a high of about $4.24. And so I did have some concerns about whether or not $4.24 was a reasonable charge or not, which is what is required under the grid modernization statute. The rates are required to be reasonable. Now, reasonable people can disagree about what a reasonable rate is. But when finally, after negotiation, that rate, the maximum rate, was down to the area of about $2.65, I felt that was that was a reasonable rate. I felt, as I indicated, that there were also, other advantages relative to the application, like the fact that these costs would be rolled into base rates with each base rate case, that there would not be AFUDC accrued after the plan had gone into service. I also note that on the operating side, the operating savings that are projected from this program, the operating savings are greater than the operating costs for each year of the program. I think that's important to keep in mind as well. So, and the fact of the matter is, I spend my whole life trying to keep rates down to ratepayers. I mean, that's that's why people hire me to try and do that. But the fact of the matter is that about 65% of the utility customers are now served by, some sort of an AMI type meter. It's my own belief that that number is going to increase rather than decrease. And so I think at some point in time, we have to kind of take a broader view and say, is now the time? 6 or 7 years ago, we told PNM, no, now was not the time. Now we have the grid mod statute, and I think now probably is the time for EPE.
For EPE to install Itron meters?
I'm sorry, did you say Itron meters?
Well, your last thing you said, now is the time. Now is the time, and I'm expanding on that. Is now the time for EPE to install these particular Itron meters with its particular functionality? And this
Right.
may be a question for Ms. Lang.
Yeah,
More of a technical question.
I can't really comment. I can't really comment on Itron, although I was involved in the PNM case, and I had forgotten about all the controversy that kind of arose at the 11th hour with that case with regard to the certification or the proper licenses, which really didn't arise until the very last minute. But I do know that Itron certainly is a large vendor. I certainly see them in many other places around the country. Whether or not they're the very best choice for EPE, I can't say, but I do think that probably some type of two-way communication system, some type of system that allows for this data eventually perhaps to be shared, with third-party vendors and to provide more functionality. It is probably the way that EPE should be headed, because I think it's the way that generally the world is headed.
The main factual predicate for that last conclusion would be the existence of the grid mod statute.
It's more than that, but that is certainly in this particular case a very important consideration. And it actually, in my view, the grid mod statute changes the financial analysis to some extent, because as you may know, in the PNM case, that whole case was about net present value of benefits versus costs. And I put in extensive testimony about why I felt that their net present value study had a lot of problems with it, and why I didn't agree with their net present value result. I think given the grid mod statute, it's no longer required to produce or to justify a program purely on the basis of a net present value benefit. Instead, it seems to me, again, as a non-lawyer, that it's a reasonable cost test. And I'm assuming that one of the reasons, perhaps, that the test has been relaxed a little bit is that what I've heard is that there are a lot of benefits that are very difficult to quantify. Potential benefits anyway with an AMI type program. There's benefits to the utility and its reliability, and also benefits to consumers as well. So maybe that's what the legislature had in mind when they put in a reasonable cost test in the legislation, although that's speculation on my part.
I want to get some clarity on what you called the financial benefits. Are these benefits mostly the avoided costs that we heard EPE witness Davis discuss in his testimony?
Well, from a financial perspective, the only real financial benefits that have been quantified are those O&M cost savings. When I'm talking about, though, my review was much broader than just looking at financial benefits. I'm looking at the financial implications of this program. And I did not review this program with I'm not supporting this program because the financial quantifiable benefits exceed the costs. They don't. The fact of the matter is they don't. this is going to cost ratepayers money. And as your witness indicated, it's going to make quite a nice profit for EPE's shareholder. But I think that this issue is kind of bigger than just sitting down and looking at things from a net present value perspective. So I'm not here representing that there are cost savings that are greater than the costs to ratepayers in this case. There aren't. If there are, they haven't been quantified yet. But I think there are other factors that contribute to the decision to support the implementation of these meters at this point in time in New Mexico.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Crane, I have a few questions for you. One of the questions I was just trying to find in the testimony, I couldn't find it. I thought I heard you in response to one of Mr. Pierce's questions indicate that 65% of ratepayers are now being served by advanced meters. Was that your testimony?
That's not in my testimony. I did say that, but that's not in my testimony. That was just some data that I had in the course of my research. I think there's a report that indicates that with investor-owned utilities in the United States as of December of 2021, it was about 65%, but I don't have that in my testimony.
Okay, and do you have an attribution for that? Because I was looking for, I thought there was some information in this case that it was just somewhere over 50%.
Well, the notes that I have are from that it was a report from the NCSL, which is the National Conference of State Legislatures.
Okay.
And my recollection is too that they broke down percentages by like investor-owned utilities, municipal utilities, in a couple of different categories.
Okay. Well, I guess I might as well start at the beginning, and I don't know if I've noticed this before, but at your beginning statement of qualifications in page 3 and going on to page 4, you've listed the jurisdictions or some of the jurisdictions that you've testified in, and then at lines 4 through 6, you have listed the types of proceedings that you have participated in. And I don't ever recall seeing navigation utilities before. What kind of work have you done in navigation utility cases?
It's funny, that's actually that reference has been in all my testimonies. I think you're the second person in like 30 years who's asked me what that means. I don't know. This was several years ago. I don't know if it's true anymore, but it used to be the state of Rhode Island regulated the ferry boat rates over to Block Island. And so I did several cases when with regard to the ferry boat companies, especially when they decided that they needed to go out and buy a very large, nice new boat and double or triple their rate. So I have no idea whether that's still a regulated enterprise or not, but it got me a trip to Block Island, so it was worth it.
Okay, very well. And then continuing on page 5 and looking at your educational background, I see that your undergraduate degree is in chemistry.
Unfortunately, that is correct.
Well, I don't know that I would characterize it as unfortunate, but I just wonder, are you able to utilize a chemistry degree in these types of proceedings?
No, the only thing the chemistry degree was good for was when I graduated undergrad, instead of going to grad school for chemistry, I decided I better work for a few years because I wasn't quite sure that it was right for me. And about 2 months into my first job as a chemist, I realized that I was a terrible, terrible chemist and immediately started taking MBA courses and have never looked back. So that's about the extent of the chemistry.
Okay. I didn't know if some of the concepts might translate over, but okay. In your testimony, beginning on page 7, where you are looking at the estimated cost of the project, and you have a little table there on page 7 of the EPE estimated capital costs. Are these total program costs, or are these New Mexico specific?
They are, I believe they are New Mexico specific. But now
Okay.
now you've got me wondering.
Well, we had a question, if you were listening to the witness before you,
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, and he had a exhibit to his testimony, and it actually had Texas mixed into it.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they are. They're New Mexico
Okay.
specific.
And just generally, your testimony on the first part of page 9, you're answering the question posed on line 18 of page 8. Did the company seek authorization for a related cost recovery mechanism? And so you're describing the rider and inclusion, what it would include, and the period. Since the proposed revenue requirement and the return of the authorized WACC and depreciation and taxes and O&M sounds like a whole lot like what the kind of things I've heard you testify about in a base rate case, aren't they?
Correct. Yes, they are.
Well, if it quacks like a duck, shouldn't it be a duck?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it should be a duck, which is why we took a strong position that while we were willing to agree to a rider between base rate case filings, every time there is a base rate case, these costs should be rolled into base rates. So I believe the grid mod statute does give the companies the ability to request recovery through a rider. But we wanted that rider to end ASAP because we think these are absolutely integral pieces of the provision of electric utility service and should be recovered through base rates.
And I don't know if you heard yesterday or not, but did you hear the answer when I asked Mr. Schiestel when they might be filing their next base rate case?
I did not. I don't recall. I did listen to his testimony, but I don't recall that question.
The answer was, I believe the answer was, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I believe that EPE's last case is on appeal. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's my recollection. And if so, the answer may be once that appeal is resolved, they'll know more about when they're going to file their next one.
Well, and I understand your testimony, and I understand also that you believe that the rider should be short term. Did you happen to hear my concern and inquiry with EP witnesses yesterday with regard to notice?
I did.
And do you support the fact that their EPE's position apparently is that there was one notice, and that's good forever? As long as this rider is in effect these 10 years, there doesn't have to be any notice to the ratepayers because they've already given it once.
Again, I can't answer that from a legal perspective. However, I don't see why they couldn't send out a notice to the customers at the time that they file or shortly before they file. And if they're talking about as short as a 30-day window. I think in their testimony, it actually says they would file by the end of January for implementation March 1. I don't know how, that would give potentially 30-day notice to customers. I'm not sure what the commission would do if it got some complaints, but the commission does have the ability to suspend or to, that's not the word I'm looking for, but I guess to not approve it within that 30-day window, and then to, I think, set up some sort of procedure which could last up to 180 days. So I think it would be better and for ratepayers to have notification. I'm not sure what the minimum amount of time would be that would be required in order to make sure that they had sufficient notification.
Okay, and you were correct. The correct term is suspension of an advice notice. It would be filing an advice notice, I believe is what they said. Okay. And I note in your testimony on page 15, and you discussed this a bit with Mr. Harris, at line 8, and this is section B, concerns regarding the original proposal, where you're listing the concerns, specifically bullet points, 5 concerns on page 15, lines 13 through 20. As far as scoring, you did pretty well, didn't you, on these 5? You got the first one, right? That the investment be rolled into base rates with each base rate gains, correct?
Yes, we did.
And you got the second one. You recommended a longer depreciable life for the AMS meters.
Yes,
correct?
we did. Yes, we did.
Although I don't know if you heard yesterday, one of the other agreements was to extend the depreciable life of the software.
Yes, it was.
And did you have any pause on I guess I had some concerns with as quickly as technology seems to advance about whether or not having that kind of depreciable life for software that that potentially could be obsolete or need to be upgraded might be problematic.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the feeling there was that particular piece of software was, in some people's minds, associated with the length of the Itron contract. It's not a whole lot of money. I think it might be about $800,000 in total that you're talking about. So
Okay.
It wasn't really a major issue to me one way or the other.
Okay. And we can go back and look at point 3, and your concern was that the company be prohibited from earning a return on the legacy meters. And I have down here, you sort of got that one. Correct?
No, I think we got that. If we didn't get that, I'm going to be upset because I.
Okay. Well, they're gonna earn some kind of return until those meters are actually withdrawn, right?
Well, yeah, on the legacy meters, I mean, they're earning a return on the legacy meters right now in base
Right.
rates. So as the legacy meters get pulled out of base rates, there will be a credit in the rider for the return on those meters, as well as the
Right.
depreciation expense associated with them. So,
Okay,
in
so that's a
essence, we
got
got
that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the next one, the AFUDC accrual, you got that one.
Yes, we
correct?
did. Yes.
Because that's gonna stop as soon as the investment is booked to plan in service, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about the fifth one? Now that one I had a question mark. Did you get that one or not get that one? And AMS rider be applied to as broad a customer base as possible? And what did you mean by that?
Okay, and this actually was an issue that came up more so, I guess, in the SPS case, because it was very clear there that in that case, the company was planning to not charge the rider to certain customers, even though those customers took voltage levels below 110 volts. And I wanted to make sure that that didn't happen here if I could, because for two reasons. One is I'm obviously concerned about keeping rates as low as possible to any customers that are paying for the meters. And two is I think there's a recognition that any improved reliability to the system that could result from these meters really does benefit all customers, whether or not even they're getting a specific AMI meter. So I took the position that costs should be allocated as broadly as possible. When we asked some discovery, we read the testimony, we asked some discovery on this issue. And to be honest, it wasn't clear to me from the company's response whether or not there were categories of customers that took voltage below 110 that they intended to exclude. Other than non-metered customers, it was clear they intended to exclude, and we understood the reason for that. So I just read, in fact, it wasn't until I read I think it was Mr. Hernandez's testimony in support of the stipulation that he indicates in his testimony that, yes, they agree to charge all customers that take service below 110 kV, other than those that are not metered. And he indicates there this was not a change from our original application. So I think the confusion that I had probably was there were certain customer groups identified by tariff numbers. I don't do rate design a whole lot, so I'm not really familiar with a lot of tariff numbers, and probably we may have been on the same page right from the very beginning with regard to which customers should in fact be charged for these meters. So we did get it, but I'm not sure it was something that the company was fighting us on in the first place is where I would end up.
Okay, so we get a neutral on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you're pretty pleased then. I mean, it sounds as if the concerns that you had were addressed in the stipulation.
They were. I am pleased.
And I guess now looking at your testimony about the amortization of the legacy meters.
Yes.
And did they fix the concerns then that you had with the depreciation?
With regard to the legacy meters, well, fix is an interesting word. If I were sitting in your place, and if I were a commissioner, I would probably want to exclude return on those legacy meters entirely, just as we are excluding the return of the legacy meter. I mean, yeah, return. I'm sorry, flip that. We are I would like to exclude a return on and of meters. I've testified on stranded costs many times, and that's pretty much been my consistent position. However, I recognize that in some cases, particularly when we're dealing with a grid mod statute and other events, that may not be a realistic goal. So therefore, now we're talking about how are we going to recover these legacy meters? And the company said that those legacy meters, and it's I think it's in here, is it 13 years or 18 years was the number that it said that they were currently being depreciated over. What the company
18.
wanted, 18, okay. The company wanted to just keep those in base rates, no change, and over the next 18 years, customers would pay for those meters. And frankly, while that would have kept costs relatively low to ratepayers compared to what we settled on, I actually had a concern that that was just too darn long. And one of the things that we had some discovery on was the 18 years, because when I asked for support for the 18 years, when you actually looked at the numbers, I'm not sure how they got that number of 18, but if you
It was
took
an
the
average. I believe Mr. Schiestel testified yesterday.
right, but if you took the net book value of the meters that still need to be recovered, and you took the current depreciation expense each year that they were recovering for those meters, you got almost 26 years. And I talk about that on page 24 of my testimony. Yep. And I just thought, even though it would be cheaper for ratepayers, I couldn't really justify recommending that ratepayers spend the next 26 years paying for meters that are no longer being used. And so I actually was very involved with negotiating the provision of allowing a more rapid recovery of those legacy meter costs, because I think it's good just to get those costs behind ratepayers. We're still getting a substantial reduction from the costs that the company claimed in its application. And I think it's kind of a win-win for both sides. We'll put those costs to bed a lot earlier, and the company will get its money earlier. It's foregoing of the return on that investment, but it will get the return of that investment. And after 10 years, hopefully, there won't be customers that are still paying for meters that haven't been used in the past 10 years.
Okay. So you compromised.
Well, I think it's maybe more than a compromise, because remember, it's to the company's benefit to accelerate that recovery.
Yeah.
So I think this was one that the company was willing to take a longer period of time, but I think that I wanted a shorter period of time, and I think ultimately the company wanted a shorter period of time too, but probably just thought maybe they wouldn't get it in this case. I don't know, but I think both of us benefit from having that amortization period be accelerated.
Okay. I noticed on page 25 that you referred to El Paso Electric's concurrent Texas grid mod case. Did
Yes.
you participate in that case?
No. I had read the stipulation in that case, but I did not participate in it.
Did you hear me ask some questions about the remand order?
I did.
On I believe Mr. Schiestel characterized them as information relating
variances.
to variance requests.
Yes.
your testimony with regard to the total resource cost test on page 30, where you're saying that it's not required in this case, you're talking about reasonable. I think you've already talked with Mr. Harris about that. The last 4 lines, or 3 lines, you say, instead, the statute requires consideration of other factors such as improved efficiency, reliability, and security, increased product and program offerings by the utility to its customers, and increased access to clean and renewable energy. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
How do you quantify those things?
Yeah.
You're the financial person, so you know how do you recommend that the commission quantify those things, or how do you quantify them in your analysis?
Well, I didn't quantify them in my analysis, and I think that I think that when you look at the rate of the maximum rate, is I think I said it was $2.65 to residential customers. I think you have to look at that as a maximum, because frankly, I don't believe that. Well, I'm not saying people couldn't quantify it. I just don't know that I would believe anyone's quantification of any of those factors at the present time. I mean, I think it's very difficult to assign a quantifiable result to almost any of those things. I mean, reliability, you know, if the lights go out, for example, it probably is going to affect one customer a lot differently than it's going to affect another. Security, you know, that's again, it's just a very, very difficult issue to quantify. So I'm not able to quantify those, certainly not at the present time, but we know kind of worst case, we're talking $2.65 to the extent that there are non-quantifiable benefits, you know, that would make that rate look even more attractive.
Well, your testimony specifically says that the statute requires consideration of the other factors. So if we can't quantify it, then how do you suggest that the commission consider it?
Oh, I don't think the statute, from my reading, the statute doesn't require you to quantify it. The statute requires you to ensure to meet kind of this reasonable cost test. So are the costs reasonable? I view that as one test. And then the way I read the statute anyway is the statute says, in addition kind of to that reasonable cost test, these are some of the other factors that you should consider. You know, is there likely to be increased reliability? Are there likely to be new products and services that can be offered? Will this improve security? But I don't think the statute requires that those specifically be quantified, only considered, and they could certainly be considered, you know, in a quantitative way or qualitative way.
Well, all right, let me go ahead then, and you have, I believe, the singular distinction of being the only participant in this case who was also the participant in case number 15-00312, which you previously referred to, and I referred to as the advanced metering project that P&M set forth a number of years ago. And you were a witness in that case, weren't you, Ms. Craig?
I was.
And I think you, as you also have referenced, and I asked questions about yesterday, the particular advanced meter vendor in that case, Itron, is the same vendor who is providing the advanced meters for El Paso, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware of the fact that the Itron had been found to have violated New Mexico law, did not have the required installation authority here in New Mexico, and was subsequently fined. Correct?
I knew that at the time, and I was reminded of it yesterday. I had completely forgotten about that incident because prior to it coming up yesterday, however.
Okay, but I wasn't part of that case. You were. I can only go by the written word that I see, but it appears to have, gotten some significant mention in the recommended decision in that case, didn't it?
It did. My recollection is that issue came up at hearing. So like my testimony, my recollection is my testimony doesn't address that issue at all. I don't think we were aware of that until I think one of the other parties actually brought that issue up at hearing. By that point in the case, a lot of my work was finished. In fact, I don't even think I was at the hearing when that issue first was addressed. Because I kind of remember being on the phone and thinking, oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. It sounded like it was an interesting hearing. So it was rather late in the process, and it wasn't something that I considered in that case, or frankly, in this case, because as I say, I had completely forgotten about that.
Okay, so, I mean, I know there were legal briefings to address that in subsequent months. And then, so it was first discovered in a March 30th hearing, but there were subsequent briefings in April, May, and then there was a final set of hearings in October of that particular year. Do you recall, did you provide any testimony, or do you recall whether or not you ever took a position on that? And
I don't recall that I ever took a position on that. I don't know if the AG addressed that in briefs. I don't know. Was that Mr. Taylor at the time, or I'm not even sure who the AG, who my client was at that
Mr.
point.
Yar.
Oh, it was Joseph. Okay. Yeah, I don't recall taking being involved in that issue really whatsoever. Now, having said that, I will tell you, I'm involved in a lot of cases, and sometimes I'm surprised at what I actually have been involved in. So, but to my recollection, I don't think that was something that I took a position in.
Okay, so then, since you didn't remember it, is it you probably didn't include that fact in your consideration of issues in this case, correct?
I did not. I knew that Itron had, as they say in their EPE says in its testimony, that it plans to, or that Itron plans to use this other firm for the installation of the meters themselves. I think we had a few discovery questions on that, in terms of because the name of the company had Texas in it. I think I asked, do you intend to use that same company here in New Mexico? Or we had a few questions, but I did not get into any issues with regard to licensing at all, and did not consider that.
Is that the kind of consideration that you would consider? For example, if there were some kind of incentives or something to in the bidding process, or even in, for a contractor or even a subcontractor, that you would consider benefits if they were going to use local labor, especially labor from the state where the project is occurring, or is that something you don't get into?
We do sometimes get into that in the area of economic development type of issues. In fact, I think with the P&M case, one of the primary concerns was, frankly, the fact that there were going to be so many layoffs, in that case at that time. It's a little bit different from what I understand, it's a little bit different employment market that we're looking at today than it was when that P&M case was litigated. So, yeah, I mean, we certainly consider impact on economic development. On the other hand, my primary concern is always financial. So my primary goal is to keep rates, as low as possible. I can only presume that if you use the same vendor for two service territories, particularly if there are contiguous service territories, there are likely to be economies of scale there that can result in cost savings that you can pass on to your ratepayers. So it's not, though. I mean, I read the testimony with regard to the bidding process and the selection process. It seemed reasonable to me overall, and I did not do an in-depth review of the entire procurement process for the meters.
Additionally, one of the other big issues in that case, or I won't say big issues, I won't characterize it that way, but one of the issues, again, that was not ultimately determined, however, it seems like it was briefed, was whether or not that this particular project required utility to request a certificate of convenience and necessity. Did you testify as to that, or were you part of that discussion?
I don't recall being part of that discussion. I'm sure that if I had testified on it, I would have only been taking the advice of counsel as to whether that was required or not.
Okay. But you understand that in the application, El Paso Electric is not requesting a certificate of convenience and necessity in this case, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Schiestel, in his testimony, said one was not needed, and without further discussion.
Yes, I don't have an opinion on whether he's correct about that or not.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for you. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Getco, any redirect for Ms. Crane?
No, I don't have any redirect from the screen.
Very well. Any questions from El Paso Electric?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Ms. Stevens?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Hello there, Ms. Lynch. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Black?
No questions from staff, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Harris, anything further from you?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Ms. Crane, again, thank you. And you are excused.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll see you in a couple weeks. Ms. Crane is also testifying in the gas rate case. Very well. Well, I think probably we're at noon. Any objection to doing one more witness? Allison?
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Getco?
Yes, I'll double check that Miss Lane is trying to get on Zoom.
Or we can go ahead and have her lunch and come back and take her testimony at 1.
I think she would probably appreciate finishing now from our general lead
Oh,
up.
there she is. There you are, Ms. Lane. Good morning, or actually, it's after 12 now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Allison, would you? Well, go ahead and call your witness first, I guess, Mr. Getko.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. The New Mexico Office of the Attorney General would like to call Courtney Lane.
Ms. Lane, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Getko?
Yes, Courtney, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. It is Courtney, Courtney. Last name is Lane, Lane.
Okay. And who do you work for and what is your role in your profession?
Sure. I am a senior associate with Synapse Energy Economics. I provide consulting services for a wide range of public interest clients related to utility regulation, performance incentives, grid modernization, distributed energy resources, benefit cost analysis.
Do you have OAG Exhibit 2 in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your testimony in support of unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
I do.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I did.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No, there aren't.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that OAG Exhibit 2 be admitted into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as the Attorney General Exhibit 2, Ms. Lane's testimony in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, Attorney General Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Getko?
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Crane for cross-examination.
Very well. Ms. Olson, any questions from El Paso Electric?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. Nice to see you again. The company has no questions.
Very well. Ms. Stevens, any questions from the city of Las Cruces?
No questions from the city. Thank you very much, Ms. Lane.
Thank you. Ms. Souls, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch, any questions from CCAE?
No questions.
Very well. Mr. Black, any questions from staff?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, do you have questions of Ms. Lane?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. Brian Harris with the Yellowbird Services. I'm representing them in this case. And I've had a very difficult time distinguishing between Crane and Lane the entire proceeding. So if I screw up, please, it's not intentional. At page 3 of your testimony, ma'am, at lines 16 through 18, are you there?
Yes.
So you list as your materials what you relied on for your testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it was only EPE responses to discovery requests that you relied on?
For the most part, I believe so, subject to check my testimony at the moment. I believe I only referred to responses to the AG's discovery.
Did you do any other fact finding about small business interests in the EPE grid modernization generally
I did not.
Did you do any with reference to the Itron meters in particular?
I reviewed through discovery, and I should say I reviewed all parties' discovery in this case. I just did not cite it within my testimony. I reviewed the RFP process. I asked discovery of the company on mitigation of obsolescence of meters and what the contract with Itron would address with that. And from my knowledge in the industry, I know that Itron is a lead manufacturer of meters. It's used by the two largest utilities in New York, Con Ed, and the National Grid utilities. It's been used in Massachusetts, currently proposed in Minnesota and Excel service territory. So I know that it's a very well-known company.
Yes, it's a very well-known company. Did you compare Itron meters to any other possible meters out there?
Personally, I did not.
Could you turn to page 17, please, of your testimony?
Okay.
And your testimony here, it's the last section, it's the response to Yellowbird Services. And you're aware that Yellowbird Services is a small business in New Mexico, correct?
I am, yes.
And you're aware that the New Mexico's Attorney General's statutory charge is to represent the interests of small businesses. Are you aware of that?
I am.
So in answer to your question, please explain how the AMS stipulation addresses Mr. Backus's concerns related to pilots and benefits. This is page 18, lines 8 through 19.
Okay.
So starting at page 16, you state that the stipulation addresses these concerns with certain promises of future actions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there any present benefits that we could expect, that ratepayers in El Paso's territory could expect?
Well, the operational benefits that have been discussed by other witnesses will flow to ratepayers through the rider, so those will be realized.
Well, don't those operational benefits redound to or benefit EPE?
There are benefits to the company and to the ratepayer. If there are less operational costs, those would flow through the rider, which is my understanding of the stipulation.
Would it be unfair to, would you describe this stipulation then as a win-win?
And to whom?
Well, for the ratepayers and EPE.
If it is New Mexico's desire to move forward with grid modernization, I believe the stipulation is a benefit to both the utility and the ratepayers.
What do you mean by if it's New Mexico's desire? It's a
With the grid modernization statute, it is my understanding that the state is looking forward to modernizing the grid, and advanced metering is a foundational aspect that you need if you are going to move forward with other aspects of grid modernization.
Excuse me, could you turn your mic down a little bit? You sound like you're in a tunnel and it's very loud.
I'm sorry, me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
well. Okay, so the concerns that Mr. Backus raises, you claim, will all be met by future actions by the EPE. Did you get any more concrete promises like might be offered? Now we can't hear you.
Apologies, you broke up a bit during that question. Could you restate?
Okay, going back to page 18, lines 16 through 19, specifically line 17, you mentioned the green button CMD as one of the benefits to ratepayers. In your discovery or discussions during the stipulation, did you get any sort of promise that's more concrete to institute this program? For example, a specific date or what the program might actually contain when they offer that platform? What I'm looking for a little bit more specificity here than a kind of vague future promise.
Sure. Well, I believe the stipulation is very clear on the timeline and what would be proposed for the Green Button Connect My Data by stating that term and citing that program. That is one specific platform that is offered. So if you say that that is what you're going to offer, that's sort of a standard package that other utilities offer as well. And within, excuse me, let me check the attachment, and settlement to the stipulation, there are the data fields that will be provided to the customer to provide for third parties. And so I think that's important that that has been specified within the stipulation. And regarding the date of offering Green Button Connect, they must file within a year of the estimated end date of meter deployment. And I think the term estimated there is very important, because if they're estimating to finish in 2025 in order to get a filing a year before, they really have to start working on that as soon as this case is settled. So that really puts a key time frame for various steps that have to occur to meet that requirement.
Could you clarify about the estimated completion of the project? Are you saying that if it's not completed by the end of 25, EPE is committed to introduce Green Button?
My understanding of that, and I'm not a lawyer to preface this, but my understanding of that is there's an estimated end date, and having that known estimated date as contained in this filing, there is an end date to which they are working for. It's possible that the Green Button Connect filing occurs 6 months before or after, based on the timing of this hearing being concluded, issues with potentially an RFP, but there is a general timeline that must be filed in order to meet that deadline.
So can we say with any certainty when Green Button might be offered?
I would, based on the current estimated end date of meter completion, which is around 2025, if a filing is put forth a year before in 2024, going through that process, I would assume somewhere during the year 2025, that would be up and running.
That's your assumption.
Excuse me?
That's your assumption.
Assumption, yes.
Now, when you accepted these promises and as satisfying Mr. Backus's concerns, had you done any research into the records of EPE's past performance when they've made commitments in these proceedings?
I have heard discussions and concerns.
Did you do any of your own research?
I did not.
On the same page at footnote 17, you cite to an EPE response to an AG discovery request.
Sorry, just a moment. I'm sorry, what line on page 17?
It's footnote 17 on page 18.
Okay.
Are you offering, or is your attorney offering that into evidence?
I object in that the witness cannot speak for what the attorney is doing.
Okay, well, I mean, in these proceedings, typically the witness prepares materials and the attorney offers it into evidence. Here is a reference to a material, factual matter, that was cited in your witness's testimony. I'm just wondering if it's going to appear, the actual response is going to appear anywhere in the record.
If you know the answer to the question, Ms. Lane, answer it.
I don't believe I was asked a question about it, except that I cited it.
Okay.
Do you intend
Do
to
you
offer it
know
in-
whether or not it's been offered?
I am not aware what my client offered up.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Do you remember that response, Ms. Lane?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Can you tell me who from EPE prepared it?
It was prepared by Manuel Carrasco, sponsored by James Schutzel.
Did you do anything, and did you attempt to independently verify the factual matter in this response?
No.
Thank you very much. Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Harris. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon.
I'd like you to look at page 6 of your testimony, and the question posed on line 9, will the AMS meter support new rate design options for customers? And then you answer at lines 10 through 13 in the affirmative. You indicate that, or you testify that EPE indicates that the AMS project will allow for time of day or TOD rates and dynamic pricing options such as critical peak pricing or CPP, peak time rebate or PTR, and capacity bidding. And then you cite to Mr. Schustel's testimony. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And are those particular rate design options typical for electric companies?
Yes. Well, with advanced metering, yes.
Okay, so those types of programs are generally offered only with advanced metering?
So time of day rates can be implemented without AMR to a lesser degree. If you really want to capture real-time variable system conditions and be able to change pricing in between billing cycles, and to be able to eventually communicate your pricing options with home appliances per se, the advanced metering is required for that.
Okay, and then what about the critical peak pricing option?
I am only aware of that being offered with advanced metering.
And do you know why?
Just similar, the ability to be able to adjust peak pricing as needed and not having to reprogram a meter and just having that two-way communication.
And what about peak time rebate? And what is that?
So forgive me, I don't have EPE's definition, but it's similar to critical peak pricing. I have seen cases where, especially for EVs, where you could offer just a rebate on a customer's bill if they are able to reduce load at a given time. That's a less dynamic way of doing it, but in my mind, peak time rebates are similar to critical peak pricing, and they're trying to get after the same reduction in coincident peak demand.
And what about capacity bidding?
Forgive me, I actually don't know that definition off the top of my head right now.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, with these particular potential rate design options, are these proposed programs beneficial for ratepayers or the company or both?
I would say there's benefits to three, and I'll break it into each category. So ratepayers overall would benefit from customers enrolling in these programs and reducing peak demand. That would decrease strain on the distribution grid, which can increase reliability. That reduction in load can also decrease wear and tear, which can create savings in distribution infrastructure upgrades. All of those which would eventually flow to the customers due to a reduction in needing to make those investments. Customers that are directly participating in these programs could potentially save energy on their bills by shifting from a higher charge during peak to a lower charge at the off-peak time. And then the utility would also benefit from having increased customer satisfaction from lower bills and increased reliability, and then also just better performance of its system.
Do you know whether or not they offer, your testimony was the time of day, I believe, could be offered without an advanced meter, correct?
So time of day is currently offered for their commercial and industrial, some of their commercial and industrial customers. They have the meter that's capable of offering this time of day rate. I don't know the specifics of whether it would, I don't know if it's exactly an advanced meter or not, apologies, but they are offering it to those large C&I customers, and that meter is capable of recording those multiple rates throughout the day.
Do you know whether they're offering any of the three other potential rate design programs now?
Subject to check. I thought it was just time of day. I would have to go back and review.
On the next page,
It would have just been for the C&I customer class if they were at all. Residential customers don't have access to these because they don't have the metering capabilities.
okay. And then on page 7, you're answering the question posed at page 6. Line 14, will the AMS meters offer any additional functionality? And I'm looking at page 7 in your response, lines 3 through 6. In response to discovery, the company has also indicated that the AMS meters have a distributed intelligence capability that will allow for the download of new software and programs. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much gets included with the proposed program as opposed to your next line, which talks about future applications, which they might have to pay for.
So my understanding is that the meter right now is able to download patches and firmware updates, but other packages would have to be paid for to offer things like the home area network.
Okay. So then potentially are there going to be other costs associated with utilizing the AMS network that aren't included in this particular application?
Depending on the desired future functionality, yes. So I know there would be a cost to download the capability to the meter to offer home area network. Other applications like offering, I'm not entirely sure if Green Button Connect would require additional downloads to the meters themselves, but there could potentially be future costs related to needing to sort of untap additional functionalities of those meters.
Further on page 9, you're answering the question posed at line 1. Please explain the importance of AMS enabled customer offerings. And lines 15 through 18, you testified, for example, a recent study by the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy found that only one of the 52 utility surveys was optimizing its AMS structure to create energy savings opportunities for customers. That was your testimony?
Yes.
Who is that utility and where is it located?
Subject to check, I want to say it was PGE in Oregon, but I would have to go back and look at the report. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Gecko, consider that a bench request, please. I would like to know who that utility is and where it's located. Footnote 12, page 9. Ms. Lane? That seems kind of bleak. that reference, doesn't it?
Yes.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that that these utilities that were cited in this were not optimizing their AMS infrastructure?
I think there's several factors. One being that a lot of advanced metering was installed back from the ARA funds that came from the federal government. And a lot of those meters were installed not part of grid modernization statutes or plans or real thought into how to really optimize those. A lot of those meters didn't even replace AMR, they replaced the earlier generation that didn't even offer drive-by meter technologies. So I think you have a good number of those meters that it's sort of an afterthought. How do we use these? And then I think there's also an issue of, do customers do customers and commissions want to pay for utilizing all the additional functionalities of these meters? You know, advanced functionalities and programs to customers do require additional funds, and that's something to also take into consideration. So I think those are sort of the two key areas.
Well, do you think the stipulation in this case is going to somehow encourage or require EPE to actually follow through with these optimization efforts that will create savings opportunities for customers?
Yes, I think the stipulation lays out what I would consider sort of the initial minimum actions that should be taken to ensure that customers can benefit from these. So these are proven programs like Green Button Connect that have been shown to be utilized by customers, a way for them to be able to use the data and share with others and be able to take action to reduce their energy consumption. And I think the fact that there is a timeline in place, sorry, I'm trying to find the stipulation. There's a timeline in place for when that should happen. And the fact that there is a timeline in place for the development and filing of pilot programs to test out future offerings to customers to enable them to take advantage of these meters. And the commitment to try to utilize the meter data within energy efficiency programs. I think these are all show that there is a commitment by the company to move forward with filing such proposals before the commission.
Was there anything else that you would have liked to have seen included so that they don't end up being one of the 51 that didn't do anything?
I mean, I think that what is in the stipulation is a good mix of future offerings for customers to take advantage of.
Okay, I just know that page 17 of your testimony, you're testifying about the does the stipulation address your concerns relating to reporting criteria? You say on page 17 at lines 2 through 4, furthermore, the tracking of the metrics related to customer engagement and customer satisfaction can highlight whether or not customers are using the meter functionality. And if it changes, or if changes in outreach and education are needed. And I just wondered if there was some other reporting mechanism that you thought might have an impact on follow through.
So I think that especially the post-deployment phase reporting metrics will be very valuable in understanding whether customers are accessing their data. I think it was premature to put in here reporting metrics related to customer usage of Green Button Connect or future offerings. I think when those proposals are filed, it will be critical that those contain their own reporting metrics. Other states would actually report on use of Green Button Connect or customers enrolled in critical peak pricing. reduction in peak demand related to those rates, the ability to track all of those future outcomes will be very important.
Okay, very well. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have. Mr. Getko, any redirect for your witness?
Just a couple short redirects. Going back to Mr. Harris asked a question with respect to page 3 of your testimony, Ms. Lane, which referred to what materials did you rely on to develop your testimony? And I'd just like to clarify a little bit. Did you also rely on public documents that you read and study to develop your testimony?
Yes, I've reviewed other utility grid modernization plans and benefit cost analyses.
Then the next one is with respect to the questions regarding the discovery response to AG 412 that you received from the company. You were asked questions about that. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked whether you independently verified that information. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you receive discovery responses in the various cases that you work, is it generally understood that the responders to discovery are required to answer truthfully?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is all that I have.
Very well, sir. Ms. Stevens, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Souls,
No questions.
Ms. Lynch,
No questions.
Mr. Black,
No questions.
anything further, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, one question, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Lane, do you agree that these types of proceedings are more an exercise of reading the future rather than ascertaining truth?
I object for the vagueness of the question. Ascertaining truth, reading the future. I think the question could be posed more specifically, and I would appreciate it if the attorney could turn his camera on so that we can have an interaction. Thank you. I'm sure you just forgot that it was off. Thank you very much.
You got some clarification on that, Mr.
Well, the AG noted that respondents to discovery have an obligation to speak truthfully, which is an obligation imposed upon all of us. Of course, the person responding to the discovery request wasn't offered as a witness. We had no chance to cross-examine them. That came through Mr. Schiestel, which then went to the Attorney General's witness.
So
And
what's your question, sir?
well, the Attorney General mentioned truth. And I'm wondering, are we here to ascertain truth or to make a good prediction about the future?
In this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Answer if you know.
I would anticipate that everyone in this case is being truthful. However, with any review of future utility investments, there's always some uncertainty.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would just like to clarify for the record, Mr. Harris indicated that EPE did not offer the sponsor of that discovery question as a witness in this hearing, and that's inaccurate.
I believe, the record will speak for itself. I believe it was prepared by one witness and prepared by one person and verified by the second person. Yeah, it was verified by Mr. Schiestel.
That's
I think
correct.
the word was sponsored.
Right, and the sponsor of that question, Mr. Schiestel, was a witness in this proceeding.
Well, we'll leave the semantics of the title of the unoffered document to the record. Anything further, Mr. Harris?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lay? We thank you and you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Getko, anything further from the Attorney General?
Nothing further from the Attorney General.
Very well. I believe we have reached our luncheon period. I think at this point it's 12:40. I think we should come back at 1:40 and we will continue with our remaining witnesses. Thank you. Remember, it's streaming on YouTube. Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Mr. Gemko.
Um, there was a piece of testimony from our witness that we believe was in error, and I didn't know how to handle that.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah, it was with respect to your line of questioning with respect to time of day rates and whether that was available currently for the residential class. In communicating with my witness afterwards, there's an understanding that the response was incorrect, and I'm not, I'm a little bit of a novice as to how to handle a matter of this sort. And so I thought I'd raise it with you. And there may be one slight clarification that could be helpful with respect to the pricing options
Okay.
that are made available.
Well, are you referring to your last witness?
Correct.
Okay, is she still available?
Yes.
Okay, let's get her back on.
Okay.
Well, while that's occurring, just trying to take the pulse here of the parties. With the witnesses that we have left after we clear up this clarification, looks like that we've got 4 witnesses left. And are we still looking with our projected questioning timeframes that we're going to complete today? So I guess I'm primarily concerned with Mr. Harris, of how much questioning you might have for the remaining 3 witnesses? And Ms. Olson, how much cross time that you might have for Mr. Bacchus? What do we think, Mr. Harris?
I'm going to forego cross-examining staff witnesses. And I have about 10 to 15 minutes for Mr. Provencio.
Okay, and what about you, Ms. Olson? What kind of cross time are we looking at?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we are interested in getting this done today. I think, we had originally reserved 45 minutes for cross. I'm confident, depending on Mr. Bacchus's answers, that we would be able to get that down to 30 minutes or so, and it may be even shorter.
Okay. As my father likes to tell me when I start to talk, be brief, be brief.
And don't be repetitive.
No, well, no, that's my mother. Don't talk to me in your prosecutor voice, she says, and it's like, Mom, it's been many years since I was a prosecutor, but yeah, no, her concept, Mr. Harris, of any meeting over 15 minutes is redundant. Okay, I see Ms. Lane is back. Hello there, Ms. Lane. There you go.
Hello.
Hi, I hear from Mr. Getko we need to clarification.
Yes, apologies about that.
Okay, Mr. Getko, would you like to ask the question that needs clarified?
I'll do my best. Ms. Lane, I believe you made, when you were asked as to the existence of time of day rates, and in particular with respect to whether they're available for the residential class, your answer indicated that they weren't. Is there a correction that you would like to make to that answer? And if so, can you give that correction, please?
Yes, thank you. So time of day rates are currently offered to residential customers.
Okay. And then second, there was a line of questioning by the hearing examiner with respect to the pricing options that are made available due to the existence of advanced metering infrastructure systems. And is there a clarification that you would like to make with respect to which pricing options are available only when AMI meters are installed?
Yes, in a similar vein, the residential customer classes are available to participate in time of day rates, and they do not currently have advanced metering infrastructure.
Okay. Are those the only corrections that you had? I asked because I misunderstood the second item slightly based on our messaging. Are there any other corrections that you feel the need to make?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getko. Anyone have questions for Ms. Lane based upon her clarification of her answers to my questions? Not hearing any. Okay, very well. You were, I can't remember. Did I remind you you're under oath? Your answers you just gave were still under oath. You understand that, Ms. Lane?
Yes, I do.
Very well. You're now excused the second time.
Thank you.
Mr. Getko, anything further from the Attorney General?
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And I believe then we are ready to proceed. Ms. Stevens, you have a witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, the City of Las Cruces has Mr. Jose F. Provencio, and I hope he's in your waiting room, because I don't
Not
see
yet.
it on my screen. Not yet? Because he's been emailing with me. Let me give him a quick one. Apologize, I just assumed.
There he is.
Good. I don't see him.
There he is. Hello there, Mr. Provencio. Let's
Okay.
check your audio. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Provencio,
There he is. Hello there, Mr. Provencio.
would you raise your right hand for me,
Let's
please?
check your audio. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Oh,
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear
Good
me?
afternoon, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
oh, thank you. We've got two.
You have to close your YouTube.
Would you,
There he is. Hello there, Mr. Provencio.
would you raise your right hand for me,
Let's
please?
check your audio. Unmute
Joe,
yourself. There you go.
Joe, you need to close your YouTube. We're getting all this double feedback. Oh, thank you. We've got two.
You have to close your YouTube.
Okay, I
Okay,
terminated the other one.
Okay.
Came through clear.
Okay, Mr. Provencio, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Provencio. Thank you for waiting this long, and now you're in the real hearing.
Okay, not a
Would you
problem.
please state your full name and your title for the record?
Yes, Jose F. Provencio, Deputy Director, Business Services for the Department, Utilities Department for the City of Las Cruces.
And do you have a document in front of you that's been marked CLC Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
You recognize that as your direct testimony file, your testimony filed in support of the stipulation with several corrections?
Yes, yes, it is.
And would you please address the corrections that you've made since this was filed in May?
Okay, certainly. I have about 3 minor corrections. On page 8, line 5. The end of the sentence there should include the word "and." On page 10, line 10,
Um,
no,
Looking at
page-
line 6,
Line
Mr.
6.
Provencio.
yeah, line 6, the phrase, the second sentence, the capital cost, need to separate capital and cost. So the capital space cost is a correction. On page 23, line 18. The depreciation should be depreciating. So we're correcting it to state the word depreciating.
Thank you.
And, the corrections.
With those corrections, Mr. Provencio, if you were asked the same questions under oath today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Provencio, I'm going to ask you to look at pages 2 to 6 of your direct testimony for a moment, please. Actually, the top of page 3 through page 6. This is a discussion of a number of the cases in which you've testified before the commission. Would you like to comment on your testimony today?
At this
I
point,
don't believe that this is appropriate of the examination.
Please look
Stevens.
at this. I know it's not appropriate, Madam Hearing Examiner, but I just has a little announcement to make.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
thank you. I've participated in many cases in my prior career. I just want to let everybody on the Zoom meeting and the Zoom hearing know that I've submitted my resignation for before the effective July 31st, and I will step down as a Deputy Director of Business Services for the Utility Department. And just wanted to let everybody know about that. And I want to thank everybody for all the fun times we've had, and we'll continue hopefully being in touch with each other. It's been an experience being involved in utility rate matters and proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Provencio, and having heard you and I believe this career and your prior career with El Paso Electric. Very well, Ms. Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr. Provencio, for everything you've done for the city of Las Cruces. And with that, the city moves to admit CLC Exhibit Number 1, the corrected testimony of Jose F. Provencio in support of the stipulation.
Very well. Is there any objection to what's been identified as the City of Las Cruces Exhibit 1, Mr. Provencio's testimony as corrected by him here today in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, City of Las Cruces Exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Stevens.
And with that, the city passes Mr. Provencio for cross-examination.
Very well. Ms. Olson, any questions for Mr. Provencio?
Mr. Provencio, I'm sad this is our last hearing likely together, and I'm not able to have any cross-examination for you, but I wish you the best and hope this means you'll have some time to enjoy yourself and not be stuck writing testimony and sitting in these hearings. Although
that is a plan.
maybe you'll continue to join us on YouTube and pass on your advice and wisdom. I know Manny will miss fighting with you over the rate designs.
That's right. That's some good rounds.
I'm hoping that you might have other things to do, Mr. Provencio, than watch us on YouTube, but feel free. Ms. Souls, or I'm sorry, Mr. Getko, any questions for Mr. Provencio?
No, just maybe advice for how to put in that number of years and keep on rolling. So I haven't been able to work with Mr. Provencio near as long as some other people, but I still want to offer my congratulations. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Souls?
I have no questions, but Joe Provencio, it's been great working this process with you. And let me just say, maybe you'll continue to bring your knowledge, experience, and expertise to these matters along the lines of what I've been doing.
Okay. Right.
We'll miss you, and I want to wish you the very best in your retirement. It's a great place to be.
Thank you, Mary Lee.
And I have no questions.
Very well. Ms. Lynch, any questions from CCAE?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say congratulations, and I hope your transition goes smoothly, Mr. Provencio.
Thank you, Carol.
Very well. And Mr. Black, any questions from staff? You're muted.
Sorry, no questions from staff. I just wanted to express in my father's native tongue, congratulations by the word mabuhay. M-A-B-U-H-A-Y means congratulations.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Very well. Mr. Harris, do you have some questions for Mr. Provencio?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Provencio, my name is Brian Harris with representing Yellowbird Services, and I want to say congratulations on what sounds like a fantastic career. We've never met before, of course, but I regret that. And it sounds like you have quite a bit of experience and a following in utilities and regulation. So congratulations. And my first question is this your last cross-examination?
It looks like it's stacking up to be, Mr. Harris.
Well, I'm honored to be part of it. Now, you manage the city's utilities, is that correct?
I managed the business services section in the utilities department.
And in that capacity, did you have any involvement with other types of meters, such as gas meters or water meters?
Yes, business services directs and oversees the metering infrastructure and all the aspects in regards to getting the dial reads from our water and gas meters for billing.
And were you involved in the installation of a leak detection program for the water meters?
Yes, the Las Cruces Utilities Department undertook and initiated a transition to AMI, or what we're calling here AMS, Advanced Metering Systems, for our utilities, especially the water and gas metered systems. And I was involved with that project since it touched many aspects of some of my direct responsibilities.
And would you say that these meters serve a approximately combined total of 81,000 ratepayers?
Combined total, I would say that's a good estimate of what the numbers are. It's different for gas, but it's in total, that's a good estimate.
Well, it's just a rounding of the 43,127 natural gas customers, and I'm referring to the Las Cruces report that was filed in fiscal year 20 and 21, and I'm happy to provide that if we need to, but 81,000 seems like an approximation of the amount of ratepayers shown. Is that correct?
That's the total number of water and natural gas meters that we have in service, Mr. Harris.
So when you were involved with the water leak detection, do you have an implementation cost that you could give us? Even if it's approximately rounded off?
As a separate part of the AMI implementation and project, I don't have that. I know that the entire project was in the order of magnitude of $22 million for a water and gas metering AMI project, and that and as well as the leak detection system that was installed on our mainline system.
And
So
sir,
have
were
you guys-
those, just a second, Mr. Harris, sir, were those two separate projects? The AMI for gas and AMI for water?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no, it was one combined project. The AMI for water, gas, as well as the leak detection system for a mainline water system. It was one combined project.
But there's two separate meters for one for gas and one for water?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm like, wow, that would be a super meter if it could do gas and water,
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. I did not mean to imply it was with a single device, but we provide both gas, water, and wastewater, as well as solid waste services for the city of Las Cruces.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
So for the detection system for water leaks, we have an approximate figure of $22 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Harris, the $22 million incorporates the entire project. The AMI system for the water meterings project, the gas, as well as the devices and sensors that we put into our water main system. We didn't break out the costs for each one of those segments, but that was a total all-in cost for the entire project.
Okay, thank you. In preparing your testimony for this proceeding, did you have a chance to review the testimony of James Schiestel.
I read portions of his testimony, mostly the testimony that was focused on the support for the stipulation.
Okay, so did you have a chance to look at his, on page 56 of that testimony, there's attachment B.
What is it?
It's the net revenue requirement row added up. That's what I'm trying to bring your attention to.
Mr. Harris, would you please identify the specific EPE exhibit? Is that EP exhibit 1, the Schiestel testimony in support of the STIP?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at
Or do you have it?
exhibit 1, and you're talking about what section in that exhibit?
It's the row labeled net revenue requirement.
And this is at a PDF page. What, Mr. Harris?
Attach, I don't have it in front of me. I just have my note that says attachment B,
Okay.
page 56. It's either probably PDF attachment 58.
I have the hard copy of attachment B.
So what we're talking about is attachment B to the stipulation, correct, Mr. Harris?
Yes. And do you see a revenue requirement there of $53 million?
Yes, I do, in very small font, but I see it.
Could you offer your opinion on why the value for your meter project, which was approximately $22 million, is so vastly different from the 53 million here?
No, I wouldn't have an idea other than our system is just limited to the city and the service areas that we have in the city. There's different technologies involved, different devices, so I wouldn't hazard to even guess why the numbers would be different.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And I guess I first want to note, it was actually your testimony, Mr. Provencio, at page 15, lines 14 through 17, that alerted me to go back and look at the Texas docket. I'd had that on my list to do, but when you testified on page 15 of your testimony that the Texas Public Utility Commission had remanded the EPE case and settlement agreement back for further revisions, I thought, oh, I better go look at that. So thank you. Do you believe, Mr. Provencio, that the Texas part of the program, since we've been hearing it's one program serving 2 jurisdictions, do you believe that whatever the terms and conditions are that the program might be approved in Texas are relevant to the terms and conditions here in New Mexico?
Madam Hearing Examiner, other than just some symmetry in terms of the rate treatment and recovery of costs as you transition this large scale project, replacing the existing metering technology with a more advanced system. I would believe there would be symmetry along those lines in terms of what we've discussed here would be relevant in the Texas jurisdiction.
Well, from being an intervener for a number of years, you know, I mean, is there, from your perspective, being ratepayers of El Paso Electric and having ratepayers within your jurisdiction of El Paso Electric, have you ever had concerns that, you know, some costs may be shifted, you know, from the Texas jurisdiction to New Mexico?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do believe that's the purpose of any filing and any review for any project that's that El Paso Electric brings before the commission, as well as a review done by all the relevant interveners. That kind of review is what the investigation and research into quantifying exactly what's a reasonable cost and process for any kind of investment that or any, not just investment, but any business processes that the electric company brings forth for review and approval before the commission.
So you're not saying that there's an attempt to shift any cost, but you're saying it's the job of the participants to the hearing to review it and make sure that there aren't any. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But when you work for the company, I mean, it was the company's obligation too, not, you know, to have only New Mexico specific costs in their filings, correct?
Well, that's right. I mean, the whole process of determining what it costs to provide service in the two separate jurisdictions is to allocate those costs and in the appropriate manner is by cost causation, contribution to peak. There are some dedicated facilities that only serve New Mexico customers, especially on the distribution side. But when it comes to the transmission and production side, you know, those costs are allocated based on how they're used and what's and by use and contribution to system peak. Those are the what I would consider the basic fundamental review of making sure what's allocated and what's used by the specific jurisdictions is what's recovered from those customers in either Texas or New Mexico.
And I take it from the testimony that was presented in support of the application itself that the city of Las Cruces has been supportive of El Paso Electric's project, even before there was a stipulation. Is that correct?
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct. We as a municipal utility have really come across many benefits to the system as we completed the entire upgrade of our system about a year ago. We're still going through and learning and applying a lot of the benefits that we have come across when you have that level of communication and feedback coming from all your metering endpoints. So we do understand, we know what the benefits that are there to be had with this advanced technology.
And did the city of Las Cruces use the same vendor that El Paso Electric's going to use?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the water system and gas system, the metering technology, or the metering devices are different. The communication devices are the same across the board. We relied on the Itron electronic transmitting and receiving devices. The actual device that takes the information being recorded on an hourly basis at the metering points and uploading that to a central database. We relied on that technology. The metering devices themselves are different for the gas and the water system. And the uploading and the software, we provided a vendor to gather all that information and put it into user-friendly format so that consumer, both on the gas and the water side, can subscribe and get the latest information on how and what they're using for water and gas service.
And did you give your ratepayers the option to opt out?
Yes, we did, Madam Hearing Examiner. We had encountered the need for an opt-out when we initially, this was maybe about 6-7 years ago, we were looking at the advanced metering structure or the technologies that didn't upload it to a network, but you'd use the drive-by technology to acquire your meter reading from a mobile or walk-by system. We experienced early on that there are customers that do not want to participate for whatever reason, or have those devices in their proximity. So we, with the research and the recommendation to our Board of Utility Commissioners, they understood the need for that, and we have that in place for our customers who do not want to be part of any kind of advanced metering technology at all. And if I could say it's a small minority, however, it does identify the unique discrete cost that is imposed on the utility to not rely on the technology, and you still have to dispatch individuals to get those meter readings for billing purposes every month.
And with the technology that's available for gas and water, do you have similar benefits or purported benefits, like being able to connect and disconnect service remotely?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no, that's slightly different in terms of the limitations. We, instead of electronic controls here, when you're providing water and gas service, you're dealing with old-fashioned valves that can be turned and either turned on or off, but you need a pipe wrench to do those types of things. So the technology we wanted to go with was to provide the closing the loop in terms of finding out and getting and querying the data as to how customers are using their data, as well as coupling that with our leak detection system that provides our technicians the ability to identify emerging issues that have the potential of mainline breaks on our system. So those are the things that we focused on rather than remote connection or disconnection of services. It's just a different world when it comes down to water and gas.
Were you able to do any of the types of proposed benefit programs for ratepayers based upon your increased amount of customer information?
Madam Hearing Examiner, early on when we approaching the end of the completion of the actual installation of all the hardware out in the field, we contracted with a firm that would gather this enormous amount of information coming from all our metered endpoints and present it in a format for our customers to sign up at no cost to themselves, and they can monitor every day by every hour how and when they're using their services. So getting that information back was the first thing we wanted to get our customers to be involved with. Now, as a side, not even a side benefit, but the other focus on that was, for us, there is a deep concern in terms of managing water and conservation of the resource. We have issues, and the whole idea on the AMI side for the water, it provides that information to our customers that they have an issue, a line break, a broken irrigation system. It would apply to even commercial customers, where in the past we wouldn't have known what was going on, what was happening, a sudden increase in consumption. Now we have the ability to show the customers at what day, at what hour the issue began. We have the same process with gas. However, with gas, it's more relevant during the heating season than it is during the rest of the year. And with our conservation efforts, we're able to reach out and inform, educate our customers that they can monitor their home use for gas and water, as well as monitor other, the other aspects of their service, total bill, their billing invoices, and all these other side benefits. They're getting that information, and they're they're addressing the issue rather than waiting a month or two down the road, which was the limitation that we had with the prior technology, where we didn't have or had no idea of what was happening on the end user side, hour by hour.
Well, and I was thinking maybe specifically with regard to gas, how in what time frequency is the information of gas usage transmitted to the customer?
It's the same interval, Madam Examiner, 1 hour, 1 hour in intervals.
And so I'm just wondering, based on that hourly information now that you're getting on those customers, have you developed like any time of use rates or some kind of off-peak rate, some kind of program that, since you have this information about when that customer or when that type of customer is using the most gas, that perhaps you might offer some kind of different pricing plan?
To that point, our first focus has been the conservation of water. That is a prime importance, at least being stewards of our water supply for the city, is to inform both residential, commercial customers of any issues of unresolved consumption. And that was the first focus that we were doing.
Okay.
I do see, and my initial career starting with El Paso Electric was in the load research area. I see that benefit of being able to get that data and get it in the hands of the engineers to understand how do you manage, how do you maximize, optimize your system design, from your wells to your reservoirs to your ultimate distribution points, as well as on the gas side, where we have reg stations to ensure that proper pressure is provided during our peak use winter months, so that our customers are getting the proper pressure for gas service. That to me, the first challenge was to get this in the hands of the water conservation coordinator, so that they know they have tools to address the wasteful use, or not just wasteful, but unknown use of what their water use is, and minimize that. The next phase is getting this in hands of the design engineers on the water and the gas side, so that they have much better data to do their models and optimize the design of the system.
So the answer to my question is no, you haven't developed any
Time of use? No. That will likely become more depending. And I would probably note that maybe time of use for water, it may be an emerging issue. I haven't seen it yet, We do have a time of use for our very, very large customers, golf courses, on the water side, on the water system. So they have, that's where the immediate application is for time of use. On gas, since we're a local distribution company, we buy the gas off the market and we pipe it to our customers. Not to say that there'll likely be instances where time of day would be a valid design for our customers.
All right, sir. Also, based upon your experience having implemented these advanced meters, have you had any security issues?
As in security of the data?
Yes.
No, we have not. We have not. It's a completely standalone cloud-based data center that all the data is uploaded. And the portal that's developed, that we've developed and contracted for our customers to access, that's specific to each individual account holder. We have not, and to answer your question, we have not had security issues. Knock on wood.
Well, did you review the testimony of the El Paso Electric witnesses that, that or listened yesterday when they were talking about all the different acronym agencies of the policies that they looked at for their cyber security policy?
Yeah, I listened to the testimony of I think it was Tracy Van Slyke, and I think he was the one that was answering some, and that's really industry specific knowledge and skill set. It's a little over my pay grade, but I understood the concern and all the different layers and processes and procedures and firewalls that have to be in place to have best efforts and best practices to secure the data.
Well, did you oversee this for the city in your project, or did you have to hire some cyber security expert to advise you?
I did not oversee that. I did not oversee that aspect of the project.
Do you know whether or not that the city had a or has a cybersecurity person that you can go to that helps with that kind of thing? Or
our IT department is and was closely working with the entire project. They have a long laundry list of minimum protocols that any project has to meet to address the question of security. And all of that was done between the project lead as well with our IT department. They would have held up the project had they had any concerns. They finished that review and it was clear to go to proceed with the project.
okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Provencio. Are you aware, other than the city of Las Cruces, are you aware of any other AMI implementation in the state of New Mexico?
On the municipal side, I'm not aware of any other system that has gone to AMI. I know we were one of the early ones that looked into the technology and really just incorporated the benefits of the AMI technology and got that into our system.
Do you know if any of the co-ops have AMI?
I don't know, Madam Examiner. I don't know.
Okay, and in your very thorough testimony, Mr. Provencio, on page 31, you are answering the question posed at page 30, lines 18 and 19, what are the benefits of incorporating AMS project costs into base rates with each general rate case? And you start out on page 30 at line 20 saying, generally, the city does not favor adding riders. Why is that, Mr. Provencio?
Madam Hearing Examiner, generally, I preface that with generally, but just to have riders for every conceivable type of activity confuses the consumer, as opposed to what's my all-in cost of getting either gas, water, electric service. In this case, this is a transition project. The vehicle that has been advocated or at least alluded to in terms of a rider to handle the transition to this type of technology, taking out old meter infrastructure and putting in new infrastructure. The rider is a transition. Once this process is complete, we wrap that up and cease the use or application of the rider and get everything into base rates.
Well, were you listening to examination of witness Crane
Yes.
and quackings?
And what, Madam Hearing Examiner?
About looking like a duck?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the terminology as it relates to regulatory principles. There are times that there's a hybrid out there, and there are things that are a little bit not as well clear cut. However, in the case of the grid modernization, there's an opportunity to get this into place without, the technology has matured. It's some of the earlier iterations have issues that had early on, namely cost, have been addressed. And I'm a bad advocate that if we can get this into place, rather than kind of struggle with some of the limitations of the usual, is it used and useful, is it in service, that type of checklist, that we get the process going, get it in place. It's a wealth of information and data that's going to be available from across the system that really benefits everything, not just in rate setting. I know we're starting, the Office of General Attorney's witnesses addressed the points in the rate design. That's good, but there's also a host of other benefits that are going to be applied when you start looking at it on the engineering aspect, because it's all a matter of getting the information by time of day. We've always focused it on rates of classes of service. That's where we look at a lot of the analysis, because it's a main driver to allocate cost. But as I see it, there's a huge opportunity to push this down into the operating side, especially in the distribution side. For it to be really optimized and maximized for its benefit.
But as you indicated, I mean, I really think you hit the nail on the head when on page 31 at line and 6, you say using a rider to collect AMS project costs also eliminates the risk that the utility ordinary bears to recover its authorized revenue requirement, right?
Yes.
So I guess I'm just wondering, I mean, if this is quacking like a duck, if this, if the project components and expenses are typical rate-based items, and under the regulatory compact, that's part of what El Paso Electric agreed to, is to assume some risk, and that the items had to be used and useful and actually in service. you know, as in exchange for their monopoly position. I'm just wondering what the trade-off is here. You know, EPE gets to eliminate the risk. What does everybody else get by this rider?
Yeah,
You know, by this rider, I'm not talking about the project as a whole.
right. The
I'm
right,
just talking about by changing the rate making parlance,
Mhm.
because, you know, I mean, right now, there's RPS riders and there's energy efficiency riders, and pretty soon there'll probably be a transportation rider. So now you're going to have a AMS rider. I mean, you're the one that just, I believe, testified that, you know, too many riders spoil the, confuse the customer, right?
that's correct. The one thing to focus on the AMS project and the rider is that we know that this is a bridge to bring in this level of technology, associate and understand what costs have to be covered, and with a definite end date or a termination date of when this project is completed. It's hard to say what the life is of the other riders, but this one has a definite start and a projected stop date where everything is completed. When the transitions is done, whatever associated costs of the AMI or AMS project is quantified and rolled to base rates. That's the one feature that I do at least understand and embrace in this, is that there's an end date to this.
And I think it's 10 years, isn't it, Mr. Provencio?
Yes, I believe that's what the yes.
And is this how the city of Las Cruces structured theirs? Did you do a rider or what type of collection program did you use?
Our AMI project was a performance-based contract. That the savings that were achieved were projected to be achieved would be to underwrite the cost of the project. If you focus on in the world of water conservation, water loss is huge, because it involves not just the commodity, but all the energy, being electricity, to pump it out and put it into the system for our customers. We were facing a challenge in terms of how do we manage that cost in terms of not just conserving the resource, but the associated running costs and electrical costs in terms of pumping it, pressurizing it, and getting it out to an ultimate customer. Those, as well as the other ancillary savings, we no longer have to send individuals out to get optical dial reads for water and gas, be it meters to bill. That's now done remotely. The other, what I've called domino effect benefits, are rolling in as we understand how to best take this information and communicate it to our customers for their benefit. Yeah.
So there weren't any costs?
I'm sorry?
Your ratepayers didn't have any costs for AMI for your water meters?
No, ma'am. It was.
What about your gas?
Same thing with the gas. Same thing with the gas. The efficiencies gained with the entire project being placed in a
Wow.
performance-based contract was the prime driver.
That's very forward-looking of the city of Las Cruces.
I attest that to the forward-looking strategy and vision of our former director, Jorge A. Garcia, but he did understand the benefits and the actual savings that could be achieved, especially on the water side, in terms of enabled to be enabled by our AMI project.
Okay. So let me ask you, since you I think you know from your former employment with EPE and then also your employment that you're getting ready to retire from. And you begin testifying on page 32, again, more about the rider and the rider mechanism. And you talk about on page 33 of your testimony, beginning at line 5, the calculation will be repeated each year as part of an annual reconciliation process. Paragraph 3.1 calls for a simple advice notice filing to implement the annual AMS rider changes. You've been listening to the testimony. Have you heard my concerns with not providing notice to the customers?
Yes, I have. A lot of it is a legal question in terms of what is advised, what is not. The suggestion that I have provided here on page 33 of my testimony is like, okay, we're going through a reconciliation here. We should at least say, okay, this is what's happening. Now, does that meet the burden? I'm not a regulatory attorney, but it is a best effort in terms of keeping people informed, our customers, not people, but our customers informed of the process it's ongoing.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Provencio. How do you think that the ratepayers in the city of Las Cruces would react to having a rider on their bill change annually and not being afforded an opportunity for notice of what was going to happen? You think they'd be happy or sad? Do you think they care?
Well, as with any customer seeing something different on their bill, there would be first annoyance, and second, what's this all about? I understand the constraints that notification brings on. I would be one to advocate any kind of information you can tell me what's going on is at least better than nothing at all. As to how it's done and executed, I leave that to the attorneys to hammer that detail out.
Further on in your testimony, when you're discussing the alteration in the projected opt-out percentage, does that seem reasonable to you based on your experience with New Mexicans who opted out in Las Cruces?
Madam Hearing Examiner, yes, I do. It's a dynamic. It depends if it's a topic of the day, topic of the year, or the month, where the awareness may trigger certain concerns by the customer base, as opposed to, saying. What I'm saying is it's not a static. It's not a static. You have people moving in, moving out, changing their thought patterns and their preference and their beliefs. Those things change, but you do have a constant churn of new customers coming in, old ones leaving. The communication and the word getting out there that we're, the city of Las Cruces has a AMI project ongoing, and soon to start here, El Paso Electric will be doing the same. It's a dynamic, and you do want to at least change as to and reflect too. What's really the, we want to provide some level of flexibility to adjust for those some of those changing dynamic conditions.
Well, and I guess I'm just wondering, since you've experienced opt out in Las Cruces with the water and gas project, and have at least reviewed what El Paso Electric is proposing for its New Mexico customers, I guess I'm just wondering, Mr. Provencio, whether or not there is some evidence to suggest that a New Mexico City of Las Cruces customer or New Mexico El Paso Electric customer is going to be more inclined to opt out than, say, a North Dakota electric customer.
Hard to say, Madam Hearing Examiner, because
Okay.
when we started our AMR project, the automated meter reading project, well before the AMI project, there was sufficient pushback, a lot of input provided to our board of utility commissioners, which gave rise to the schedule and the tariff schedule, the schedule we have. Understanding that, okay, if we're not going to get the full benefit of this technology, and we still have to retain a legacy type of process to build those that have issues with, for whatever reason, we have to at least recognize what's involved. We have to keep track of 4 utility services, so it's a little bit more involved, even though it's within a smaller, geographic footprint. It's still, and when you explain it, when that's explained to the customers, and this is my dialogue with our customer service reps, when the people understand that, okay, I want to opt out and I don't want to have anything to do that, they do understand that utilities still have to send individuals out the old-fashioned way to get those dial reads. And it's not a whole lot, but it's enough that every month we have to schedule that process repeatedly until either they opt back in or the house change, the residence or the business changes hands. We do realize there's a certain dynamic in terms of tracking all that activity.
Very well, sir. Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for you. Ms. Stevens, any redirect for your witness?
I have a few redirect, I do have a few redirect questions.
Go ahead.
Sure. Mr. Provencio, regarding the opt-out provisions that the city implemented, would you turn to what has been marked as City Exhibit number 2? You'll see Exhibit number 2.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
And is this a copy of the current residential AMI opt-out tariff?
Yes, it is.
Does this apply both to gas and to water customers?
Yes.
And have these rates, these charges, the same since the AMI program began?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these rates based on the, your department, basically, estimation of the actual cost that would be incurred to allow the customers to not stick with the main body of the customer base?
Yes, this was done based on the amount of time to search and document and revise processes up and down the line, not just from the customer service, but all the processes that are involved in billing and meter reading and anything associated with that line of processes. Those costs are reflected in these charges that we have, both the one-time setup as well as the recurring monthly charge.
And I see that this tariff is labeled residential AMI opt-out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does either of the Las Cruces utilities, water or gas, allow commercial or multi-unit residential customers to opt out of AMI?
Our experience has been that the most opt-out concerns have come from residential customers. We've had no commercial or multi-unit concerns that had those issues with our AMI project.
And does that go back to the origins of this program like 7 years ago, or Has this tariff always been labeled residential AMI opt-out?
Yes, to answer your question, it's always been labeled residential.
The city moves to admit CLC Exhibit number 2, Las Cruces Utilities Residential AMI opt-out tariff.
The objection to what's been identified as the City of Las Cruces Exhibit 2, which was provided by the city in advance of this hearing as residential AMI opt-out. Hearing no objection, CLC Exhibit 2 is admitted. Anything further, Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, Mr. Frentz, I'd like to take you back to some earlier point in the hearing examiner's cross-examination when she asked you about—
I don't cross-examination.
Oh, pardon me,
Stevens.
examination of you when she asked you about the stipulated AMS rate rider and its duration. And she asked you, do you remember she asked you whether it was for a term of 10 years and you agreed to that duration?
Yeah, I recall answering it was the duration of 10 years.
Could we perhaps hypothetically walk through what's going to happen given the rollover provisions that you discussed and Ms. Crane described earlier this morning? So let's just assume that El Paso Electric files its next general rate case in 2025 using a 2024 test period. So at that point, based on the schedule for the AMI project to be completed in 2025, we would be partway through the installation of the meters.
That's right.
Understand that is the premise?
Yes.
So when we do that first rate case, will all of the capital costs related to the meters that have been installed up through the period of the rate case be incorporated into base rates?
Yes, that would be part of the process in any general rate review.
And will all of the operating expenses associated with the transition to AMI up to that point be incorporated into the base rates?
Yes, that is the plan. That is the process, not the plan. That's a process.
And will the actual operating cost savings that EPE has experienced likewise be incorporated just by virtue of their not existing as costs in the base rate case?
That's correct.
So let's then look at what would happen going beyond that rate case. We now have maybe 1 year left of plant additions to be added.
What's the basis of all this speculation in the future?
Well, I'm trying to
future
explain
commission rulings and what may be included and what may not be included.
I'm trying to address what the meaning of let me find the right section here. Of section 3.3 of the stipulation is in practical terms, Madam Hearing Examiner. That states EPE agrees to incorporate all capital investment and O&M expenses and savings associated with the AMS project being recovered pursuant to the AMS rider into base rates with each new base rate case. So
well, I believe on page 34, there's a question and answer in Mr. Provencio's testimony about paragraph 3.3.
and I think he gave you an answer when he said years that was, overly general and misleading. So I would like to just show where you would be in 10 years in terms of what's left to collect through a rider, if anything. That's the point.
Well, is there somewhere in the stipulation you need to ask him?
As I said, we can look at section 3.3 of the stipulation. I'm just trying to ask him to explain how that actually works in terms of the rate rider that the customers will actually see.
What was the question?
Let me make sure that Madam Hearing Examiner is comfortable with my going forward, Mr. Provencio.
Well, you've testified as to section 3.3, Mr. Provencio, and apparently Ms. Stevens thinks that the record's not clear about what you think section 3.3 means, or the effect of section 3.3. Basically, 3.3 just means to me that at some point in time, unknown to us, El Paso Electric is going to have a rate case, and that the rider, what's being collected from the rider is all going to be rolled into the base rates. And you're going to start again at with the new costs and the new expenses after that point in time, if the project's still operating. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Ms. Stevens?
I think that does it as far as the 10-year period that the hearing examiner asked you about, Mr. Provencio. That's not fixed in stone, is it?
No, it's not. It's a frame of reference. It's a time reference. It could be, it's more than likely based on the activity and frequency of base rate filings. That number would be shorter.
Okay, well, that's my last question. I hate to say that, Mr. Provencio, that's my last question for you. Of course, he's going to hear from me tomorrow morning on something else, but thank you.
We'll be in touch.
For everything you've done for regulation in New Mexico and the city of Las Cruces and even El Paso Electric in the deep dark past. Thank you.
Any questions from El Paso? Ms. Olson, there you are.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you again, Mr. Provencio.
Thank you. Mr. Getko?
No, I have no questions for Mr.
Very
Provencio.
well. Thank you. Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Ms. Lynch?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Black?
Thank you. No questions.
Anything further from you, Mr. Harris?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no.
Very well. Mr. Provencio?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Hearing examiner first. Thank you very much. Been my pleasure.
Appreciate it. And your excuse, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Stevens?
That is it for the city as far as presenting evidence. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Very well. I believe staff now has some witnesses. Mr. Black.
Thank you. Is Mr. Dunn in the waiting room?
He is.
I call Mr. Dunn.
Hello there, Mr. Dunn. It looks like you are in the Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon, hearing examiner. I am here.
Yes, you are.
Mr. Dunn, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Christopher Dunn. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
For the record, would you please state your name and position with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission?
Absolutely. My name is Christopher Dunn. I'm an economist with Utility Division staff of BRC.
Thank you. Have you filed testimony in this case as shown in Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have.
Do you have access to that document?
Sir, I do.
Can you identify it, please?
Yes, this is the testimony of Christopher E. Dunn in support of uncontested stipulation, New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Utility Division staff, submitted on May 11th.
Thank you. Was your testimony drafted by you?
Yes, sir, it was.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions today that are posed in that testimony, would you give the same answers today under oath?
Yes, sir, I would.
Is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Madam Hearing Examiner Hurst, I move what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 1 into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 1, Mr. Dunn's testimony in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I now tender Christopher Dunn for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Olson, any questions for Mr. Dunn?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Getko, any questions for Mr. Dunn?
No.
Ms. Stevens, any questions
No.
for Mr. Dunn?
No questions for Mr. Dunn, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Harris?
I don't have any questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunn. I think you're benefiting from Friday syndrome and it's not even Friday. Have you been here long enough to understand what that means?
Oh, yes.
Yep.
I think all that experience with that regardless of industry, right?
Yep, as the days go on, the questions get fewer, I think. Mr. Dunn, did you provide testimony in case number, I believe it's (21-00148). That is SPS's grid mod case.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I did not participate in SPS's grid modernization application.
Are you familiar with the staff position in that case?
Yes, I did review that case, and I'm familiar with the testimonies provided by staff as well as their positions, generally speaking.
And are any of the agreements or concessions that staff had in that case similar to what staff agreed upon in this case?
I think that the positions that staff took in this case are generally aligned with positions staff took in the SPS case.
How so?
We tried to make sure that the overall the application was consistent with the grid modernization statute. We wanted to make sure that the net benefits provided were reasonable, make sure that the costs were reasonable for the project. We also wanted to make sure that there were appropriate reporting mechanisms to ensure transparency, as well as items in place to help to promote the greatest benefits to be received by all stakeholders as a result of implementing the AMS project.
You indicate on page 3 of your testimony, in response to the question posed at lines 4 and 5, please provide an overview of the stipulated avoidance of duplicative activities. And so then you talk about 2.3 and say at lines 7 through 10 that the company has agreed to the extent possible during the implementation, it will avoid duplicative activities that increase cost. Why was that a concern, Mr. Dunn?
This concern arose because essentially where it's possible, I think that it is beneficial to have, if you can avoid additional costs, then I believe that to be beneficial. In this instance, what we were looking at to do was to identify circumstances wherein a meter may be replaced with a legacy meter because it was not yet scheduled to have an advanced meter installed. However, it was correlated to the time period during which AMS installations were occurring. Insofar as it was possible to have an AMS meter installed at that service location, such that at a later date, the company or the appropriate party would not have to return to then install another meter. I felt that it would be beneficial to have that take place such that only the AMS meter was installed one time rather than multiple occasions to install more than one meter, such to reduce overall costs. Now, that may not always be possible depending on the infrastructure that's in place if the subject location doesn't have the necessary infrastructure to support the AMS technology yet. Recognizing that, I think we reach the agreement up to the extent possible during AMS implementation to take those actions.
So then following on through that on page 4 of your testimony at line 2 and 3, you say staff believes that EPE should engage in the proactive installation of advanced meters. So that would be the measure that you think would be corrective of some type of time, problem that might result in some type of duplicative action or cost.
I'm sorry, hearing examiner. May I ask you to repeat that question?
Sure. You testify at lines 2 and 3 on page 4 that staff believes that EPE should engage in the proactive installation of advanced meters. Correct?
Correct.
So I'm asking you whether or not you think that that is the solution if there were some type of purported disparity between needing a meter and having the installation of an advanced meter on some type of time frame, you would recommend they go ahead and install this proactively advanced meter rather than install a legacy meter and then have to come back and switch it out. Is that correct?
Where possible, when it results in a net cost savings.
What made you think this might happen?
I think it's just a, something that I worked through intuitively and it was discussed among parties to the settlement that, given the timing of this and the fact that you do have different service starts, perhaps new meter installations for a new residence or service location, that it just seemed intuitively that such circumstances could arise and that where they could be addressed in such a fashion that cost savings could be achieved, it would be reasonable to do so.
Did you do any independent research on this being a problem with the installation of advanced meters in other utility jurisdictions?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I did not.
let's go ahead and look at your testimony on page 9. Question is posed at lines 9 and 10. Does staff support revisions to the AMS rider to reflect stipulated agreements made to the cost of service? Beginning at line 4, you answer in the affirmative, saying staff finds that the stipulated cost of service and the subsequent revisions to the AMI rider reflect modifications made to the stipulated cost of service are fairly designed to recover the cost of EPE's implementation of its AMS project while minimizing the bill impact on customers. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that is my testimony.
What's the basis for your conclusion of the modifications being fairly designed?
There were extensive discussions among all the parties to the settlement, and there was a considerable amount of give and take and considerations to different components. And based on that, based on the concessions that were made to ultimately reduce the costs that would result in a lesser bill impact, as well as what I found to be a fair allocation among those costs among the customers, and in a broader scheme to support this grid modernization effort, I did feel that the stipulated agreements were reflective of a settlement that was fairly designed and allocated those costs appropriately to recover them in an effective manner.
Well, and that sort of leads me to my next question. When you say an effective manner, I believe that you're aware, aren't you, Mr. Dunn, that generally and usually capital costs such as the type that are being requested here are generally recovered in rate base, aren't they?
I understand that that is a precedent that has been, yes, that is generally the case.
And your testimony beginning on page 8 and going through page 11, you testify about allowing El Paso Electric to collect certain costs in between rate cases through a rider, correct?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
And on page 10, you're answering the question posed on page 9 at line 18. Please describe the reconciliation process for AMS rider revenues. And you testify about that on page 10. Line 4, the company will file an advice notice to adjust the rider on an annual basis and will not apply carrying charges to any over or under collections from the AMS rider. Any revenues collected through the rider associated with additional costs will be subject to refund until the underlying costs have been subjected to a prudence review. That's your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And when is it you envision the prudence review?
I believe that the opportunity for that will occur with the advice notice, as well as generally with the rate case with an enrollment as well.
I'm sorry, somebody just sighed. People might want to mute. I'm sorry. You said it during the advice notice and
The advice notice filing, as well as with the general rate case.
And Mr. Dunn, what type of notice did you envision that the customer would get for these annual riders during the pendency of these yet to be announced rate cases?
Well, I know that this has been an issue of discussion, and it was my understanding that and my belief that the notice that has been filed met the necessary requirements to notify customers of forthcoming rate changes associated with this AMS project. And I believe also that the advice notice filings are available through eDocket and publicly accessible, therefore, to customers as well.
Therefore, it's staff's position that EPE's ratepayers are not entitled to notice annually when their rates are going to be changed.
I don't know that I have made a statement of that position. I believe that it is my understanding that the necessary and required notice has been given by the company.
Additionally, you had just indicated to me that you were in fact aware of SPS's prior grid mod case 21-00148. Were you also familiar with the Public Service Company of New Mexico's advanced meter case 15-00312?
Yes, I have also reviewed 15-00312.
And you were aware of, were you, sir, that the same vendor who El Paso Electric has contracted with to provide the Itron meters and other services is the same Itron who failed to comply with New Mexico law in case number 15-00312?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I first became aware of that through the discussion in this case.
Well, didn't you tell me that you reviewed the 15-00312 docket?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you not read the recommended decision of the hearing examiner, which was adopted by the commission?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, it's pretty plain in there when it discusses the findings with regard to Itron in the recommended decision, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I can just say that perhaps that was something that while I have no doubt that I have read that document and have had an opportunity to no doubt see that information, perhaps it's not something that was at the top of my mind, and so there is not sticking out in my recollection. However, I felt that in my review I did try to focus on the relevant items that I thought were particularly significant within this case, and that was not something that stuck into my memory.
You don't think it should be significant for the commission to consider that the main vendor in the case had been in a previous case and was unlicensed and has been subject to a $65,000 fine? You don't think that behavior is relevant in the commission's consideration in this case?
I don't take a position on the significance of that because I didn't review that within the context of this particular case.
Well, let me ask you this. In your review of case 15-00312, did you happen to notice that there was an issue that was not decided ultimately, that the case was not decided ultimately on, but was briefed in that particular case about the necessity or not of getting a certificate of convenience and necessity for potentially for a project like a capital intensive project like the grid mod?
Can you restate that question for me, Madam Hearing Examiner?
I sure can. In your review of case number 15-00312, the issue of whether or not a certificate of convenience and necessity being required for a capital intensive project like an advanced meter project was discussed. Do you recall seeing anything about that?
I recall some discussion, but I do not have a great detail in my memory of that discussion.
Your conclusion, Mr. Dunn, on page 21, lines 6 through 10, is that you believe that the stipulation complies with the requirements of the grid modernization statute 62.813. Is it staff's position that that is the only legal requirement that El Paso Electric has to comply with in order for the stipulation to be approved?
It is staff's position that 6288-13 must be complied with for approval, but there are likely other necessary legal requirements that must be abided by as well. They're maybe not discussed in this section specifically. And I guess that would be to make sure that there are no violations of any other requirements or laws that would dictate the actions of the company that would be counter to what is required of them, despite any compliance with that statute of 62-8-13.
And would you like to opine on what the sections or rules might be?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I haven't prepared any additional sections to highlight to discuss that would be necessary. I believe that if there were any areas where they were found to not be in compliance, then that would be an issue, but having found none, I have nothing to opine on in that matter.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for you. Any redirect, Mr. Black?
Let me check my notes, please. No redirect at this time. Or, no redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Getko, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Stevens?
No questions.
Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Ms. Lynch?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Harris?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Black, you have another witness.
I do. Mr. Malden should be in the waiting room.
Mr. Malden, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Mr. Malden, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Jonah Malden. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
For the record, would you please state your name and position with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission?
Yes, my name is Jonah B. Malden, and I am an economist within the Accounting Bureau of the Utility Division at the PRC.
Thank you. Have you filed testimony in this case as shown in Staff Exhibit 2?
Yes, I have.
Do you have that document, access to that document just now?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify that document?
It is testimony in support of comprehensive stipulation of Jonah B. Malden, filed on May 11th, 2022.
Thank you. Was that testimony drafted by you?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Thank you. If I were to ask you the questions today that are posed in your testimony, would you give the same answers today under oath?
I would.
Is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move that what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 2 be entered into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 2, Mr. Malden's testimony in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Black?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I now tender Mr. Malden for cross-examination.
Very well. Ms. Olson, any questions for Mr. Malden?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr. Malden. We have no questions for you.
Thank you. Mr. Gecko?
The Attorney General has no questions for Mr. Malden.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Malden, the city has no questions for Mr. Malden.
Very well. Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
CCAE has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris? You're muted.
I have no questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Were you listening, Mr. Malden? You're benefiting from tired hearing participants. You've testified in one hearing so far?
It wasn't necessarily a hearing, it was a FPPCAC.
So you filed an affidavit?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Did you have to give oral testimony?
I did not, no.
Oh, so this is the first time?
Yes, it is actually.
It's fun, isn't it, so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you'll feel that way. Were you listening to the testimony earlier today?
Yes, I was.
And I think it was in Mr. Davis's testimony? Did you hear him?
Yes, I did.
When I talked to him about how he had in his testimony that it was an exciting time to be an electrical engineer?
Yes.
That was pretty cool, didn't you think?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so hopefully you're gonna say, I don't think I saw it in your testimony. But it says you have a BS in mathematics?
Yes, I do.
And a minor in business management?
Correct.
And you're an economist in the Accounting Bureau?
Yes.
So hopefully that you're gonna be able to say it's an exciting time to be an economist.
Yeah, I would agree.
At the PRC. See, this is
I would agree.
good. I'm glad you agree. Like I say, I mean, if Mr. Davis who I believe has been in the business for a year or two or more, is saying it's an exciting time. That's, that's what we're looking for. We haven't been able to tap into that. So, we want people to be excited about utility regulation. Don't we, Mr. Black?
I am thrilled.
Okay, I was just waiting to see if I was going to see a smile there or not. But anyway, if you come away from your first experience and it's not too painful, I think that probably would be an acceptable resolution, Mr. Mulder. Did you take any classes when you were getting your bachelor's in mathematics and business management? Did you take any classes in accounting?
I actually did not, but through most of my employment when I was a student, as well as employment before the PRC, I handled accounting kind of indirectly. So I kind of have experience going back around 8 years with accounting practices.
Well, did you have to follow any of the, like NABROOK accounting rules or it's been so long. I did take accounting in law school. And I think it was for those attorneys that are like to become big personal injury lawyers so they could count their own money. But having not experienced that, I can't remember, but there's certain rules and regulations about where money has to go in accounting, right?
Yes. So yeah. I've experienced with the GASB, which was my last position.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the majority of my experience was. So NARUC and FERC were new to me, but I have attended courses that have, touched on them and been doing my homework to get caught up.
Okay. What about economics? Did you take some classes in economics in college?
Yes, I particularly enjoyed them. Yes.
What classes did you take?
I took macro and micro, as well as some courses that were more kind of directed at working side by side with companies with new technologies. That was very interesting and tied into macro and microeconomics as well.
And did you have any affiliation, your New Mexico Tech?
Yes, so that's where I got my degree, and that was also my first employment post graduation.
Did you have any take any of the regulatory classes that they have there?
I did not, and I'm not particularly sure that they offer utility courses there.
Oh, okay.
Yet. Yeah.
Any finance classes?
Finance, formally no, informally yes.
Okay. And your role in this particular case, as set forth on page 2 of your testimony at lines 12 through 18, says that your testimony is going to address the proposed budget, cost of service calculation, and cost recovery, correct?
Yeah.
Did you actually participate in the negotiations of the stipulation?
Yes, I did.
So let's look over on page 6 of your testimony and the question posed at line 20. Does staff agree with EPE's cost estimate for the AMS program? And then at lines 21 through 24, you're beginning to answer that. And you say, staff has reviewed all costs associated with the AMS program and found the cost estimates to be within reason. That's your testimony?
Yes.
So what does the phrase within reason mean?
I didn't see anything that was exorbitantly expensive or unnecessary in the cost of service. Everything that I reviewed seems prudent and vital to the success of the program.
Based on what?
based on the goals of the statute as well as the program.
Right, but admittedly, you're new at this, Mr. Malden. Would you know an exorbitant cost if there was one there?
I would say yes. I have a extremely talented team around me that I was able to consult with and ask questions when I did have them, and they were more than happy to help me along. So yes, I do believe that I would have been able to identify anything absorbent or out of the ordinary.
Okay, and I'm just trying to figure out what resources that you utilize to determine whether or not something was within reason or not. Did you compare them to, for example, some other kind of program? Like, for example, what SPS was requesting in its grid mod case?
Yes, so I did go through the SPS case pretty thoroughly. I followed the hearing for that case, and I followed pretty much everything with that case, preparing for this case, because I knew that I was going to be assigned this for my first case. So I tried to follow that case very closely, as well as compare it with other cases that I found around the country, as well as studies that were publicly available.
And other kinds of cases that specifically related to AMS?
Yes, so there was a few studies that were specifically related to AMS implementation across the US that I referred to during my research.
And were they electric utilities, or were they other kinds of utilities, or who were they?
They were electric utilities.
And were they similar in size or any other attributes that would make them comparable to EPE?
Given the time constraints, it would be kind of hard to filter out, and as well as data availability. So what I tried to do was cast as wide of a net that I could, so that I could capture as big of a sample set as I could. There would be outliers on the small side when compared to EPE, as well as on the larger side when compared to EPE. And I felt that that would sufficiently cover what we were seeing within EPE's application.
Have you ever dealt with contingencies before?
Yes, in my previous position, we actually set the budget for the whole university, and there was contingencies that we dealt with when incorporating the budget for the university. So I am familiar with it, and I do have some experience with budget contingencies.
And do you know whether or not, as a general rule, all utilities include contingencies in their projects?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
Why is it you think 10% was an appropriate contingency?
Well, given the novelty of the program, the newness to New Mexico, as well as uncertain economic environments facing the US as a whole, I felt that it was appropriate, especially when you take into account inflation and supply chain issues that are driving costs up currently.
Do you think EPE would accept a 10% contingency on people paying their bills?
I'm not sure that I could speak for EPE, but if I had to, I would say probably not.
Yeah, probably not. I agree with you. So to carry the rest of that sentence on, and as you just testified, uncertainties within the macroeconomic environment, what does that mean?
Specifically, I'm referring to supply chain issues, inflation, and as well as the shipping and production concerns that the U.S. is facing. So just general uncertainty with rising rates, supply chain issues, and inflation really is what I'm referring to there.
And to contrast that, did you give the potential uncertainties in the macroeconomic environment? Did you consider those to the benefit of EPE's ratepayers? Do you understand my question?
If you could clarify it a little bit, I think I could answer more thoroughly.
Well, I'm just, you're saying that, that the contingency and the costs are reasonable considering the size of the project, the newness of the project, and uncertainties in the economy and environment. And I'm just wondering if you consider those same things, same items, when you're thinking about what is a reasonable cost to the ratepayer.
Yes, I would say that that's included because, I mean, everyone is facing the same economic uncertainties, and it's, obviously skewed towards, a business that is very capital intensive, but I would say that generally, yes, I did take into consideration the uncertainties that also face ratepayers.
On page 9, under the operation and maintenance savings section, you testify in response to the question posed at line 13, does staff agree with the proposed O&M savings in the rider? And you say yes. And you say, at line 8, while EPE will not actively track O&M savings, staff believes the reconciliation reporting set forth in section 3.1 will provide enough evidence to review the cost savings. Why is it you believe that? If they're not going to track it and they're just going to provide a reconciliation report, what makes you believe that that's going to be enough for you to make a determination?
Well, during reviewing the materials that EPE provided us, it wasn't overly complicated to back out how they arrived at their O&M saving estimate. And I feel that in that same fashion, in future proceedings, we would be able to track these O&M savings, which I think, given the resources that we have from this initial application, isn't unfeasible.
Well, is staff proposing on its own to do some tracking during, or get information in between filings, or in between rate cases other than these annual reconciliation filings?
No.
Let's go on and look at page 10 of your testimony, sir. The question posed at line 9. Why does staff agree, or does staff agree with the classes being charged the rider fee? And you've answered yes. The comprehensive stipulation provides the basis for the classes that will be charged EMS rider. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And did you actually look at the breakdown in between the classes? And were you provided with any cost information on a class basis?
Are you referring to the allocation of the cost to all of the classes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions that I have for you. Mr. Black, can you redirect for your witness?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I just wanted to ask Mr. Malden, are you aware of the Financial Accounting Standards Board?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
So it's the Financial Accounting Standards Board, abbreviated FASB or FASB.
And what do they do? Do they provide something?
So they provide accounting standards for most public entities to follow, and these are generally accepted almost universally.
And are you schooled in that?
With regards to this case and the software implementation costs, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, that the last of your answer was about the software implementation?
Yes. So FASB had issued a new accounting practice for software as a service. I believe they made the initial documentation available in 2015, and I believe it was put into practice in 2020. So it's a relatively new practice. But in this FASB subtopic, which is 35040, they have very specific guidelines for software as a service, which is why staff and I had negotiated with EPE to include the amortization of the upfront ITRON software costs in reviewing the contract type as well as the FASB subtopic. The software as a service fell under those guidelines, which gave directives based on the type of contract that EPE had entered into, which basically designates the software to be amortized over the life of the contract. And I believe there was concerns previously raised in the hearing about the software becoming obsolete. This isn't really the case with software as a service. With these type of contracts, they're not actually purchasing the software and then they just keep it. It's more of a subscription, if you will, where they pretty much buy access to the software, and it is maintained, and EP has provided a service throughout the life of the software, which the service would most likely include updates as well as maintenance and other associated costs with keeping this cloud computing service online.
Thank you for your explanation. I have no further redirect.
But Mr. Molden, it's true, isn't it? For example, like different versions of Mac operating systems, they come to a life end where they're, or even with Microsoft products, I mean, they're not, they get to a certain point where they're not upgradable anymore. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true. And it would be true if EPE did not have an ongoing service contract with the service provider.
Right, but I seem to have heard earlier that there's only a finite amount of service that's included with this particular project, and that there's potential that some of the other functionalities, or to be able to utilize other functionalities, it's going to cost more money, right?
Yes, I would consider that a kind of a double-edged sword there, because EP has the capability to expand their programs and their software offerings within the AMS meters, but also, yes, there are more associated costs with doing so. So it could be looked at as a positive and, you know, additional cost as well. So that could be a negative to the software as a service agreement.
Okay. All right, we'll go back around one more time. Ms. Olson, any questions?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Getko,
No, I have no questions.
Ms. Stevens,
No, I have no questions.
Ms. Souls,
No questions.
Ms. Lynch,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Molden. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Mr. Black, anything further from staff?
Nothing further from staff.
Very well. I think it might be appropriate then at this particular time for us to take a brief afternoon recess. I've got 5 till, so why don't we say we'll be back and ready to go by 5 after, and we will begin with Mr. Harris's witness at 4:05. Take a brief afternoon recess.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, this is Kara Lynch.
Back and ready to go by 5 after, and we'll begin with Mr. Harrison's witness at 4:05.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, this is Kara Lynch.
Yes, Ms. Lynch.
There's a little bit of a delay, it seems, and there's some background feedback. In any case, I will need to be excused from 4 to 5, if possible. There's a different meeting I need to attend at that time.
Yes, Ms. Lynch, what can I do for you? You're muted.
I have a conflict. There's another meeting that I need to attend at 4, so I'm just asking to be excused.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Allison, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's like you can hear me. Mr. Harris, say something for me.
What would you like me to say?
Nope, I'm not getting it.
I'm unmuted.
I can hear you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Shall I reboot my computer?
Nope, it's me. There you go. I got you. Okay, we are back from our recess. And you have a witness, Mr. Harris.
I do. Can I ask for a point of clarification?
Yes, sir.
I have three, RB 1 through 3 are Mr. Bacchus's written pre-filed testimony. And
Yes,
then
sir.
the rest of the exhibits are attached to his testimony. I could go through them each one by one and do the script, or I could do the exhibits to the written testimony all at once. What is the hearing examiner's pleasure on this?
Well, if the exhibits are actually attached to 1, 2, or 3, then they ought to be admitted with 1, 2, or 3.
Very good.
Okay,
Yes.
very well. Allison, will you swear in Mr. Bacchus, please?
Mr. Bacchus, I believe you're muted, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. And if you don't mind, it's pronounced Bacchus.
Bacchus.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bacchus. You know me. Before
sir.
you have your pre-filed direct testimony. The first one is marked RB1. Do you have that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me if it was prepared by you?
Yes, sir, it was.
And do you have any corrections?
Yes, sir, some small ones.
Could you please read them into the record?
Yes, sir. On page 11 of 18, it does not have line numbers, but 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down says ratepayers at least 40.5 million, and then scratch present dollars, and then to save a present value of 8.2 million.
Anything else, sir?
Yes, on page 14, the answer to the question, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down. It says the first year or so, both Google and Microsoft offered free apps. It should have said both Google, Microsoft, and Apple offered free apps.
Anything else, sir?
That's all on that one.
So if the questions that were posed in the written testimony were asked today, would you answer them in the same manner?
Yes, sir.
And the information that is contained in there is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, I'd like to move RB1 into the record.
And RB1 has no attachments. Is that correct, Mr. Harris?
Correct. The attachments go with RB2.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as RB1? Mr. Backus's pre-filed direct testimony on behalf of Yellowbird Services. And are we calling this YLB1, or are we calling this Backus 1?
Madam Hearing Examiner, there was some confusion about this. It's entirely my own fault. I labeled some exhibits YBS, others exhibits YB. I attempted to clarify that confusion on Thursday after the pre-hearing conference when I sent out my email with all of the exhibits separately labeled using the same convention of RB1.
Okay. So they're going to be Mr. Backus's exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So RB1 as identified and corrected by Mr. Backus. Any objection?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't have an objection. I do have one slight concern, and that is, I understood Mr. Backus to say that the hearing version does not have line numbers, but the version that I have does have line numbers. And I guess I'm concerned now that I don't have the correct versions of the documents. And perhaps I could ask Mr. Harris if he could explain.
Mr. Harris, my copy of RB1 also has line numbers.
I have no explanation for that. I have no reason to believe that they're different. Could I confer with my client on that?
Well, you sent the versions to the parties on Thursday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wexler, is your version a pre Friday version?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't know the answer to that. One of our paralegal staff helped to collect them and put them into a compilation.
On June 3rd, 2022 at 2:24 p.m., I sent an email to all of the parties with explaining how I renumbered them. And that is the copy that both me and Mr. Backus are working off of.
Okay.
previously in that day, I had sent a version that was bounced back because I mistakenly filed it with the records division of the PRC. So everybody should be working off of the June 3rd email with all of the exhibits in them.
Well, I print mine out whenever they get filed, and that's when I start working on them, so.
Well,
Uh,
I guess that was some of what was driving my confusion. I attempted to file it with records and they bounced it back because it was not as one complete document. So
well, did you take the line numbers out, Mr. Harris?
no, I didn't.
But you're saying that the copy you doesn't have line numbers.
Correct. Could we move on, and I will stipulate to look into this and get it resolved by the end of tomorrow?
Mr. Wexler, to the extent you and I are potentially disadvantaged in asking any questions, I'll make that determination. Because both you and I have lined copies.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. I'm not meaning to be difficult. I see that there are some page discrepancies on RB1, but from my quick review, it doesn't look like there's discrepancies to RB2 or RB3 because there were no line numbers on the original. So I mean, I'll just, I'll improvise.
Well, we'll note it for the record, and to the extent there's a discrepancy, we'll let Mr. Harris, as he has proposed, let us know what happened. Okay, very well. I'm going to go ahead and admit,
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, Mr. Black.
The various versions I'm looking at, none of his testimony complies with Rule 1.2.2.35I. There are no line numbers. And so staff's at a disadvantage to be able to be precise as to which page, which line, et cetera, for which testimony. I've never seen line numbers on any of the testimony.
Okay, so are you objecting to the introduction of RB1?
I'm just saying it's in violation of 1.2.2.35I, but as to the substance of it, staff doesn't object, but it's going to be difficult to cross-examine the witness.
Well, let's make an attempt
Okay.
to go forward. And we'll see, like I say, if anybody's disadvantaged. I'm going to go ahead, hearing no objection, and admit Mr. Backus's RB1. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Backus, do you have the testimony that you filed on May 16th in front of you?
The one that's RB2?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And was this testimony prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections to it?
No, sir.
If I asked you the questions that are contained in this testimony, would you answer the same?
Yes, sir.
And is the information that you've included true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And with this testimony, did you include what is labeled as RB4 through 13?
I believe that was with the next one, RB3.
Okay. Well, then RB2 as it stands, Madam Hearing Examiner, I move that into the record.
And RB2 is entitled Testimony of Mr. Backus opposing stipulation.
Testimony of Rocky Backus opposing stipulation on behalf of Yellowbird Services.
Okay. Now, I have exhibits on mine. Is that incorrect?
Well, I believe that Mr. Backus included this in his second round of testimony. Exhibits 4 through 13. And then exhibit 14 was included to his testimony on May 31st.
Okay, so you're saying RB2 has exhibits 1 through 3?
1 through 13.
Madam Hearing
No,
Examiner.
no, not 1 through 13, 4 through 13.
If I apologize for interrupting, but I understood Mr. Backus to just say that exhibits 4 through 13 are actually attached to RB exhibit 3, which is entitled The Testimony of Rocky Backus in Reply to El Paso Electric Rebuttal. I thought that that's what he just answered in response to a question from Mr. Harris.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens. I just looked at the version that was served on the parties by email on the 16th of May, and it does not have the attachments, which is consistent with what Mr. Backus and Mr. Wexler just said.
Okay, then I'm willing to have each one admitted individually.
RB2, my copy shows no exhibits. Is that correct, Mr. Backus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Backus's testimony opposing stipulation on behalf of Yellowbird Service? Hearing no objection, RB2 is admitted. I'm going to go ahead with 3. Mr. Harris.
In front of you, sir, is a document entitled Testimony of Rocky Backus in Reply to El Paso Electric Rebuttal on behalf of Yellowbird Services. It's labeled RB3. Do you see that in front of you?
Sir.
And was this testimony prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
No, sir.
If I asked you the questions contained within this document, would you answer the same as today?
I would add a paragraph today based on what I've seen in the testimonies of the other parties, but other than that, I would be the same.
Let's wait on that and see what happens in cross-examination. And
yes, sir.
Other than that, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And with this testimony, you also included exhibits 4 through 14?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would like to move Rocky Backus exhibits 3 through 14 into the record.
To try to alleviate my confusion, Mr. Harris, were these exhibits that were attached to his testimony at some point labeled exhibits 1 through 10?
Yes, ma'am. YBS exhibits 1 through 10 attached to RB3.
Okay, so then essentially RB3 contains 10 exhibits
Yes, ma'am.
attached to it. Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as RB3, which includes 10 attachments? Hearing.
Well, Madam Mayor Examiner, I have no objection to exhibits 3 through 13. I see on page 13 of RB Exhibit 3 that Mr. Backus is referring to those exhibits 4 through 13. I do have a concern though about the last exhibit, which may be 10 in yours. It has the words rebuttal / cross-examination exhibits at the top. I didn't see anywhere in RB3 where Mr. Backus is actually testifying to those exhibits, and so I would object to that particular exhibit as lacking foundation.
And where does it say that on the top, sir?
On my version, Madam Hearing Examiner, it says rebuttal / cross-examination exhibits. It looks to be a figure that almost looks like a big blue caterpillar or a blue handlebar mustache.
You know, in the interests of time, I'm willing to withdraw this exhibit.
Okay, so you're withdrawing exhibit 13,
RB 14, ma'am.
RB 14.
And with that, we have no objection.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as RB3, including the attachments? Four through 13. Hearing no objection, RB3 is admitted. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, and I am happy to pass the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. I just want to make sure, Mr. Backus, it's Mr. Backus, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wexler.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Backus.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you turn with me, please, to exhibit RB2? This is a document entitled Testimony of Rocky Backus Opposing Stipulation. And
yes, sir.
To page 5, if you would, please. I'm looking at
yes,
the
sir.
last sentence, which is on the page, which is the last 2 lines. And here you're talking about grid modernization measures. I recognize that you have problems with the proposed EPE program and stipulation. As a general matter, do you support grid modernization?
Yes.
In this particular line we're looking at here, you say that AMS is one component of grid modernization that are needed to promote distributed electricity generation, right?
That's part of the sentence.
And AMS is also needed to make consequent reductions in greenhouse gases, correct?
No, sir. Those are separate statements.
Right. And so your testimony is that AMS is a component of grid modernization that are needed to promote distributed electricity generation and consequent reductions in greenhouse gases, right?
Yes, it's one component. Yes, sir.
And so do you generally recognize there are some benefits to AMS meters?
As a very broad category, yes, sir.
Let's talk about your participation in this case. Now, the case was filed on October 29th, 2021, and you intervened sometime in April of 2022. Is that right?
I don't recall the specific dates, but that sounds in the area.
And you filed your direct testimony on April 29th.
Yes, sir, it was filed on time.
At that time, you'd been informed that there were substantial discussions about a stipulation.
Yes, sir.
You were actually provided a copy of that stipulation.
There were some drafts sent to me that I don't know that I was provided the final one, but there were some drafts sent.
Now, in your testimony, you identify 6 specific criteria that would have led you to support the stipulation. Do you recall that, or would you like me to point out the page?
Please point out the page.
Page 7 of RB Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And again, my question was, you identify 6 specific criteria that would have led you to support the stipulation?
Yes, sir.
Now, those specific criteria, those were not communicated to the other parties before the stipulation was entered. Isn't that right?
Those specific ones, no, there were no direct discussions other than to let another party know that I was not going to support, I was going to oppose the stipulation based on the features that had been relayed to me.
You're aware that you could have served discovery on El Paso Electric in this case?
Yes, sir.
You never requested any discovery, is that right?
That's correct.
You're also aware that there were technical conferences in this case hosted by El Paso Electric?
I've heard about those later.
But you also did not participate in any of those technical conferences?
I don't believe I was invited.
Let's turn to your 6 criteria that we're looking here on RB Exhibit 2, page 7. And I want to talk briefly about each of those components. Starting with the first one here. Now, perhaps it's easiest if we turn to page 10 at the bottom, where I think you're explaining number 1 here a little bit more. And I'm looking at the 3rd paragraph, first sentence. And here you're questioning the need to change from the legacy meters to the AMS meters. Is that right?
The 3rd paragraph, let me refresh my memory just a second.
Sure.
What's the question on that paragraph?
My question is that you're questioning the need to change from the legacy meters to the AMS meters. Is that right?
Not in that paragraph. That paragraph is talking about the fact that there are separate meters that are provided by the industry for solar and for microgrids that would be in addition to whatever El Paso Electric meters are there, including the ones that are there currently.
You're in your testimony, you're not questioning the need to change from legacy meters to AMS meters?
You asked me about this paragraph. So yes, I am questioning the need to go from the current radio red meters to newer versions of radio red meters. And so legacy implies a lot of other things that are not the same. The meters that are currently in place are radio red. They do all the things that I said in the testimony. So depends on which legacy you're talking about.
In the first sentence on the 3rd paragraph of page 10, you say that existing Itron meters can be used for all the functions EPE has proposed, except for the ability to remotely disconnect service. You see that?
You're on page 10?
Of my version, yes, sir.
And I apologize if there's confusion. It says in addition to EPE's meters, the solar system itself. So you're
It's
reading
the
where it says-
paragraph under that.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong paragraph then.
Do you see the language of the first sentence there?
As I stated in prior testimony, existing Itron meters can be used for all the functions EPE has proposed. Yes, I see that.
Do you recognize that EPE's existing meters are not capable of providing the same interval data and two-way communication as an AMS meter?
You have several points there, and the answer to the first question, if it can't provide the data, is incorrect. I showed that in the third exhibit, and I showed that in the previous IRP that we connected about 20 systems and we downloaded that data, and it was able to do all that on a real-time basis. It's not able to do disconnect. And I think you asked something else there about the interval meters. The two-way communication is able to be
Correct.
done by multiple systems.
It's your testimony that the Itron meters have all the same functionality as AMS meters.
That's not what I said, sir. I said that the current Itron meters can provide all of the data uploads for KWH and KW that El Paso Electric is proposed as a benefit of the new meters. The existing meters are able to do that. That does not mean all of the features that the new meters have.
Very well. So you will acknowledge that the AMS meters have additional functionality that the current Itron meters do not have.
I said that the current ones do not allow remote disconnect, which the new ones, from what they've told me, do.
Focusing on the AMS meters, those meters will be able to record multiple data points at 15-minute intervals. Would you agree with that?
That's what I've been told they will do, yes.
You've been told, it sounds like you don't know. Is that correct?
I have not seen a spec sheet on the new meters with every function that they have. I've looked at what El Paso Electric has purported that the new meters have as advantages. And if they don't have an advantage beyond what the current meter does, then I would say that that is a misstatement as to what the advantage is. If the old meter has the same capability, then the new one doesn't have an additional feature. But if you're asking me, have I read the spec sheet on the new meters? I have not seen that they've produced that or that they've even determined exactly what model of Itron meters they're going to put.
It sounds to me like your understanding of the AMS meters comes from your review of the spec sheet provided by El Paso Electric. Is that right?
No.
You consider yourself to be an expert in the AMS meter, the Itron AMS meters?
I'm not an expert in that particular brand and that particular model. I am an expert in meters overall and in implementation of a lot of metering systems.
And the information, based on the testimony you just gave, the information that you have about the AMS meters comes from your review of a spec sheet. Is that correct?
No.
Where else did you get information?
Let me try and clarify, because it doesn't sound like we're communicating well. I've looked at the past meters that were in most of El Paso Electric's territory now. I would say close to very near all residential applications have the radio signal meters, which have been out there for a number of years. The new meters, I have not gone into depth or looked at, because I think that they're proposing and saying they're going to have certain benefits. And if they don't have benefits that are beyond what the current meter is, then that's not a real advantage.
You provided testimony in the most recent EPE rate case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the subjects you testified was about time of day rates?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you made a proposal about time of day rates.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recognize that the AMS meters, accepting that you haven't looked at them in depth, they provide more granular information about customer usage than the current existing Itron meters?
Not based on what El Paso Electric has said.
Yeah, again, you haven't looked at those in depth, have you?
To my knowledge, they've not sent me a spec sheet to look at it, and the spec sheet at this point would be irrelevant if they haven't specifically chosen the model they're going to use. But based on what they've said, the criteria is for their selection, there's not an increased value from the meter. The existing meters, we were able to read down to minutes, not necessarily some other granularity. And the choice of 15-minute granularity, from what I've heard in testimony and seen in testimony, is a selection on El Paso Electric's part, not something that is a limitation of the meter itself.
Let's look at your second criteria for supporting the settlement on page 7. And
Just a moment, I'm turning back to page 7.
please take
Okay,
your
go ahead, sir.
I'm looking at the second paragraph under A1. And here your second criteria is that EPE should disclose the full expected cost, right?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that EPE provided notice to customers as part of this case?
Yes, sir.
That notice was approved by the hearing examiner?
I have not checked that.
Did you
But I would-
object? Did you object at any time during this proceeding to the form of the notice?
No, sir.
Have you reviewed the notice?
I reviewed the notice that I saw, which had the 21, 22 cents, something like that, notice of what the rate would be, but I don't recall seeing where it said that the rate would increase by a substantial factor like 10 times 3 years later.
Is it your testimony that the notice provided in this case was inadequate?
The notices that I read, I considered to be inadequate, yes.
Did those estimates include estimates of New Mexico AMS project costs?
The notices that I recall, I mean, if you want to point to the notice, I could certainly look at it again, but my recollection was that they had information about project costs.
And did they include estimates of the O&M costs?
If you want to get that specific, why don't you direct me to the notice and I'll go back through it. There's been an awful lot of pages and I'm sure you have access to the notice page.
I don't believe that the notice has been made an exhibit in this proceeding, so my apologies. I'm asking to understand your testimony here. Let's move on to the third criteria that you had. And on page 7, here you're talking about the following the long established principle of cost causation and not charge an opt-out charge. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, in fact, elsewhere in your testimony, you say that your primary focus is on the opt-out fees. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. That's the main reason I would not agree to the stipulation while it was being negotiated. If they were going to include an opt-out fee, to me, that was an unacceptable feature, and that meant I was in opposition to it, and therefore there wasn't a negotiation. If they wouldn't remove that item, then I wasn't going to be able to agree to the stipulation.
How do you define cost causation?
So I will give my definition. I'm not claiming to be an attorney because I'm not a licensed attorney, so I don't want to sound like I'm practicing law or something. But my understanding of cost causation is that the segment of ratepayers or the division of different classes should pay for the things that they cause to be cost, so that there's not cross subsidization to other classes. And if there needs to be additional division of classes, you would divide them in order to have appropriate cost causation. And therefore, you may have dramatically different rates. I mean, there's as much as a 500 or 700% spread between what some classes pay versus others at different times.
Have you had the opportunity to review other approved utility AMS programs?
Years ago, yes.
Do you recognize that most utilities that have installed two-way communicating meters have opt-out fees?
No, I don't believe that they had opt-out fees in the California programs that I was heavily involved with. They may have added them later, but at the time there was a huge amount of pushback on the automated meters and a very vocal opposition to them in California. But I don't believe they started with an opt-out fee in my experience in working with those utilities.
What year was that, sir?
I think that was in the 2007 to 2010 timeframe.
Over 10 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 is more than 10 years ago.
You recognize that EPE originally proposed opt-out fees that were significantly greater than those proposed in the stipulation?
Yes, sir.
Now, if customers opt out of the AMS program, will you agree with me that it'll generate additional costs?
No, sir.
It doesn't come with any associated work from EPE, administrative or otherwise?
In the table where EPE shows the costs over time in the implementation, if they're going to continue to have customers implemented over a period of 3 years, then having a opt-out fee for someone who doesn't want to be in the program, they could be just moved to the bottom of the list for several years instead of having them pay a fee, because you're still going to have truck rolls for other people because you're not planning to remove all the meters immediately. And having a fee that is dramatically higher than the cost. If the fees for the meters is going to go into base rates and you're going to have a forever opt-out charge, then they're paying for the meters, they're paying for the service as part of base rates, and then they're also paying what I would consider at that point to be a penalty that is discriminatory, because your lower income folks are going to be much more impacted by it than the higher income folks.
Yeah, I think maybe you're answering a different question. My question was only, do you know whether there will be additional costs if a customer opts out of the AMS program?
Well, I thought that's what I answered, so I'll try again. If a customer opts out and El Paso Electric merely selects a different customer to put a meter on, and the customer who opts out does not get a meter for 3 years and doesn't pay an opt-out fee for 3 years, no, I don't think there was an additional significant cost to put them at a different place in line.
And how would you define significant? Because it sounds like you're recognizing there's a cost. You're qualifying that cost as not significant.
I think that if you have a list of people that you're going to go do meters for, and you move them from position 800 to position 48,000, that paper scheduling cost is less than a minute of someone's time in doing the scheduling. So I know that they have automated scheduling methodologies, and to click them from one place to the other, I think is a minuscule cost.
It sounds like you actually don't know the actual procedure that EPE would have to take. Is that correct?
I do not go look at their procedures within their scheduling. I have seen some of their scheduling boards. I do work with electronic scheduling boards, and it looks similar to what I've seen on many different software platforms. But if you ask me what is their exact cost on a mouse click to move it from one schedule to the other, no, I don't have an exact cost of that mouse click.
Mr. Backus, if the way that I have understood the EPE testimony is that some of these replacements are going to be done like in geographical areas. So would your proposal about moving somebody in line necessarily not incur a cost if they were doing replacements in one geographical location and the person who had opted out got moved to a different place in line, to a different geographical location?
Are you finished, ma'am? I don't want to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
So I've scheduled meter changes with El Paso Electric. I've seen the way they scheduled it. I've worked with customers. We still have customers that have meter installations for solar. And the scheduling process is, I don't believe, ever going to be a situation where they just say, okay, this neighborhood is having everything replaced, we're changing your meters, and nobody gets notice or nobody gets to say, I don't want it done on this day or that time. homeowners have issues that they may have medical equipment that can't be turned off. They may have refrigerators or other things that are going to reset, or computer issues. So there's, I believe, always a scheduling situation, and there's always going to be truck rolls for different areas. The actual change of a meter on site generally can be less than 2 minutes. But the process of having a homeowner allow you on their property and allow you to do it, they have to schedule with the homeowner. They can't just go in and turn your power off and reset a number of things in your house. So I don't believe that the scheduling change or someone being moved from one position to the other is going to be any different than when they do meter replacements now, or when they, you know, I just, no, I don't believe there's an extra cost for that. They have to schedule it anyway.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Wexler.
Back to page 7, Mr. Backus, turning to number 4 here. And once you're there, your 4th criteria is a commitment from EPE that information gathered is the legal property of the person from whom the information is collected. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is your concern that EPE will have that personal information and it could potentially be disclosed?
That's part of it, but it's just that it's the legal, and I believe there was, I'm fairly certain there were litigation in California that ascertained that, at least in California, that the data was the legal property of the person, so that there's a different ability of the person to say, okay, I want this part taken, I don't want that part taken, I want to be able to have this released to a third party, and that there's a different situation if you recognize that the El Paso Electric does not own that data.
Now, we've been talking a lot about this the statute 62813, which is the grid modernization provision. A couple of statutes just before that is 62811. It's a statute called Consumer Information Disclosure Prohibited. Are you familiar with that statute?
I wouldn't say I was familiar with the statute, no.
So then fair to say that you did not consider the way the Public Utility Act handles disclosure of personal information in drafting your testimony?
No, I don't think that I looked at the act to say that this needed to be something that El Paso Electric commits to. My experience with El Paso Electric is that you have to get specific commitments and have to have specific things written in order for them to follow it. I think that there's a significantly large number of rules and regulations that not all of them get followed if you don't point them out.
You understand that El Paso Electric, as a public utility, is bound to follow the Public Utility Act?
I believe that they're required to follow it. Doesn't mean they always do.
If you turn please to page 8, and we'll look at your 5th criteria here.
Yes, sir.
Now, your 5th criteria for agreeing to the stipulation is that EPE must make data available to the ratepayer within 30 days. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of the AMS project, customers will have access to usage data on the EPE web portal or through the green button, download my data. Is that your understanding?
Well, that's 2 separate questions. So on the EPE web portal, it depends on when that web portal is made available. They could install a meter in 2022, and according to the way the stipulation is written, they don't have to have information until a year before completion, which means that they may not have to release any of the data until 2024. And so I believe that the rule should point out when it's supposed to be done, not leave it nebulous.
Your concern is when the project itself reaches completion? Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
I believe the language in the stipulation said something to the effect that they will commit to have the data available within a year of completion. But I know that completion can get pushed out, and that sounds to me like a loophole that does not require them to release the data.
All right, once that data is now, once the project is up and functioning and after that year, it's completed, then customers will have access to usage data through the EPE web portal. Is that right?
I'm not sure I followed the time frame of what you just said.
Well-
If the time frame is that they get access at some point through an EPE web portal or through Green Button, those are very archaic methods for people to get data compared to the other competitors.
Eventually that data will be available on a next day basis to customers. Is that right?
I believe that is what some of the testimony has been. I don't believe that I saw that in the actual stipulation, and testimony that doesn't have a requirement with it does not necessarily get followed.
Let's turn to your sixth criteria, and here you're identifying concerns with cybersecurity. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I've reviewed your background and your CV. I didn't see any education or training in cybersecurity. Is that right?
I don't think I put anything about cybersecurity on that.
You understand that El Paso Electric has cybersecurity measures in place?
Yes, and I've asked them to multiple times to address cybersecurity and address President Biden's recent proclamation or warning that utilities had become a much higher target, and none of them responded to that request.
Any idea whatsoever that somebody in the Biden administration might be working with utilities on their concerns?
I'm sure they are, but if El Paso Electric is doing it, they should have acknowledged it or said something, not just give information that sounds like, based on the cybersecurity that I have to have at my own work and that I've seen in California utilities and other places, seems to be very loose.
Well, let's turn to your rebuttal testimony, RB Exhibit 3, and let's start out on page 5. In the last sentence on page 5, and just to be sure that we have the same version, Mr. Backus, the paragraph starts with the words, "One of the projects I worked on was the greennet.com program." Is that the last paragraph on page 5 in your version?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Looking then at the last sentence there that starts with "there are multiple," here you're indicating that there are multiple vendors with aftermarket monitoring systems, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is an aftermarket monitoring system?
A system that can read on a real-time, generally all the ones that are current that I'm aware of and have looked at have real-time measurement, not a day later, not an hour later, instantly real time, that are measuring anywhere from one circuit to many circuits, and somehow gathering that data in a way that's favorably accessible to homeowners, generally on a app such as the Apple app for home monitoring, or the Google or Enphase or Generac or others.
Those programs that you're referring to, those provide data directly to the homeowners. Is that right?
Well, they provide the data to the monitoring service, and then the monitoring service provides it back to the homeowner and anyone else that the homeowner wants to share it with.
Yeah, but the data does not necessarily go to El Paso Electric, does it?
Not necessarily, of course.
Now, the AMS meters, by contrast, will provide data automatically to EPE. Is that right?
That's the design as I understand it.
If you look at page 7 and 8, you have a table. It starts on page 7. It spills over onto page 8.
Okay,
And
yes, sir.
Was this data collected using one of those programs that we were just discussing?
No, this data was collected directly by the Itron app that was available at the time, that directly you put the meter information into the Itron app, and it would download this data, and you could look at it and have real-time data. That was on back in 2000. I want to say down 2014. And so this was Itron app reading of the Itron meter. And as I said, we did about 20 of those for houses in the El Paso, New Mexico territory of El Paso Electric.
Now, the first column says as a column heading of device ID. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that's a unique identifier to the meter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you inquired from EPE whether they recognize that device ID?
I don't understand what you're asking. Does the EPE recognize their own meter number? I think so.
I'm asking if you know. I'm asking if you've inquired, because I'll represent to you that this device ID does not make any sense to El Paso Electric.
Well, the meters have multiple model numbers and numbers on them. This is the ID from Itron that they printed out as part of the data that they supplied. And I know that part of the training we had to do to figure out and install these was there's several different numbers on the meter, and we would take a picture of them in order to figure out which number we had to input in order to get it done. So that was a little bit confusing. So this device ID may be Itron's number for it, and they may have to look at another number that's on the meter in order to, for the billing meter that would be on like your electric bill or something of that nature.
Oh, I'll agree with you that it's a little bit confusing. Let's turn to the next table that you have, and I'm looking here at page 9, that same exhibit RB3. And
yes, sir.
Here, as I understand this table, this includes data that the thermostats that you're talking about, these smart thermostats, can measure and report. Is that right?
Well, it's one specific one, yes.
Yeah, this one's called, if I am pronouncing it correctly, it's an Ecobee data printout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's reporting information for the equipment supported by that thermostat, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Now, there's likely other appliances and electronics within the homes. Is that correct? Other than those equipment that the thermostat is connected to?
So are you asking me, can the thermostat also control things like lights and refrigerators and other stuff?
Does
Is that
does it collect data on all appliances and electronics within a home?
it would only collect data on the ones you connect it to and allow it to collect. It does not automatically search the home for all devices and then automatically collect all data from all devices.
Now, we talked about those key reasons, or the 6 criteria that you said were important to you for a stipulation. Let's turn now to page 17 of your SIR rebuttal. And I'm looking at the last Q&A on that page 17, and here you ask,
Just a moment, can I get to the page?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'm on page 17, and the last paragraph starts with, "This project is a placeholder."
On my page, no, on my page 17, the question is, what is the key reason you still oppose this project?
Yes, sir, that's it.
I see. Yeah, I see now that you're reading the answer. And looking there, you identify the key reason as that you still oppose the AMS project is because you don't want this project to delay EPE's ability to pilot programs related to reducing peak demand. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Let me reread the paragraph just a moment. So the paragraph talks about that it should not be allowed to be a placeholder such that peak demand is not done, and then New Mexico ratepayers would have to buy power from the plant that El Paso Electric is building in the Newman station that New Mexico already turned down the CCN for.
You've read the stipulation, correct?
Yes,
You're familiar with section or paragraph 5.2 of the stipulation?
I couldn't tell you memorization by paragraphs, which they are. I know that it was attached to Mr. Schiestel's testimony, and I mean, I'm happy for you to bring it up and ask me a question.
Are you aware that EPE has committed to develop an advisory group?
Oh, yes.
The group would be available for you to participate in, is that right?
Yes, and I've made comments about how effective those groups are.
The stipulation also provides dates by which EPE must file pilot and other programs, is that right?
I don't recall that as being a requirement, and I don't recall there being any requirement to listen to anything the advisory group said. If you want to look at what the stipulation says and just go to lines, I'm happy to comment on it, but in general, no, I don't. I mean, advisory groups have no force to make El Paso Electric do anything that I have seen historically from being in multiple IRPs.
So if I understand you correctly, part of the calculus that went into this provision of your testimony where you're identifying the key reason you still oppose this project, it's your understanding there's no obligation for El Paso Electric to initiate pilot programs or other programs within the stipulation, is that right?
I don't think that there's any teeth in the stipulation that would force El Paso Electric to do something that they later considered not to be in their economic interest. If they ignore the advisory group, there's nothing that says they'll pay $12 million, they have to give the profit back or anything of that nature. And having a committee and having a meeting and having the information or recommendations of those committees ignored is what I've seen in the IRP process. And I've addressed that, but they wouldn't even in the IRP, they wouldn't even put the recommendations of the committee in the final report. We had to file a protest to get our recommendations even published as part of the final IRP report. So no, I don't think there's any teeth in the stipulation that would cause El Paso Electric to have to, as you put it, do a pilot program that was going to accomplish anything, and a pilot that is designed not to accomplish anything. I mean, it's the same thing. We've had time of day rates being required to be processed for over 10 years, and they've only got 50 people on it because they designed it to not work. And I think that's intentional.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Getka, any questions from the Attorney General?
I have just a couple questions, I believe.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Bacchus. Good afternoon. Good
afternoon, sir.
Are you familiar with the Solar Energy Industries Association?
Yes, sir.
Are they opposed to AMI installations? Would you know?
No, I don't believe that SEIA, the Solar Energy Industry Association, which is a national one, as opposed to RIA, which is the New Mexico one, are either one of them are opposed to. I think AMI fits if you're going to do a productive program of AMI, is a portion of implementing solar.
Okay. And are you aware, have you accessed any reports in developing your testimony that showed actual cases to you where AMI caused a detriment to solar installations? specific reports that you researched and read?
Could I ask a clarifying question? Could you define the acronym AMI, please? Just to make sure both parties are using it the same way.
Advanced metering infrastructure?
Okay, thank you.
So I did not specifically refer to reports in putting my testimony together. As other people have mentioned, there was a tight time frame, and I am constantly getting reports and information, and I did not go research most things. I did most of the work from memory and from my experience and calculations. So I did not specifically look for a report on that.
Okay. Do you have an understanding that this state of California, for example, has extensive implementation of AMI systems?
Yes.
And do you share in the general knowledge that California is one of the leading states with respect to solar installations?
Yes.
Okay, that's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gecko. Any questions from Ms. Stevens?
Yes, I do, a few. if
Go
I
ahead, please.
might. Okay.
Hello, Ms. Stevens. Good to see you.
Afternoon, Mr. Backus. It's good to see you. One of these days, live, maybe. I have follow-up questions for a little more detail on what Mr. Wexler was asking you about your exhibit RB3 on page 14 and your statement about the my notes say 14. Oh, yeah, this is the middle. I have an unnumbered 14, which has one single complete Q&A on the page that talks about the Mr. Van Slyke's testimony repeating the commitment to have the data available 1 year before completion. And you refer to Mr. Van Slyke's testimony on page 4. Would that be his testimony?
I'm sorry, I'm not with you yet. Did you say
Okay,
RB3?
RB3, yeah, RB3.
Page 14.
The only full Q&A, which is about a little more than halfway down the page.
Yes, I'm there now.
Okay. And Mr. Wexler was asking you about your position on this idea about the commitment to have data available for completion of the project. Is that your understanding that the data will be available to customers 1 year before completion of the project?
That's the commitment I've read, yes.
And is that based on, if you could turn to this stipulation, which as you pointed out is attached to Mr. Schiestel's EPE Exhibit 1.
What section?
That would be the stipulation itself is STJS. Hold a second.
What section of the
Oh,
stipulation?
section 5.1 of the stipulation. Is that
Thank
what
you.
you're hearing, examiner?
Yes, it's called deployment of customer authorized third-party access and
Right.
data sharing.
And let me find that for everybody.
While you're looking for that, Mr. Backus, do you understand that Tracy Van Slyke is a he?
I do now. I did not at the time, and I apologize for using the wrong gender. That was a mistake, and I certainly did not mean to insult him in any way. I apologize for that mistake.
So are you with me on section 5.1 of the stipulation, which begins on page 47 of 63 of the PDF of EP Exhibit 1? She's still stipulation testimony?
Okay, I've got on screen page 47 and where do you want me to go to on page 47?
At the bottom of that page, 5 is the heading, number 5 is the heading, and then 5.1 is the deployment.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this what you were talking about when you're talking about this 1-year commitment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that this commitment has to do with the green button connect my data option as opposed to the customer's direct access through the EPE portal?
My understanding was green button and access through the portal could both be affected by that 1 year.
Oh, do you understand the difference between green button connect my data and green button download my data?
I'm certainly not an expert on the green button platform. I did look at it. I did review it. I know it's an President Obama era program, and I consider it to be a very old system that is not competitive with the ones that I think are leading now.
If the evidence in this case is that customers will be able to use the company's web portal to download their own data shortly after their meter is installed, whether they're in, as you talk about, number 800 or number 48,000. But that this 1 year before the completion provision applies to the use of a Connect My Data platform to facilitate sharing the information with third parties. Would that change your objections in your testimony?
No, ma'am. The issue there is that the data's got to be useful, and if they have to go to a web portal to download data, and you're talking about data that's as dull as just having your kilowatts and kilowatt hours, and there's no monetary value that the customer can get from it, it's not usable data. It's not comparable to either Google, Apple, or other Microsoft systems where you're getting an app, and to be able to have real-time pricing and some of the other things they've talked about, you have to have a capability for someone to take that data and then take action. And individual people are not going to do that. I mean, our study of 20 of the meters, what gave the data that they've talked about is that it's very dull. And that's why I did the printout of it. People are not, it's not going to be effective. And so, no, it would not change my view on that stipulation. It's a, what's being proposed is a obsolete software implementation that has near zero chance of achieving any of the extra benefits that have been talked about. And the software updates have near zero chance of actually being done with the speed at which they're talking about. I mean, it's literally a 1G, not a 2G or 3G. What he said is it's going to be kbyte quantities, not even megabyte quantities of data transfer. So you're talking the equivalent of like an AOL system where you have a dial-up phone. It's that slow to get the data.
That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Backus.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Ms. Souls, any questions for Mr. Backus?
No, I will have no questions for Mr. Backus.
Ms. Lynch, any questions for Mr. Backus? Oh, I forgot, right before the break, Ms. Lynch indicated she had another meeting and was excused. Mr. Black, questions for Mr. Backus?
Thank you, Your Honor. The questions that staff had were addressed by the questioning by or the cross-examination by counsel for the City of Las Cruces. So we have no further questions.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is
Ms.
Mary
Hulse.
Hulse. Yes, according to my clock, we are past 5 o'clock, and I do have a commitment that I can't get out of. I will have to leave in 20 minutes. I just wanted to ask
Okay.
for permission.
Yes, Ms. Hulse. That's fine. Good afternoon, Mr. Backus. I have a
Good
few
afternoon,
questions
ma'am.
for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm referring to your direct testimony, RB1 that you initially filed. And I know that in part of your testimony, beginning on page 5, and then continuing pages 8 through 9, you're asserting that the project needs to be evaluated under the total resource cost test. Is that correct?
I would say that that's how I evaluated as a reference. I don't know that there's a requirement for that, but there are in multiple areas that I looked at that there was cost and evaluation and value to the ratepayers, but I don't know that I'm not asserting that it had to be done with the TRC test specifically.
Okay. Have you heard the testimony earlier today? I believe it was Attorney General Witness Crane's testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you listening in then?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I recall the testimony correctly, Mr. Backus, Witness Crane testified that pursuant to the grid mod statute, that the determinative language was reasonable cost. Do you agree that's what it says?
I couldn't tell you what the grid mod language comparison was. I did not look that up as a way to, I know that she was using that as a way to say, here's a different way that we don't have to use a TRC type test. But I have not read or compared recently to the grid mod standard in order to tell you that one way or the other.
Well, do you disagree that with her testimony that looking at reasonable cost is one method that the commission could choose, utilizing the grid mod statute to view these costs?
I think that in hearing her testimony that using reasonable cost as part of the evaluation, without sounding redundant, does sound reasonable. But much of her testimony was talking about all these future values. And from a technical evaluation of the metering and the data transfer system, I believe they are implementing obsolete technology that will not be able to be updated, and that all of these future values that they're talking about are not possible with the system that they're implementing, that they're implementing meters because they're the same brand and they can plug them into the same socket. And that what they should be doing is looking at what the current state of the art is and not trying to compete with or create a competition with what the state of the art was 12 years ago. And I don't think they're even in the same ballpark with Google, Apple, or Microsoft in terms of smart grid technology that's needed, because just getting a grid doesn't, and having meters that people ignore doesn't change anything. The only value of those meters is what they're going to save right now, because there is near zero hope that they're going to I mean, they've even said they're not going to allow connection of a home area network. So if they're not allowing that, and they clearly are picking a speed of data transfer that could not even transfer video, they're setting up an obsolete system that can't do the things that the future would be looking for.
Why would they ever do that, Mr. Backus? What, you know, if what you're saying is correct, that it's an obsolete system, why would the company invest that kind of money, time, and effort into putting in an obsolete system that wasn't going to be able to perform? I mean, that just seems like a bad business decision to me.
My belief is that from working with many utilities across mainly the Western United States is that utilities will do whatever the commission will pay them a profit on. And if the commission will pay them for a grid modernization program that will do nothing and will be obsolete, and that they get to replace again, and they get to make their rate of return on that, then the utility will do that because they're making their profit. And it's a guaranteed profit if you submit it. So they're going to make a profit on it. And it also enables them to not allow competition, which is one of their biggest desires, is if you have these additional meters and they're more expensive than the current meters, and you have that cost that everything in past rate cases says they will try to put into the customer charge, then that's non-bypassable, which means that even though a solar company or a microgrid company comes in and says, okay, well, these meters are worthless to us, and they have to put in their whole system of additional meters, which are utility grade accuracy, they're still having to pay for that other stuff, which is a barrier to competition. And so, yes, I think both from in terms of profitability and from terms of being able to block competition, which New Mexico is moving towards with community solar, but having these meters are ugly. People don't like them. If you can have a grid like Generac has, where you get rid of all those boxes outside of the house and you just have a little small square thing inside your existing electric panel, then you get rid of a lot of that ugliness and space. And space is an issue on a lot of houses because of the clearances you have to gas meters and other stuff. So the more stuff you have to have out there, the idea that you would have 2 meters for solar when you should have one tiny little meter. And on commercial projects, we have in our facility 6,400 volt transformers and 12,000 a month electric bills. And the meters are 1/10 the size of what these meters that they're putting on residential houses. They use a CT clamped around a wire, but you can't see any of that. That's connected with very low voltage wiring. And El Paso Electric knows this because they do this on commercial projects. It's not like they have to have these kind of meters and that they have to double them up instead of having 1 meter with multiple CTs to connect and read the data. So I think they're trying to block competition and make a profit.
Well, I understand your testimony. I guess I still, like you say, I'm just trying to understand why, especially based on the testimony of the claimed benefits, not just to its ratepayers, but the claimed benefits as far as being able for planning purposes, for purchasing purposes, for the company to get this valuable data, that there are definitely benefits to the company. Why they would put in something that didn't work?
I don't want to interrupt you. Are you finished? Or?
Yes, sir.
So the claimed benefits, I think, are mostly illusionary. So when you claim benefits, the rebuttal items that I had there. They have 15-minute data now. They have data from the substations. They have data for the whole system. And the idea that you need to go get data from individual homes in order to plan your whole system, I think is a misdirection. And that you can't have this data already. And there are multiple utilities around the country. Hawaii is probably the best example, where extremely high levels of renewables have caused them to have to refigure things, but they didn't have to have home individual monitoring in order to get the data. And the electric company, in my view, should be taking care of the larger grid. They should be facilitating things like transformers and transfer of energy. But the idea that these home meters are going to somehow give them granular data that they don't have now, I believe is a minuscule added value, because they already have it at the substations and the system itself.
You also in your testimony seem to indicate that you don't really believe that if the commission approved these meters, that the customer, the ratepayer, was going to be that interested in the functions that the meter provided. Is that correct?
Without financial advantages attached to it, I believe they are. We did a 20 home study, and that was definitely the conclusion.
I think at page 19 of your testimony, you're talking about that in the middle of the page, almost all of our customers have thermostats or solar monitoring systems that allow them to see near real-time monitoring now. And after a few weeks of playing with these monitoring systems, almost all the customers now ignore the systems. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's also the finding of the Department of Energy when they decertified thermostats that were able to be scheduled, because people would not schedule them. And that's why the more modern thermostats are self-learning and schedule themselves. And the Department of Energy, when they decertified for Energy Star purposes thermostats that had scheduling, what they found was that they wound up using more energy, because people would set a schedule, and then if they came home late, it still ran the air conditioner. Whereas if they were manually doing things, when they came home, they turned it on. If they cared about the energy, they would act differently, and that was a better savings methodology.
Additionally, in your testimony, and I know you talked about today with Mr. Wexler about opt-out, you indicate in your testimony that you believe that if the commission were to approve this particular project, that there would be a large number of El Paso Electric customers who would participate in the opt-out. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean by a large number, but yes, I think that there will be a very
well, you tell me. You quantify the number for me.
I think I said somewhere between 5 and 30%
Okay.
would opt out, and that there will be a very, in my view, extreme reaction by a significant number of people who consider it to be an invasion of their privacy, and that the fee enhances or exacerbates that anger about that fee.
Well, did you hear the testimony of the prior witness for the city of Las Cruces, Mr. Provincia?
Yes, ma'am.
About what, are you familiar with the city of Las Cruces have smart meters for water and gas now?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, and he testified here today that there was what I would consider a low potential opt-out for the smart meters that he was familiar with. Did you understand that to be the testimony?
Yes, ma'am, and I'd be happy to comment on that.
Well, here's my question. If you believe that testimony, that these are the same people, aren't they, that are in El Paso Electric's service territory, correct? Some of them.
Well, I think that the angst in our country politically is at an extreme situation, and that there's a huge difference between water and gas meters and electric meters that can literally monitor everything in your house. There are systems that use the electrical wiring in your house to check every device in your house, and some systems use sophisticated technology to tell you whether a toaster's on or whether a refrigerator's on, and
But
that
that's
is
not
much
what we're
more.
talking about with this AMI meter and what is being proposed right now, is it?
That is the capability of AMI meters, and depending on which one they actually implement, that capability may be there, or it could be added later. And that's part of why there's much more angst over electric meters than there is over water or gas meters. I don't think it's an apple. Excuse me?
Can you comment on the lack of on the lack of public comment in this case?
I think this case, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. I mean, we didn't have anybody sign up to give public comment.
I think that this case, like most utility cases, has very little public information, and the volume of papers that are in the case mean that very few people will look at it, and that the internet transfer of information now through social media and et cetera means that once a decision is made that included an opt-out fee for systems that, and I quoted what some people that I talked to said in, I think it was the RB2, if it goes through, then there's multiple groups that, I was at a Progressive Voters Association meeting about a week ago. I'm at other meetings that are on the far other side of the spectrum. And the other side of the spectrum, I think, is going to be extreme in their reaction based on what people have told me when we've done surveys over the last several weeks. And I think that our whole political situation is very different than it was a few years ago when the city of Las Cruces put their meters into place. And we're in an election cycle. It's a time when they're going to grab stuff right now.
Well, I can represent to you, Mr. Bacchus, that, in reviewing, as I always do, the public comments filed in this case, there were only 2. And both of the comments were based on money. And they were, and both comments did oppose the project, but based upon what your testimony is indicating, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there that, that are potentially going to opt out of this. And I would have thought that commission might hear from those people now. Wouldn't you think?
I think that if the letter went out, and if I felt like it was not appropriate to alarm people because of the extreme reactions I've heard, but if the information was put out and started going up, then yes, I think the commission will hear from huge numbers of people. But at this point, it's not something that's on the top of public minds, and people are mainly in disbelief that the commission would even consider something like this. The ones that are on the far side of being angry about it. And I didn't want to stir that pot.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate to ask people to send letters or, I mean,
No,
you tell
I'm
me,
just,
please.
no, I'm not asking you to do anything, Mr. Backus. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I understand that you're a businessman and I understand that you're in contact with people. I'm just saying that, you know, that your testimony makes a claim that, you know, that you believe that there are lots of people who oppose this. And all I'm saying is, where are they in this case? The commission, you know, we have, you know, 3 pro se interveners in this case. And I have 2 public comments. And, you know, and I don't recall, I didn't look, are you participating in the Texas? In the Texas proceeding also?
No, ma'am.
I did not look. Are you familiar with that proceeding?
Just to the extent I know it's similar in that the total data, I mean, the total price when I added up one of the exhibits in New Mexico came to about 175 million for the total program. But beyond that, I've not looked at it.
Okay, you haven't looked to see whether or not the opt-out and the monthly charge in Texas is greater than in New Mexico?
I have not, ma'am.
Okay.
It's a big commitment for me to do this case, and I mean, I'm not a paid intervener, or I pay my own legal fees, everything else, so it's a
Right.
big commitment.
No, they've just made EPE has made representations that it's, you know, basically one big project in, you know, in both of their jurisdictions.
I'm sure if I went and talked to the mayor of El Paso and the city council, that they very well may withdraw their support for it. And I may do that after we finish this, because I think it's bad over there as well. And I pay electric bills in El Paso as well.
I think I understand the rest of your testimony. Mr. Backus, I guess I just wanted to ask you one question, because I had some concerns that you have issues with the notice that was sent out. You know, which is something since for decades that I can tell you that we're always trying to refine and make more readable, as well as comply with all legal requirements under our rules and statutes. So I'm always interested to know how we can make them better. I sort of feel like it was one of the witnesses yesterday, I think, he said that he read all the notices in his utility bill. And I thought perhaps that he and I were the only ones that did that. But I don't know, maybe there's other people that do that. So what I thought I heard from you is you didn't believe that the notice was adequate in informing the ratepayers as to what the actual costs were going to be. Is that a correct characterization of your complaint with the notice?
The notice that I recall reading, and I have not refreshed my reading of that recently, but my recollection was it showed something like 21 or 22 cents a month was the impact, and it did not show in a way that was clear, at least, that was only the first year, and that it was going to go up by a factor of 10 times within 2 more years, and that was not a proper notice to tell people, look, this is not just the first
Hang on
year.
just a second. My audio just went out, Mr. Backus. hang on just a second. Okay. Let's try this again. You can hear me. Somebody
Yes,
say,
ma'am.
Allison, say something.
Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you.
I can read.
Batteries don't last forever. Go ahead, Mr. Bacchus. We're talking about the notice.
So my recollection of your question was what did not seem appropriate to me. And what didn't seem appropriate to me was it appeared like a consumer would see this very small number of 21 cents a month, and that seems pretty insignificant even to a fairly low income person. And it would then tend to stop there. It did not upfront make it clear that that number would increase by a factor of 10 times or more. And that did not seem to me to be appropriate notice.
Okay. And I guess I would just indicate to you, Mr. Bacchus, that the notice that I signed and that was sent out in this case, not only indicated the projection for the monthly surcharge, but after a couple of sentences, it says the following table provides an estimate of the projected upper range of future AMS riders rates for each rate class based on highest annual cost of service. However, these estimated rider rates are subject to change based on annual cost of service. So that's a couple of sentences under the 21 cents. And it had, for example, under the residential service, it had an estimated AMS rider rate monthly surcharge of $4.24. And then the corresponding categories that did show the highest estimate at that particular time. So they didn't just give the 21 cent one, they also gave the $4.24 one in this proposed notice. Does that give you any comfort?
I'm not arguing that you've provided whatever's legally required. I'm talking about in terms of how a notice is received. And so if you put the big number first, then it's much more noticeable people. And if it later says, well, you're only going to be 21 cents the first year, they're going to be more interested in reading the rest of it. If the first part says it's 21 cents, they can just, okay, stop. I don't need to read the rest of it. And I'm just suggesting that that would get more reaction than the other way around.
All right, sir. I appreciate your observation. Basically, I was putting in what was going to occur first and trying to be chronological about it. But like I say, I appreciate that you have a different opinion. All right, sir, that's all the questions that I had for you. Mr. Harris.
Thank
Do
you,
you have
Your
any
Honor.
redirect for Mr. Backus?
You know, Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't.
Very well. I'll go back through then and Mr. Wexler, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Getko.
Only one very minor point, which
Go ahead, sir.
there was reference made in the questioning to the amount of data that's transferred by the smart meters that have been proposed by the company, and that it being a small amount of data. Do you recall that, Rocky? Mr. Backus? Sorry, it says Rocky on the screen, so.
I'm fine with either one, sir. So it's been a long day. Yes, I believe they're talking about, in comparison to video or anything else, a very small amount of data that they're transferring.
Okay, and the data that would be transferred would be kind of numerical data of what's occurring in the home, correct?
I believe that's what they're showing.
And would that require video levels of data to be transferred in any form?
If you're going to get the advanced features that are going to, in the future, make it worthwhile and develop all these other good things and alternate rates and so forth, yes, I think video has to be part of it, and is certainly part of what's done by the major players, Apple, Google, Microsoft. And if you're not going to do things in a way that's going to be effective, then you shouldn't claim those values, because they're not going to happen.
So I need a video level of data to understand the energy that is being used by my appliances. Is that a correct statement?
In terms of yourself, I would not comment. In terms of the general public, if you're going to get them to look at it, it has to be, in my view, on an app, such as on a smartphone. It can't just be dull data that you read and you have to download from a website and get data an hour later or a day later, and that you can't get automated instant data that you can look at whenever you want to. And that's certainly where all the technology has gone for the ones that are succeeding in the smart grid market. If just putting a meter in that does nothing is not helpful. You have to get people to implement and do something. And if you're not going to get people to do something, then all of the future benefits that are supposed to be obtained in the future, which are at this point not determined, not valued. No, if you're not going to allow it to do something that's going to be successful, then you shouldn't do the project at all.
But the data that is transmitted by a meter is different than the apps or a web portal or a green button download app that is used by a consumer to read the cumulative information that is provided when it's consolidated after being sent from a meter. We have the sending of information, and then we have a consolidating of information that becomes informative. Is that correct?
You said some compound things there, but if you're asking if just sending the raw data as they're suggesting will be of any benefit, I think the answer is no. That you have to look at the fact that Apple and other Microsoft, they bundle products together. They make it easy for consumers to use. And if you just send dull data that people can't take any action on, and it's very cumbersome for them to go to a website to try and download it and then try and figure out how to use it. It winds up not getting used, and therefore the benefits that have been talked about will not be achieved. So if you're saying, can you use a dial-up type of data transfer system, a 1G system, then people, it's so slow that you're waiting on it, like America Online used to be, and it was big at the time, but it has gone away. And if you're not going to do something that will be competitive in today's market, then the whole project becomes a waste of money. You've spent a bunch of money, and the only thing you've achieved is whatever reductions in costs are achieved that are shown in, I think, the table that showed 8.1 million present value. And if you're spending $53 million to save $8 million, that is a bad program that should not be done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Anything further, Mr. Getko?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Souls is been excused. Ms. Lynch has been excused. Mr. Black.
No recross, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Backus, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Anything further, Mr. Harris?
No, ma'am.
Very well. If you can just confirm by whatever the time frame you agreed, Mr. Harris, to just compare the versions of the testimony and just see if there's anything of major difference other than line numbers or items on different pages, and send that out via email. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate having El Paso Electric, if at all possible, respond to my bench request by the end of the week. I will be issuing a briefing order as I believe there's a couple of significant legal issues that need to be addressed for my satisfaction, if not the party's satisfaction. So I'll be issuing that briefing order. And I can put in a post-hearing writing if anybody wants to submit those. But that's at the discretion of the parties. Ms. Olson?
Oh, I was just gonna relate to you. It may not be necessary, but the parties did have a discussion about briefing deadlines that would be convenient for various people. So I'm happy to share those, or if you had something in mind, obviously we would defer to.
I don't have anything in mind. What would be convenient?
So before
Excuse me, I have a question that may help. Well, that I'm not familiar with how long it takes court reporters to turn around transcripts. So I was wondering when we have a reasonable expectation of a transcript.
Well, to start off with, as I indicated to the company, I'm not going to get a decision out this month. I have gas company rate case at the end of the month. Therefore, I left it up to I left it up at EPE. And since we're not under a statutory deadline, I did not order that the company pay for an expedited transcript. Therefore, the transcript will be done in the normal course. Allison, I don't even know what the normal course is. Is it 10 business days?
Yes. 10 business days from the end of the hearing, so from today.
Okay.
And may I make a request?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harris, I need a copy of Exhibit 3 with the attachments in one PDF file. So it would be, I believe, 3 with 4 through 13 attached.
Yes, ma'am. I'll have that for you tomorrow. Do you have
Thank
an
you very-
email? Do you have an email address?
Yeah, yes. I'll put it, can I put it in the chat?
Yes.
Okay. And just make sure you copy the council on that, just so everybody's on the same page there, Mr. Harris.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So with that clarification, 10 business days. Back to you, Ms. Olson.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I think we had kind of unofficially assumed a transcript would be available around the 17th. It sounds like it may be slightly after that.
Okay.
But we had tentatively suggested, I had suggested June 27th, I think, and then Mr. Black informed me that they had a substantial bench request to work on between now and the gas company hearing and had asked for a couple extra days. So what I had proposed to the parties was, or what I'm now proposing is June 30th to allow Mr. Black those couple extra nights during the hearing to complete any briefing. And then the response briefs would be due around July 11th. And my intention, Madam Hearing Examiner, with this proposed schedule was to have the briefing queued up for you when you're done with the rate case.
Okay. And when you say briefing, are you basically talking about proposed agreements, like proposed facts and findings, or what?
Yeah, given that this is a stipulation between almost all parties, with the exception of one, and then from my reading the tea leaves during the hearing, assuming that you had a few legal issues that would need to be fleshed out, we will look for guidance to you whether it would be helpful to have just kind of traditional briefing, I'll say, where we lay out the standard and kind of package the arguments for approval or non-approval of the stipulation, or whether you feel you have the information on that and would just like parties to stick to the legal issues.
Well, it's up to the parties. I mean, you know, if you want to offer, you know, something that you think is going to be efficient to, you know, propose findings of fact, procedural posture, whatever, you know, as is my usual comment, Ms. Olson, I prefer, you know, agreed upon things as opposed to, you know, and, you know, you might even get some agreement if you had, you know, some proposed findings of procedure and of fact, you know, you might even get Mr. Harris to sign on to some of those. So, you know, that would cut down on the, you know, cut down on disputed issues. But as far as the traditional legal briefing, yeah, I am going to require that on the two issues, and it's no big surprise that, you know, I'm going to have the parties opine on notice, because as you can tell from my questions, you know, I'm not satisfied that, you know, one notice for potentially 10 years of riders is legally appropriate. And so, you know, parties can come to an agreement that, yeah, maybe customers deserve notice. And, you know, I mean, I'm not saying necessarily, I mean, that it would need to be an addendum to the stipulation, but, you know, so notice is going to be an issue. And I still believe there's that issue out there hanging that I want clarified of CCN that's, you know, was discussed by the commission in that 15-312 case. So, you know, those kind of things, Again, since we're going to be the first case that, potentially could get, could go forward and actually have the commission consider the application. I want to make sure that they have all the information that they need to make an informed, legal and factual decision. So like I say, I'll work on that order, not tonight, but I'll work on that tomorrow and hopefully get that out. Yeah. I want to try to give you all time if you want to exercise your right to go to the polls here. Because, it's a little after 6 and I think they close at 7. So, okay. So that's our procedural discussion. Get the 4 bench requests. I'll issue a briefing order and the parties are suggesting the 30th and the 11th.
Madam Hearing Examiner, there was one
Mr.
bench
Demko.
request. There was one bench request for the Office of the Attorney General as well.
Oh, yes. Thank you. BR1. Okay. And the same, if you can get it by the end of the week and file it, send it to everybody, that would be good. And then I'll allow the appropriate response time in order for me to consider it. Okay, anything else procedural? Not hearing anything. I just want to note for the record that, I don't know, perhaps I'm getting sentimental in my old age, but I find it kind of very poignant that, we have a witness here that this was his first case testifying. So we have beginnings in regulatory proceedings. And we also have Mr. Provencio, who is retiring the second time after dedicating decades of time and effort to utility regulation. So I guess we're seeing both the beginning and the end of regulatory careers, and I don't know, makes me feel kind of sentimental. So I just pass that on to you all too. And I thank you. And if I hear nothing else, Allison, you're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope everyone stays safe and we are adjourned.